Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Realizing it was time to be brave, Serena took a deep breath and prepared to hold on to Greninja's neck as he would dive with her under the water. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her heart to race. "You crazy son of a..." The tension in the air thickened as she prepared for whatever came next. Just before Serena and Greninja, Silver stood with an icy glare, a hint of surprise crossing his face as Greninja caught his attention. "Alright, I've had enough. Sparing this Greninja back in Kanto was a huge mistake. This time, I will..." Silver couldn't finish his sentence as a ninja star struck him, sending him flying backward. Greninja quickly launched multiple water shurikens around the tunnel to seal off their escape. It was a risky move, but Greninja had no other choice. He knew he had a better chance in his special form against Silver's legendaries, but in his normal form, he was at a disadvantage. Silver had played dirty before, and Greninja felt justified in his actions. A few moments later, when Silver regained consciousness, the tunnel was collapsing, and there was no sign of Greninja, who had already taken Serena into the water. It felt like a dark, cold void, colder than anything Serena could imagine, suffocating her. She didn't dare open her eyes as Greninja swam with her underwater. Just when she thought she couldn't hold her breath any longer, they broke the surface, gasping for air. Greninja quickly brought her to the shore of the cavern, and Serena shivered from the cold water, taking a moment to recover. "You okay, Greninja?" she asked, concern in her voice. "Ninja," he replied. "Thank you for saving me, Greninja." "Greninja." Serena hugged Greninja tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. She hadn't expected to escape that prison, but this brave Pokémon had managed to save her. "Now let's get out of here," she said. "Not so fast," a familiar voice interrupted. Serena's heart raced as she turned to see her counterpart standing on the opposite shore. "I must admit I'm impressed with that Greninja. Not only did it take a beating from two legendaries, but it also managed to track you down," the other Serena sneered. "But guess what? All of this is for nothing. This time, I'm going to end this trouble once and for all, starting with you, other me," Serena declared, picking up a Pokeball. Greninja stood protectively in front of Serena, determined to fight and protect her at all costs. A silent tear slipped down Serena's cheek, unnoticed by anyone. "And you, Greninja? Feel free to fight my legendary Pokémon while in normal form," the imposter taunted. "That won't be a good idea," another voice suddenly spoke up. "Lay one more finger on my Serena, and you'll find out just how doomed you are," the voice declared firmly. Serena rushed to Ash, her heart filled with hope. She had always believed he would come to protect her, knowing his love for her surpassed everything else. As she embraced him, a wave of calm washed over her, momentarily easing her worries. "I knew you would come, Ash. I had faith in you," she whispered, tears streaming down her face for a different reason this time. "It's all right, Serena. I'm going to get you out of here," Ash reassured her, then turned to his Pokémon, Greninja, who stood nearby with a downcast expression. "Hey buddy, you did a good job," Ash said, approaching Greninja. "Gren," the Pokémon replied, looking guilty. "Don't be sad. You did your best. That guy Silver probably used two legendary Pokémon against you while kidnapping Serena, didn't he?" Ash continued. "Gren. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You even followed Serena here, which I didn't expect at all." Pikachu chimed in from Serena's shoulder, adding his support. "See? Pikachu thinks the same," Ash said, smiling at his friends. Greninja finally looked up at Ash, reassured by his trust. Their bond was strong, built on mutual faith. Then Ash turned his attention to the imposter Serena, who had been silently observing the reunion. "You know, I feel pity for you," Ash said. "You're talking to me?" the imposter replied, surprised. "Yes, you. The imposter," Ash confirmed. "How dare you call me that? I am the real Serena," she retorted. "You are not. The real Serena would never do what you've done. Stop it. You don't even know me." "I do," Ash replied with a slight smirk. "You're the counterpart of my Serena from another reality. If I'm right, my counterpart in your world is red, isn't he?" The imposter gasped, clearly taken aback. "How did you know? Do you really think Lord Arceus wouldn't notice what you're up to?" He approached me before you arrived in this reality, prepared me for everything. Now I know all about you, and I was shocked to see you join Team Skull. A tense silence fell as the imposter processed Ash's words, realizing the truth behind his disappearance. Fine, if you know everything about us, then you should know why I'm here, she said defiantly. I do, and let me tell you, Red would be ashamed of you if you were here. Shut up, she shouted, frustration evident in her voice. Your Serena never suffered like I have. She has you, her love, while I've endured so much for nothing. If she were in my situation, she would have done the same. She went through a lot too, Ash replied, his voice softening. While I was training with Arceus, I pretended to be dead for 2 years. Serena suffered the most during my absence, I was the cause of her pain. The imposter remained stubborn. I'm here to bring back my Red, and I will do whatever it takes. Do you have any idea what the consequences would be if you tried to bring someone back from the dead? Ash warned. I don't care. Mutwo. I choose you, she declared, determined to pursue her goal. In moments, the familiar legendary Pokémon appeared before them, its aura making the atmosphere feel heavier. Serena asked, so what do you propose? Pikachu again, or your precious Greninja with its special form? Nah. I have something else for you. What? You shall see. Mutwo. Suddenly, 2 eyes of purple aura flared up from the darkest corner of the cave, revealing another source of dark power. As the owner quietly emerged, everyone in the cave, except for Ash, looked astounded. Why you own Mutwo too? Serena breathed. What did you think? Red's alternate version wouldn't bond with Mutwo of this reality. Although I don't own Mutwo here, he is a friend. The 2 Mutwo looked identical, but their gazes were filled with tension, signaling that neither was welcome in the other's presence. After a moment of silence, Ash finally spoke, shall we? I'll ask simply, who sent you here? The original Mutwo asked quietly and telepathically, his hands slightly raised, ready to talk but prepared to fight. I am not obliged to answer, the other Mutwo replied with an icy expression. Oh, you definitely are. You are in my reality, causing trouble. And I can't allow that, the original responded, taking a small step towards the other. This move ignited the fight. The other Mutwo's eyes glowed bright red, emotions swirling within him. He had been healed and was ready to fight against this foe who also bore the name Mutwo. With a swift movement, the other Mutwo launched a barrage of aura spheres at the original, who deftly dodged them. The water splashed and rippled as the 2 engaged in fierce combat. The original attempted to retaliate, but his attack seemed ineffective. Stop it. I don't want to harm you, the original Mutwo called out. I don't care, the other replied coldly. We can resolve this peacefully. But the original's words fell on deaf ears as the other continued his assault. An aura sphere struck the original, sending him plummeting to the ground in front of Ash and Serena. He looked up at the other Mutwo, who was now flying towards his friends. I cannot let you harm my friends, the original declared, rising to his feet. I am sure you have suffered greatly, but this I cannot permit. A brilliant light enveloped the original Mutwo's eyes. His body shrank into a smaller form, a half-ring materializing above his head. Mutwo slowly opened his eyes, glaring at the other with an intense gaze. A powerful wind sliced through the air as the other Mutwo stepped in front of the original's targets, a Pokémon that appeared even stronger. His blue eyes were cool and distant, yet still held a gentleness. What is that? Serena gasped, shocked. It's Mutwo Y, his mega-evolved form, Ash replied. That's not possible. He didn't even use a Mega Stone. Mutwo doesn't need a Mega Stone to Mega-evolve, Ash said with a smirk, surprising Serena even more. The 2 legendaries clashed once again as the real battle began. Mutwo Y vanished without a trace, leaving an eerie silence in his wake. I cannot give up my promise to Red. A forceful blow sent Mutwo Y flying into the air. 2 aura spheres hurtled towards him at blinding speed. Though weaker than before, they still inflicted damage. Mutwo Y plummeted towards the muddy waters, which had been churned up by the ongoing battle. The area appeared ravaged, with water spilling everywhere from the mist attacks. Mutwo Y knew the fight had to end quickly before chaos ensued. Serena hid her face in Ash's chest, but he remained calm. Mutwo Y began his counterattack, drawing on the damage he had sustained to fuel his resolve. His body grew sturdy, bracing for his final move. Time seemed to freeze as Mutwo Y appeared directly in front of the other Mutwo. His adversary tried to recoil, but fatigue held him back, forcing him into a defensive stance. An emerald-colored shield formed just as Mutwo Y unleashed his counterstrike. The power he had used doubled, and the shield shattered under the immense force. Mutwo cried out in pain, desperately trying to protect himself, but there was no time to recover. As he was pushed back, Mutwo Y continued his onslaught. His speed, power, and defenses decreased rapidly, and as Mutwo Y delivered the final blow, the other Mutwo crashed beside Serena. The strike made contact, sending him careening far from the battlefield. Serena quickly rushed to her Mutwo and sat beside him. "Mutwo. Are you okay?" she asked anxiously. I can't give up," the genetic Pokemon managed to say. "You did a good job, Mutwo. Now please take a little rest," Serena said, hugging her Mutwo lightly before recalling him. Ash quietly took Serena's hand, and they decided to leave together. Both felt a deep sadness for the other Serena, realizing that this wasn't the destiny she was meant to face. Finally, Ash spoke up. "There is one more thing, Serena." "What?" Serena looked up, her expression empty, as if she had already given up. "Do you know how Red died?" "How?" "He died in Lumio City while fighting against Team Skull." As they continued on their journey, Serena reflected on her past experiences. The first time she entered the cave, she was terrified and with her captors. But now, she felt safe holding Ash's hand, knowing he would always come for her. Yet, sadness lingered in her heart for her alternate self, who had sacrificed so much only to discover the truth about her organization. They followed the same path back to where the helicopter had once landed. "Serena," Ash said, breaking the silence. She replied. "I need you to leave from here and go straight home to Kalos." "But how, Ash? We don't even have a helicopter here." "Mutwo will take you home. He's psychic, so it won't be a problem for him," Ash explained, gesturing to Mutwo, who followed them. Although Mutwo was reluctant to leave Ash's side, he eventually agreed. "What about you, Ash? Aren't you coming with me?" Serena asked. Ash stared back at the cave, his expression firm. "I am not coming with you, Serena." "Why not?" she questioned, her voice rising in concern. "I have to face Team Skull alone. This is my mission. And you expect me to leave you here? Alone? While you fight those dangerous people?" "No, I won't." Serena shook her head firmly. "Please, Serena." Ash looked away, unable to meet her eyes. "I need you to leave as soon as possible. They might kidnap you again, and if anything happens to you, I won't be able to forgive myself." Serena felt a pang in her heart at the thought of leaving him alone. What if something happened to Ash? She wished she could be stronger, to help him in this fight. "All right then," she said, looking up with determination. "I'm leaving, but promise me you'll stay safe." "I will," Ash replied, meeting her gaze. They shared a brief kiss, a moment that felt like the first time every time. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. "How sweet." Startled, they turned to see a figure standing on a submarine near the shore. It was Lysandra, the leader of Team Skull, smirking at them. "You know me?" Ash asked. "I do. In another reality, you almost destroyed my organization. Then you should know I am not Red." Lysandra laughed. "Does that make any difference? You and your counterpart are the same in your own realities, nothing but trouble. I took down your counterpart, does that concern you?" "Not at all. Because I took down yours in my reality." "Pathetic, but that won't happen with me. Let's see." "Mutwo." Ash called, and the legendary Pokemon approached, glaring at Lysandra. "How fascinating." Lysandra smirked. "Like Red, you own Mutwo too. In that case, I have no choice but to use my ultimate weapon." He threw a Pokeball, and to everyone's surprise, the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza appeared before them. The atmosphere shifted as the legendary Pokemon descended, dark clouds swirling ominously overhead. Ash felt a shiver run down his spine, and Serena pressed her head against his shoulder, both feeling the weight of the moment. Mutwo remained calm, focused on the challenge ahead. You like it, don't you? Lysandra taunted from below. I know that scams like you appear everywhere without notice, which is why I always stay prepared. So how do you propose to defeat me now, Red, also known as Ash? Ash gulped. Prior to this incident, he had been confident that he could overcome Team Skull, especially with Mutwo's help. However, this situation felt beyond even Mutwo's capabilities. Suddenly, Mutwo spoke, Ash, take a safe place with your girlfriend. Mutwo. I can't leave you, Ash protested. Just do it, Ash. This is no time for games. This battle will be far more fierce than you can imagine. Reluctantly, Ash complied, realizing that Mutwo was right. They were not just facing regular legendary Pokémon, but a legendary god Pokémon, and there was a high chance that he and Serena could get hurt in this clash. He grabbed Serena's hand and slipped behind a rock on the mountain. Alright, Mutwo, but call me if you need any help. I will. Mutwo then focused on the legendary dragon Pokémon, sensing the burning aura radiating from it. The legendary dragon took on a more aggressive stance, its long serpentine body coiling slightly as its claws flexed forward menacingly, and its fangs bared dangerously. Mutwo's eyes began to glow as a psychic aura enveloped him, readying himself for battle. A psychic wave erupted from his body, pushing back the winds, waves, and clouds, but the Sky Dragon God did not flinch as the blast passed over him. Rayquaza glared intensely, his eyes glowing threateningly as he let out a powerful roar. And with that, the colossal fight between the god that created the skies and the cloned Pokémon began. Let the party begin, Lysandra smirked to himself. Mutwo had been secretly preparing a way to quickly end the battle when it began. When the declaration of war from the evil Lord Lysandra became official, he immediately put his plan into action. With a determined gleam in his eyes and a swift motion of his hand, a large spear-shaped rock, carved by Mutwo's powers, erupted from the sea, hurtling towards Rayquaza's neck at incredible speeds. However, Mutwo had underestimated Rayquaza's quick reflexes. As the spear approached, Rayquaza sensed the disturbance in the air, easily tracking the incoming attack. His tail began to glow brightly, hardening to a metallic sheen as he positioned it to intercept the spear. Upon contact, the spear shattered into dust and countless pebbles, while Rayquaza maintained his focus on Mutwo. He is strong, Mutwo muttered, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Rayquaza declared his presence with a powerful movement, coiling slightly before launching himself towards Mutwo with astonishing speed, closing the distance in mere seconds. Mutwo recoiled in surprise, realizing that he hadn't expected such rapid movement from a creature of Rayquaza's size. Instinctively, he raised a psychic shield around himself, forming a bright blue sphere for protection. Rayquaza's attacks were relentless. With claws glowing a fierce green, he struck at Mutwo with a powerful dragon claw, the force of the attack testing the limits of Mutwo's shield. The shield cracked under the intensity, and Mutwo's eyes widened in alarm as he faced the massive dragon so close. Rayquaza was not finished, he slashed again, further damaging Mutwo's defenses and filling him with dread that his shield might fail. He's much stronger than I anticipated. Mutwo thought as he prepared for another strike. Realizing his shield wouldn't withstand a third blow, Mutwo decided to take a more offensive approach. He dodged to the side as Rayquaza's claw struck, sending a powerful psywave along the dragon's arm and chest, pushing him off balance. Seizing the moment, Mutwo gathered dark energy, forming a concentrated blob of shadows that he hurled into Rayquaza's chest. Mutwo quickly levitated backward to avoid the explosion that followed, enveloping Rayquaza in a shadowy blast. He felt a moment of triumph as his attack connected, but that quickly faded when the smoke began to glow with an ominous orange hue, indicating a surge of power within. Mutwo's eyes glowed as he formed a protective sphere around himself, channeling energy into it to prepare for Rayquaza's counterattack. Suddenly, a powerful hyper beam erupted from the smoke, crashing into Mutwo's shield with tremendous force. Mutwo's eyes widened as the sheer power began to crack his defenses. Realizing he had to act quickly, he teleported away just as his shield shattered into thousands of sparkling fragments. Reappearing at a safe distance, Mutwo regarded Rayquaza with concern. I must admit. You are strong, he said, but Rayquaza only narrowed its eyes, its gaze darkening. Mutwo gulped, realizing that finding a way to defeat this formidable opponent would not be easy. This was the strongest challenge he had ever faced. Meanwhile, Ash watched the battle with growing worry as Mutwo struggled against the legendary dragon. If this continued, Mutwo might not be able to hold on much longer. Ash. Will we win? Serena whispered, her voice filled with uncertainty. Of course we will, trust me, Ash replied, offering a reassuring smile despite the tense situation. Alright then, I will destroy your mind. Mutwo declared, his voice filled with determination. Mutwo focused intensely, his eyes glowing as he summoned his powerful psychic abilities, preparing to invade Rayquaza's mind. To his surprise, Rayquaza remained calm, a fact that Mutwo overlooked in his anger. With a powerful thought, Mutwo launched his attack directly at Rayquaza's psyche. Rayquaza felt the force of Mutwo's will crash against his own, but instead of succumbing, he resisted. The dragon, a being of immense power, growled lowly as he pushed back against Mutwo's mental assault. Mutwo's anger and pain fueled his attack, but Rayquaza's defenses held strong. As Mutwo struggled, he caught a glimpse of Rayquaza's mind, which left him feeling small and insignificant in comparison to the ancient being. With a fierce roar, Rayquaza expelled Mutwo from his mind, causing the psychic to cry out in frustration. Mutwo shook off the disorientation, but Rayquaza wasted no time. Gathering energy, Rayquaza prepared a powerful dragon pulse, the orb of energy swirling with intensity. Mutwo quickly reacted, extending his hand and surrounding the attack with his own psychic aura. With great effort, he dissipated the dragon pulse, narrowly avoiding the shockwave that followed. Realizing the strength of Rayquaza's attacks, Mutwo acknowledged that defeating this opponent would be more challenging than he had anticipated. Suddenly, Rayquaza surged forward, catching Mutwo off guard. The dragon aimed for a powerful dragon claw attack, but Mutwo deftly dodged, allowing the attack to miss. Seizing the opportunity, Mutwo gathered his psychic powers and launched a telekinetic blast at Rayquaza, causing the dragon to wince in pain. However, Rayquaza quickly recovered and lunged at Mutwo with a fierce crunch attack. Mutwo barely managed to evade the attack, feeling the rush of air as Rayquaza's jaws snapped just inches away. Rayquaza continued his assault, using his tail in a swift iron tail attack. Mutwo raised a psychic shield, but the impact cracked it significantly. Realizing he needed to escalate the battle, Mutwo decided to Mega Evolve. A powerful wind surrounded him, and in an instant, he transformed into a more formidable version of himself. That's fascinating, your Mutwo can evolve too. Lysandra remarked with a smirk. Too bad it won't help, he added, as Rayquaza prepared another dragon pulse. Mutwo, now in his Mega Evolved form, was ready. As Rayquaza fired the energy orb, Mutwo devised a plan. He gripped Rayquaza's hardened tail with his psychic powers, using it as a shield against the incoming attack. The dragon pulse exploded against Rayquaza's tail, protecting Mutwo from harm. With determination, Mutwo pulled Rayquaza's tail downward, sending the dragon towards the ocean. Mutwo concentrated, psychically compressing the water below into a solid wall. However, Rayquaza twisted mid-fall, halting just above the surface and gathering a volatile orb of energy, ready for his next move. He released a tremendous hyper beam skywards with precise aim. Mutwo didn't seem phased and put both hands together, generating an orb of compressed shadow energies. He flung the shadow ball downwards with as much power as he could. The shadow ball and hyper beam crashed against one another, passing right through each other due to the mutual ineffectiveness of ghost and normal type techniques. Both attacks flew towards their respective targets undeterred and collided with them. However, Mutwo reacted quickly, managing to bring up a powerful psychic shield that withstood Rayquaza's attack, though just barely, as his shield was severely dented and dissipated as soon as the hyper beam ended. To Mutwo's aggravation, he realized this hyper beam wasn't as strong as the one Rayquaza had used to destroy his command center earlier. The shadow ball exploded against Rayquaza, sending him crashing into the solidified water, breaking it and sending a large pillar of water upwards from the force of the blast and the dragon's impact. Mutwo narrowed his eyes. Was it over? Well. This Mutwo has lived beyond my expectations, Lysandra recalled his legendary Pokémon, still smirking. I guess I have to use my trump card too. Ash sighed slowly, this seriously wasn't looking good. Lysandra was up to something. Lysandra brought something out from his pocket and put it on his wrist, the Dynamax band. He picked up his Pokeball again, and suddenly a signal radiated from the band, causing the Pokeball to grow 10 times larger than usual. What the? Ash breathed out in shock. Smirking a little, Lysandra threw the pokeball into the water. The real surprise is yet to come. All of a sudden, the seawater lit up with an intense light and sparkled, and the ground under Ash's feet began to shake. Oh no! Serena exclaimed. Ash and Mutwo looked anxious. Then, emerging from the sea was Rayquaza, now much bigger and more powerful than its original form, radiating a formidable aura. Behold, the majestic Rayquaza in its Dynamax form. There was a heavy silence surrounding them. Ash, Serena, Mutwo, and Pikachu on Serena's shoulder all looked tense, to the point that even the tidal waves sounded like a roar. The dark, cloudy sky only added to the tension. In front of them floated a massive, intimidating version of Rayquaza. This artificial version looked beyond terrifying, causing Serena to feel overwhelmed. She felt weak, scared, and terrified. Never in her life had she faced something this colossal. If Ash wasn't there with her, she surely would have fainted. Breathlessly, she held her ribbon in sheer fear, gripping Ash's shoulder with her other hand. Pika Pika. Pikachu called from her shoulder. I am fine, Pikachu, just feeling a little weak. Pika Pikachu. I know Ash will save us, Pikachu. I have hope, I have faith. What is this? Ash exclaimed in shock. You like it, don't you? The villainous team leader spoke from beside the seashore, standing on the railing of a submarine. I knew Red's alternate self would be tougher and more of a troublemaker. That's why I came with this, the Dynamax transformation, a power that significantly increases the size of your Pokémon. Dynamax. What? Ash mumbled, still trying to comprehend. Curious, aren't you, boy? Lysandra smirked. How about you hand me over the yellow Mega Plate, and I'll tell you more about this transformation. Ash frowned, this was not good. This new transformation from the Galar region was something he had never faced before. A legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza possessing this power could lead to disastrous consequences. Alright, I'm running out of patience. Rayquaza, prepare for your majestic moves. The max moves. Lysandra commanded, causing Ash and Mutwo to pale. Before Mutwo could react, the legendary dragon transformed into a colossal Pokémon and activated Extreme Charge. Instead of flying, it harnessed its new power and charged at Mutwo with incredible speed, aiming its claws with deadly precision. Mutwo stared in disbelief at Rayquaza's newfound strength. It was formidable. In a desperate reflex, Mutwo launched a massive psychic wave, but the giant arm easily broke through it, crashing into a boulder behind him and shattering it. Mutwo felt the impact as pain shot through his body, crashing in front of Ash and Serena on the hill, yet somehow maintaining his form. And that goes max move number 1, 2 left, Lysandra whispered, still smirking. Mutwo. Ash cried out. Stop. Ash. Mutwo quickly replied. Leave this place now with your girlfriend, quick. No way. I'm not leaving you, Mutwo. Just do it. This monster is beyond my reach now. Despite the overwhelming odds, Mutwo refused to give up. He surged his power once again in his Y form and rose to his feet. Mutwo accelerated quickly, turning his back to Rayquaza, his eyes glowing as he exerted his power over the snow-covered mountain summit. He scanned the area for something to use against the colossal creature. He knew his attacks were ineffective against the dragon, and with his injuries, he couldn't muster them at full strength. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept by, causing the titanic dragon to shiver. Rayquaza looked up to see a massive sphere of water above him, locking eyes with Mutwo. With a swift motion, the water sphere fell, crashing into Rayquaza and dwarfing him due to its sheer size. Mutwo then pulled the water sphere back, slamming it hard into the mountainside, shaking the rocky foundation and triggering a massive avalanche with Rayquaza trapped inside. The icy water made it even more challenging for the artificial kaiju to counteract. Alright then, max move 2, Lysandra commanded. As the legendary Pokémon fell, trapped inside the water sphere and taking damage from the avalanche, it aimed at Mutwo, using the wind to gauge its target. Rayquaza took a breath and fired a small, hyperpressurized air bullet with deadly accuracy. The bullet flew at supersonic speeds, silently slicing through the air toward its target. Mutwo had no chance to react. The sound of impact echoed across the mountain range as the air bullet struck Mutwo, causing immense pain. The psychic activity halted as he felt the greatest pain he had ever experienced. He finally reverted to his normal form and fell harshly to the summit. Well, well. Looks like the genetic legendary finally reached his limit. Lysandra chuckled from the seashore, but Mutwo couldn't hear him as he lost consciousness for a moment. Mutwo. Wake up. This is not the end. We can't give up until the very end. Wake up, Mutwo. We have to fight. Suddenly, Mutwo heard a familiar voice. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see Ash's earnest face looking back at him. Ash. What are you doing here? I told you to leave. You know I couldn't leave you like this, Mutwo. This is foolish. You and your girlfriend are going to get hurt. No, we won't. Mutwo, this is not a game. I'm serious, Mutwo. If you know me better, you know how we can take that monster down. Mutwo stared at Ash for a moment before turning to face the artificial creature. Do you really think that will work, Ash? Mutwo asked weakly. It will. I have faith in you, Mutwo. I have faith in my Pokemon, Ash declared determinedly. Party is over, boy, Lysandra called out from below. I guess now you will hand over the yellow Mega Plate. In your dreams, Lysandra. The fight is far from over, Ash replied defiantly. Do you seriously want to get yourself and that pretty girl hurt? Nope. It is you who is going to get crushed. Ha! You young people never learn, do you? We shall see about that. Alright then, Rayquaza, prepare for max move, for the final time. Ash turned to Mutwo. Mutwo, can you Mega Evolve for the last time, with your last remaining energy? The legendary Pokemon nodded in response. Alright then. Pikachu, Greninja. I choose you, buddies. Pika Pika. Pikachu exclaimed. Greninja. Greninja responded. Let's get stronger together, buddy. Ash encouraged. Ninja. Greninja shouted, raising its hands. Soon, Greninja was engulfed in a torrent of water. As it evolved, the water collected into a massive water shuriken on its back, transforming its appearance to resemble Ash. Meanwhile, Mutwo gathered his last remaining powers, a strong aura surrounding him. He transformed, growing a long, purple appendage and spikes on his head, his eyes now red and larger. Mutwo Y was ready. Final max move. Lysandra whispered ominously. The transformed legendary gazed up at the mountain summit, took a breath, and fired a hyper-pressurized dragon pulse with precise aim. Mutwo quickly generated an orb of shadow energies and flung it with all his might. Greninja. Now! Ash shouted. Greninja formed a massive, orange water shuriken and threw it with determination. Ash took off his cap and tossed it to Pikachu, pulling out a Z crystal from his pocket. Let's do this, buddy. Much bigger than Thunderbolt, 10 million Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. Pikachu responded. Z, move. Shoo. 7 types of bolts of electricity, each a different color of the rainbow, were fired from Pikachu, merging with the enormous water shuriken and Mutwo's shadow ball, creating a colossal energy sphere. The energy sphere collided with the dragon pulse, repelling it and racing toward the transformed Rayquaza. When the energy sphere struck Rayquaza, an explosion of unimaginable force erupted, illuminating the area with intense light, causing everyone to shield their eyes. Moments later, the light faded, revealing Rayquaza collapsed in the sea, unconscious. That's not possible. Lysandra muttered in disbelief. The summit, once chaotic, was now enveloped in peaceful silence. We won. Ash whispered. Pika. Pikachu cheered. Yes, Ash, we won, Mutwo replied, returning to his normal form, still exhausted and bruised. Greninja helped Mutwo sit on a nearby rock. Serena rushed into Ash's arms, crying silently. It's finally over. Shoo, honey. It's okay, everything is over now. We are safe, Ash comforted her. I was scared, Ash. If anything bad happened. Shoo, it's alright, sweetie. Nothing bad can ever happen to you as long as I am alive. It is over. It is not, a scream echoed from the seashore. Lysandra. Everyone turned to the Team Skull leader, who seemed to have given up as his submarine moved away from the hills. Greninja attempted to launch a shuriken, but the submarine was already too far. Mutwo was not in a condition to attack either. "This isn't over, Ash," Lysandra declared darkly. "You may have one now, but I promise I will come back. I will target your weakest point, your most beloved ones, your friends, your family. And next time, I won't lose. I promise, Ash. I promise." Shivers ran through Ash as Lysandra's last words resonated in his mind, colder than anything he had ever felt. Did he just glimpse a future that Arceus had shown him? A future where he lost his most beloved one. Serena. It all started with a dream, a nightmare. Ash envisioned a future where everything lay in ruins, a place he recognized: Lumio City. A prairie fire raged everywhere, surrounded by debris, yet one structure remained untouched, the Prism Tower. The sundial glowed above it, pulsating with strange lights. As he watched, hoping for a change, the image shimmered and vanished. Then, he was struck with a shock. At the edge of the city lay someone on the ground: Serena. He rushed to her, crying out, cradling her head in his lap as she faded away. He felt he could have saved her, but he had failed. That was the future Lord Arceus had shown him. "Why did you do that, Ash?" a voice echoed in his mind. "Didn't I show you the future? What would happen if you chose her? You left everything to change that, yet you chose her over everything. Now get ready to lose her, forever." Ash jolted awake, regretting the dream. He was on Charizard's back, with Serena and Pikachu sound asleep. Serena leaned against him, and Pikachu rested on his lap. He knew that a moment of carelessness could lead to disaster. Mutwo had left them in Kalos after their battle in Galar. The Team Skull base was destroyed, and the region felt unfamiliar. Ash had a more important task: bringing Serena back home. He gazed at her peaceful face, realizing she looked like an angel, guiding him on the path of perseverance. But now, she was in danger because of him. He couldn't afford to lose her again, even if it meant separating from her. The thought hurt deeply, like a knife through his heart. He clenched his teeth, knowing he had to face the truth. From the beginning, it had always been his mission, and he had to do it alone. Yet, he had involved Serena, putting her in danger. The enemy had already targeted his two weakest points, his mother and Serena. He couldn't let that happen again. "Serena, wake up," he urged gently. She murmured. "Wake up, sweetie, we've reached your home." Serena opened her eyes, her gaze landing on Ash's face, which brought a smile to her lips. Charizard had landed on a path cutting through a vast field of flowers, a beautiful sight with wild Pokémon mingling among them. Serena recalled this scenery from her first day as a Pokémon trainer. "I know this path, it only takes 5 minutes to get home from here." "Come on, Ash, let's go," she said, starting to run but quickly realizing Ash wasn't following. "What's wrong, Ash?" "Mom will be happy to see you," she called back. "I'm not coming, Serena," he replied, looking down, unable to meet her eyes. "What? Why, Ash?" she asked, concern filling her voice. "I can't go with you," he said, feeling the weight of his words. "Do you know why I left you, my family, my friends in the first place, Serena?" he continued quietly. "Why, Ash?" she asked, stepping closer. "I saw the future. Lord Arceus showed me a future where everything was lost, and most frighteningly, I lost you. I failed." "That's not true. You already defeated Team Skull," she protested. Sighing, Ash looked into her eyes. "When you're on a mission with huge responsibility, you can't involve your loved ones, especially when it's dangerous. Bad things happen because of that." A moment of silence followed his words. Serena, shaken, asked, So that means, we can't be together anymore, Serena," he exclaimed, the weight of his decision crashing down on him. Those words felt distant to Serena, as if they came from far away. The person who said them was the last one she expected to utter such a thing. He meant everything to her, and hearing those words felt impossible. Meanwhile, Miette had not visited Serena in a while. Life as the top coordinator in the Sinnoh region had its challenges, and she often felt lonely. Despite their rocky start, she and Serena had grown closer, especially when Serena needed support during Ash's absence. After the Alolan Pokemon League, they had parted ways, and now Miette was back in Kalos, eager to see her friend. Grace informed Miette that Serena would be arriving shortly, prompting her to take the road to Vanilleville town. This small, quaint place was characterized by its townhouse-like dwellings and surrounded by grassy, flower-filled plains. To an outsider, it might seem isolated, given its distance from other Kalosian cities and towns. As Miette made her way, she felt a surge of excitement at the thought of reuniting with her best friend, unaware of the emotional turmoil that awaited her. Meanwhile, Serena confronted Ash, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is this a joke?" "No," he whispered, and a heavy silence fell between them. Serena felt as if her heart had skipped a beat. It seemed surreal that Ash could love her. The thought of him hurting her was unfathomable. "But why?" she asked, tears beginning to form in her eyes. "To save you." From the future, Ash replied, unable to meet her gaze, his head hanging low. "That's not true, Ash. You can protect me. You only end up getting hurt." "Staying with me," he admitted, his voice trembling. "Please. Don't leave me," she begged, her voice breaking. "I can't." Tears streamed down his face as well. "Are you in love with Misty?" she asked, her heart racing. "It was always you." "It still is. Always will be," he confessed, but the weight of his decision hung heavily in the air. Overwhelmed, Serena began to cry, feeling as if there was no tomorrow. Gathering his strength, Ash turned to walk away, his heart breaking with every step. He never imagined he would cause such pain to someone he cherished so deeply. Suddenly, he felt arms wrap around his waist from behind. He turned to see Serena hugging him tightly, shaking her head in denial. "Please, no," she pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. Ash felt a surge of pain as he struggled to find the right words. "Serena. Please," he said, his voice filled with urgency. But she continued to hold on, tears flowing freely. "I can't. Haven't we gone through enough? I can't stay away from you. Not anymore," she cried. Ash clenched his fists, his vision blurring with unshed tears. Despite his attempts to pull away, he found himself unable to break free from her embrace. He felt the warmth of her tears on his neck, a painful reminder of the despair they both faced. "Serena. Please," he whispered. "Ash. You," she said, her voice filled with anguish, and he sensed her grip loosening. In a daze, Ash approached Charizard, with Pikachu perched on his back, both of them looking shocked and concerned. "Pikachu!" Pikachu exclaimed, while Charizard let out a low roar. "Just take off, please," Ash urged, feeling the weight of his decision crushing him. Before he could second-guess himself, he climbed onto Charizard's back, every moment feeling like a dagger to his heart. He couldn't bear to look back, he knew that if he did, he would lose all resolve. "Find someone else, Serena. Find your happiness with someone better than me," he said softly as Charizard took to the skies. Serena stared at the sky, watching the path where Ash had flown away until he disappeared from view. She hoped he would turn back at the last moment, but he didn't. He had left her once again. Suddenly, her knees felt weak, as if her world was crumbling around her. Everything felt like it was falling apart, and she sank to the ground, crying hopelessly. This couldn't be happening, not to her. After all their struggles, she had to lose him again. It felt like her fate was betraying her. With her hands covering her face, she wished to escape this cruel world. "Come back, Ash. Please come back. I can't live without you," she cried, but he didn't return, and the meaning of life seemed to vanish for her. At that moment, she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Miette. Serena didn't know how long she cried on Miette's shoulder, but it was the only thing she could do. "Ash Ketchum shall pay for this, Serena, I promise," Miette whispered. "What?" Serena looked up, confused. "You heard me, your ex-boyfriend shall pay for what he has done." "Please don't say that," Serena whimpered. "Ash left me to protect me." Her voice was filled with agony. "I know, I heard his reasoning, but that doesn't give him the right to leave you out of nowhere." "Miette. Do you love him or not?" Miette asked. Serena nodded, tears still in her eyes. Then get up, Serena. From now on, we are on a new mission, to get Ash Ketchum back to you. Serena looked surprised. Really? Just have faith in your best friend. Ash will come back if he truly loves you, and he needs to learn that leaving someone for their own good is wrong, Miette said, offering her hand to help her up. For the first time, Miette's eyes sparkled with hope, and Serena felt a new prospect emerge. She took Miette's hand and stood up. Get ready, Serena. We have a job to do. What? You need to prepare for the upcoming first Alolan Showcase competition. What? End of Phase 2. Pokémon, The Ultimate Quest, Phase 3. Champion Leon will be ready. People all around the world will bear witness. When Champion of Alola and Alolan Queen will fight side by side. Together. Chapter end. You can't just split the Amour shipping. This was the first message I received after publishing the last chapter. Honestly, I often ask for your opinions on the story, how you feel about it, how it should flow, and if there are any flaws. Yet, most of the time, I hear back only from my regular reviewers. That's why I had to follow my own plot. I do value the recommendations from those who consistently support the story. Now, I want to address something important. I live in a country where English isn't even a second language, and writing a fanfiction like this is quite challenging. But I want to continue this story because I love Pokémon and Amour shipping. So, I kindly ask for a bit of support from all of you, especially Amour shippers. A little encouragement, a review, or a vote can really motivate me. If you notice any mistakes in my story, please let me know, and I will fix them right away. Although I have a strong plotline, I welcome any ideas you might have. The next chapter is coming soon. Please vote and review if you have any suggestions or if you find any errors. Happy reading. Welcome back, everyone. I hope I have returning readers. I'm here with the final phase of the Ultimate Quest verse. Yes, this is the last major phase I will be writing, tying up every loose plot thread introduced throughout the series. I believe it will be an emotional journey for all of us. People often say that Vanillave Town is always warm and can lift your spirits, even if you're not from Kalos. It's a quaint town with charming homes surrounded by grassy, flowery plains. To an outsider, it might seem like it's in the middle of nowhere, given its distance from other Kalosian cities. However, the ambience here never fails to keep your mood bright unless it rains. When the weather changes, the cheerful town becomes gloomy, reflecting the mood of its people. It had been 2 days since Serena last saw the sun, and the rain continued to pour. She didn't care much about the weather, her heart felt heavier than ever. Resting her forehead against the window, she watched the raindrops fall, tears often welling in her eyes. Despite her belief that she had no more tears left to cry, they continued to flow, deepening her sadness. He was gone, and she couldn't believe it. She wished Ash would suddenly appear, burst into her room, and confess his love for her. But that didn't happen. Did he love her? Ironically, he did, and that was what hurt her the most. He left to protect her, to keep her safe from harm, taking all the dangers upon himself. Would he ever understand that she would gladly embrace a life with him, even if it were brief? A life without Ash felt like a nightmare, yet that was the reality she faced. Serena just wanted her Ash back, no matter the cost. If it meant facing death, she would choose to be in his arms. Knock. Knock. Serena, open the door. Miette called, knocking persistently. Go away. Serena, this is too much. You haven't eaten in 2 days. You'll get sick. I'm fine, just go away. Are you sure? Especially since Ash is here to apologize to you. In an instant, Serena rushed to the door, only to feel disappointment wash over her. Miette stood there with a tray of food, but Ash was nowhere to be seen. You tricked me, Miette. Serena said, her voice heavy as she returned to her bed. Looks like my girl can also use some strong words, Miette replied with a smirk. Just leave me alone. Miette set the tray on the bedside table and sat beside Serena, gently stroking her hair. Serena buried her face in her pillow, trying to hide her tears. Serena, I know things are tough for you, but you can't give up like this, Miette urged. Serena remained silent. Just remember, he still loves you and cares for you. He left because of that stupid god Arceus, Miette said, causing Serena to whimper into her pillow. Let me tell you something, Serena. Ash is going to attend his first Elite Four trials in Alola soon. Really? Serena finally looked up, her face still tear-streaked. Yes. And you know what happens when Ash battles while feeling down, especially without you, right? Miette's smirk widened. Meanwhile, far away in Akala Island, Alola, it was also raining. Ash walked through the morning, unfazed by the downpour. Pikachu took shelter in his backpack as Ash continued on, lost in thought. Since leaving Serena, he had become distant and expressionless. The rain masked his tears, but perhaps it also provided some comfort. The girl he left behind loved him more than he could ever love himself. She had always cared for him, stood by him, and supported him, whether he needed it or not. She was the one who reminded him of the mantra of never giving up. She loved him. And what did he do in return? He left her out of nowhere, not once but twice. That beautiful angel who brought love into his life, he just abandoned her heartlessly. Was it wrong to consider him the biggest JRK in the history of the Pokemon world? Ash didn't know, but he probably would have agreed with that title. Right now, he didn't care about anything in the outside world. He had his mission. Once he collected all the mega plates of Arceus, he would leave human society for good, far away from Serena, far away from friends. It was for the best. The longer he stayed near her, the more she got hurt. Ash should leave Serena once and for all so that she could finally move on and find someone better than him. Pikachu. His faithful yellow buddy called out in concern from his backpack. Ever since Ash left Serena, he seemed more downcast than ever. That trademark Ash Ketchum brightness and smile were gone. He barely even talked to anyone, not even his closest friend, Pikachu. That concerned him. Pika. Pikachu called again. Ash was silent. Pika Pika. Pikachu urged. Still no answer. Pikachu. A thunder shock from Pikachu finally brought Ash back to reality, and he looked back at his backpack. Pikachu. Are you alright, buddy? Pikapi. Hold on a second, let me get you under a tree. Ash quickly moved to a dry spot under a tree and opened his backpack. His faithful yellow buddy almost flew out. Pikapi. Pikachu. Is there anything wrong, buddy? Are you getting cold? Pika Pika. Pikachu. I am fine, Pikachu. Pika Pikachu. Why are you bringing that topic up again, Pikachu? You saw I left her, right in front of you. Pika Pi, Pika Pikachu. Ash chose not to answer. He quietly sat under the tree, where the ground was still dry, and remained there for some time. Then he murmured, I shall never get back to her, ever again, so that she can finally move on and be happy. Pika. His yellow buddy whispered in shock. Silently, Ash grabbed his backpack, picked up all his Pokeball, and threw them all at once. Roware. Greninja. Pidgeot. Infernape. Lucario. 5 of Ash's old Pokemon appeared in front of him. Even in the rain, they didn't seem bothered. They knew their master was sad, and they were there to support him. Tell me something, guys, am I the most horrible person in the world? Gren. Rower. She loved me more than anything. She cared for me like a keeper, cheered me whenever I needed it. She gave me the power to never give up, and you know what I just did? I left her. Silence filled the air as they absorbed his words. And this wasn't the first time. I left her before too, making her cry over and over again, and that angel just keeps loving me no matter what. I just keep causing her to suffer. So tell me, am I not the most horrible person in the world? Roware. Greninja. Pidgeot. Infernape. Lucario. Pika Pika. All of Ash's Pokemon replied negatively, but that didn't comfort Ash. He continued to sit there silently until a tear slowly rolled down his cheek. That was the moment when Arceus appeared. The morning came too soon and much too hectic. Serena was awakened by Miette shaking her shoulder, urging her to get up right away or risk being late to Ash's first Alolan Elite Four trial in the Grand Trial Stadium of Memorial Hill. Serena felt weak and fragile. She was still dealing with the heartbreak of losing Ash. She didn't even know how she would react if she faced Ash again. Would he reject her again? That thought was unbearable. Life after Ash left her had been difficult. The moment he walked away, she felt emotionally shattered once more. It was Miette who gave her a glimmer of hope, a chance to win back Ash. But Serena was uncertain if it would ever work out. She didn't want to think about it. All she wanted was her beloved Ash back. Miette had brought her to Akala Island in Alola overnight. After dropping off their Pokémon at the Pokémon Center at midnight, Serena and Miette both fell into a deep sleep. Now, Serena rushed into the bathroom, turned on the water, and scrubbed herself anxiously. When she emerged a few minutes later, she found that Miette had left a dress and a pair of shoes on her bed. A simple hair tie lay on the bedside table. Serena pulled her hair back and secured it in place. It would have to do. She held the dress up by the shoulders and frowned at it. Miette had left her a white sundress and a pair of flats. It was hard for Serena to believe they belonged to her. Doubtful, she slipped into the dress. Today, she was going to attend the first Elite Four trial, not to win Ash back, but for Ash. Serena knew Ash still loved her. Without her, he might lose control again, just like during the Alolan Pokemon League semi-final. She couldn't let that happen again. Together with Miette, Serena ran out the door and raced through the streets. They were sure to be late otherwise. By the time they reached the hill where the arena stood, Serena was pushing on her knees to make her way up the incline, with Miette behind her, helping her up the hill. Just like the baking contest at Café des Artistes, there were television vans outside the entrance, with dozens of people and Pokémon bustling about. Serena rolled her eyes, realizing that this event was going to be broadcasted. When they finally reached the gate, they encountered the security guard. "Identification, please," he requested. Miette, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "There it is, I'm surprised you still haven't recognized me." She presented her identity card. The guard's expression changed immediately as he checked the card. "Madame Miette Millefeuille, Queen of the Sinnoh region, it's an honor to have you at our first Grand Elite Four trial. I apologize for not recognizing you." "It's all right, come on, Serena," Miette said, leading the way. For all the grandeur of the stadium, the arena itself was rather small. The signs directing them to the VIP box were easy to follow, as Miette had arranged for them to watch from there, their destination just a short distance away. Serena found herself struggling with each step, feeling more and more exhausted. When she opened the door to the box, she noticed it was empty. "It looks like we have this place to ourselves," Miette said cheerfully. Serena stepped forward, inching toward the single row of seats right in front of the window. She searched the field with her eyes, but he wasn't there yet. "That's fine with me," Miette continued. "More room to stretch out. It's kind of cramped in those regular seats, you know. Now you can cheer as loud as you want for your ex." Miette teased. "Come on, Miette." Serena replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Serena wandered into the row of seats and took one. They were all empty, unlike the outer stadium, which was already filled with Alolans eager to watch the very first Elite Four Grand Trial of the Alolan region. The window in front of the box was open to the outside, and Serena leaned slightly out, looking down at the battlefield below. On one side, Ash stood with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, his fists clenched with excitement, though he remained surprisingly quiet. Years of rigorous training had led him to this moment. Opposite him, the first Elite Four kahuna, Olivia, stood with her arms folded behind her back, calm and composed. Camera crews surrounded them, fitting both with microphones. Ash recalled his encounter with Diantha from the Kalos region, even she had not been as imposing as Olivia. He wondered if he could actually win this battle. Kahuna Olivia's presence was formidable, exuding a sense of quiet power that Ash could almost feel. The stadium announcer began the introductions. In this grand trial, the Alolan League winner Ash Ketchum will challenge Kahuna Olivia of Akala Island in a one-on-one battle. If he wins, he will receive the blue plate from Kahuna Olivia and move one step closer to becoming the champion of the Alola region. If he fails, his journey stops here, and he must give up the yellow plate he currently holds as a trophy. However, he will retain the prize money for winning the league, the announcer explained as the crowd listened intently. Ash's heart sank when he spotted her. Just as advertised, Serena was in the VIP box, as close as she could be to him. She gripped the window frame tightly. Are you okay? Miette asked, joining her at the window. Serena met her gaze briefly before looking away, unable to take her eyes off Ash. No, she admitted. Everything is going to be alright, Serena. Trust me, Ash will win, Miette reassured her. Serena let out a sharp breath. I know. The referee raised his flags and announced, the Kahuna and the Challenger have already selected their first Pokémon before entering the field and cannot change until one of the Pokémon is unable to battle. The winner will be determined when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Both trainers nodded in agreement. Serena clutched her ribbon as the stadium erupted in cheers. Olivia surveyed Ash with a smirk. You have come a long way, league winner, but I'm afraid this is where it ends. I can't risk the blue mega plate with someone unknown like you, especially after your tactics in the league. I'm sorry. Olivia sent out her best Pokémon. Moments before, the stadium had been roaring, but as soon as the Pokémon appeared, a hush fell over the crowd. It was Tapu Lele, the revered guardian deity of Akala Island. The announcer broke the silence. It is Tapu Lele, the famous guardian deity of Akala Island. Unbelievable. Can our challenger match it? The crowd remained silent, aware that defeating a legendary Pokémon like Tapu Lele was a daunting task. Yet, Ash Ketchum had already defeated 4 legendary Pokémon in the league, so anything was possible. Ash locked eyes with the guardian deity for a moment before reaching for a Pokeball. I guess I have no other choice but you, little friend. When Ash's Pokémon appeared on the field, gasps echoed throughout the stadium. No one expected Ash to have this Pokémon, Poipole, an ultra beast from another dimension. In that moment, the stadium was completely silent. Ash closed his eyes briefly, recalling Lord Arceus's words, remember, Ash, this is an ultra beast, which possesses power similar to that of legendary Pokémon, so use it carefully. It's been a while since we last spoke, Ash Ketchum, Lord Arceus said as he appeared suddenly before Ash, the rain intensifying with the god Pokémon's arrival. On his way to Paniola town, Ash had taken shelter under a tree from the heavy rain, feeling the gloominess that surrounded him. He didn't flinch at Arceus's sudden appearance. It's good to see you again, Arceus, Ash replied. What's wrong, Ash? The god Pokémon asked. You look sad. Am I? Why do you ask, Arceus? Don't you know everything? Ash responded, a hint of frustration in his voice. I do, but I have a feeling that you blame me for everything, Ash. You showed me that vision, didn't you? Ash snapped. Because of you, I had to leave her. This time forever. His voice was filled with pain. Arceus remained silent for a moment, observing Ash before finally responding, that wasn't just a vision, Ash, that was your future. The girl dies if you choose to stay with her. I know. It was your choice from the very beginning. You chose to come with me, you fell for the girl. It was your choice to leave her, not mine. I know. Ash shouted. The god Pokémon paused again before saying, if you manage to change the future, the girl lives. After that, you can reunite with her, Ash. I am done with that, Ash said suddenly. I've already caused enough pain to Serena. No more. After all of this, I'm going to leave everything for good. Are you quite sure, boy? I am. Well, in that case, as I stated before, we will see about that. The god Pokémon smirked. Today, I have something for you. Ash was unsure how to react as a small, purple Pokémon floated around Arceus. It had a bipedal build with a large head and small limbs, with 3 spikes on its head, 1 in the front and 1 on each side. Poo-poo-poo-poo-poo, the Pokémon cried out. What is this? Ash asked, having never seen such a Pokémon before. It's Poipole, an ultra beast from another dimension called Ultra Space, Arceus explained. Ultra what? Ash replied, confused. Ultra Space is an interdimensional realm filled with crystalline meteoroids, home to Necrozma and various members of the cosmic line. It connects to different universes through ultra wormholes, which can be opened by the Light Trio. Alola is one of their portals. Okay, so what is this ultra beast doing here? Ash inquired. It didn't come here on purpose, it got stuck in an ultra wormhole and ended up here. Alright, what do you want me to do? Ash asked. I want you to keep it. Why? Ash was taken aback. This Ultra Beast possesses powers similar to legendary Pokémon. It could be useful for your upcoming Elite Four trials. Ash blinked in surprise. First, Arceus appeared with an Ultra Beast, and now he wanted him to keep it. As a dedicated Pokémon trainer, Ash felt this was unfair. I'm sorry, Lord Arceus, but I can't keep it. Really? Why not? Arceus raised an eyebrow. I'm a fair Pokémon trainer. I've come this far on my own, training with my Pokémon to become a master. Using an Ultra Beast with your help feels like cheating, right, Pikachu? Pika Pika, Pikachu agreed. Pokémon Master. I thought you weren't interested in that anymore. You said you wanted to leave as soon as the mission was over, Arceus smirked. I will. I just can't accept legendary level support from you, Arceus, Ash insisted, turning away. Even if that Pokémon needs help. Help. Ash looked back at the Pokémon, which was nuzzling against his leg. Poo poo. Alright, I will take care of this Ultra Beast, but I won't use it in the upcoming Elite Four trials. Arceus smirked knowingly. Remember, you said you get stronger with your Pokémon. Just do the same with this one, and you can win the Elite Four trials. It takes skilled trainers to bring out the full potential of Ultra Beasts. What do you mean? Have other trainers owned Ultra Beasts? Yes. Who? Red. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the announcer, Harry Dallas, commented on the scene unfolding in the stadium. Our challenger, Ash Ketchum, has an Ultra Beast for his first Elite Four trials. This is certainly interesting. The crowd roared as the Ultra Beast cried out again. Poo. Let the battle begin. Harry announced, as Serena watched from the VIP box. Kahuna Olivia smirked and called out, you know, there's a myth in the Alolan region. What? Ash replied slowly. Ultra Beasts have terrorized the Alolan region for generations, and guardian deities like Tapu Lele have saved us. An evil man once tried to overpower things with Ultra Beasts, but he was stopped. Today, you come here trying to obtain ancient Mega Plates with the help of an Ultra Beast. I have no evil intentions. I just want to win the championship. You seem to have your reasons, but you also have reasons to use an Ultra Beast against me. Tapu Lele. Charge. The guardian deity charged at the Ultra Beast, which was still floating playfully. Poipole, quick, dodge. Ash commanded, but the Ultra Beast seemed to be in a playful mood. Poipole. Use poison. Now. Ash shouted. Again, there was no reaction. The baby Ultra Beast continued to float around carelessly. Damn it, Poipole. Why won't you just listen to me? Ash exclaimed in frustration. The crowd murmured as Harry commented, looks like Ash is having trouble with his Ultra Beast. As Olivia smirked, she called out, well. Looks like I'm going to win easily. Tapu, Psychic Terrain. A psychic terrain enveloped the field, causing gasps throughout the stadium. Poipole. Get out from there. Ash cried desperately, but the Ultra Beast remained unfazed. Charge, Tapu. Olivia commanded. The guardian deity charged again, but the baby Ultra Beast dodged, still in its playful state. However, the psychic terrain allowed Tapu to strike with double speed, hitting the Ultra Beast. Poo, it cried out as it was knocked back. The baby Ultra Beast got back up and retaliated with a poison attack, but Tapu was already in position, ready to charge again. Poo, the Ultra Beast cried as it faced another challenge in front of Ash. Ash quickly took the injured Ultra Beast in his hand. He spoke to Poipole, hoping to establish trust. Look, Poipole, if you don't listen to me, you might get hurt. I know we just met, but I hope we can work well together in this round. Poipole flinched slightly at his words. Don't worry, Ash reassured it. I won't hurt you. I just hope we can win this round together. With determination, Ash pointed to the honey blonde girl who had joined Miette. That's Serena, he said. She's amazing, and I really need to win this for her. I can't disappoint her. His eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. Poipole responded with a determined cry, and Ash felt a surge of hope. Thanks so much. We'll do great. The Ultra Beast stood up again, now more obedient and focused. Olivia smirked, noticing Ash's control over the Ultra Beast. Alright, Tapu Lele, charge again. The guardian deity surged forward with impressive speed. Dodge! Ash commanded, and Poipole swiftly evaded the incoming attack. Now! Fury attack! The stinger on Poipole's head began to glow, and it charged directly at Tapu Lele. The attack sent the guardian deity flying across the field. Impossible! That Ultra Beast is finally getting into the game. Olivia exclaimed, surprised. Alright, Tapu, let's finish this. Charge again. Dodge! Ash countered, and Poipole swiftly avoided the attack. But Olivia had other plans. Now I got you. Tapu. Psybeam. Before Ash could react, Tapu Lele unleashed a powerful Psybeam that struck Poipole, causing it to collapse in front of Ash. Poipole. Ash shouted in concern. Pikachu echoed his worry. The referee raised his flag, ready to announce the outcome. Poipole is unable to battle, the winner is. Suddenly, Poipole began to glow brightly, and Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. It's evolving, he whispered with excitement. The Ultra Beast transformed, growing larger and more powerful, its body changing colors and features. Naganadel! Ash exclaimed with a grin as the newly evolved Ultra Beast roared triumphantly. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Serena felt a wave of relief wash over her. Kahuna Olivia eyed the evolved Ultra Beast with a smirk. Evolve it to whatever you can, my guardian deity is still unbeatable. We shall see, Ash replied confidently. Naganadel, you're up. He commanded, summoning the newly evolved Pokémon. Use Dragon Pulse. Block it with Psybeam. Olivia ordered, and both Pokémon unleashed their attacks, resulting in a powerful collision. Now, Ice Beam. Dodge and use Toxic. Ash shouted. Naganadel, now larger than Tapu Lele, maneuvered to avoid the attack but felt the chill of the Ice Beam. Never mind. Dragon Pulse. Tapu Lele, Draining Kiss. Olivia commanded calmly. Tapu Lele allowed Naganadel to attack, emitting a light aura before striking back. Ash knew he had to act quickly. Naganadel, let's get that stinger thawed out. Slam it into the ground. Naganadel obeyed, shattering some of the ice. Now, use X-Scissor. Miette leaned forward, curious. What's Ash doing? He knows what Draining Kiss does, right? Yes, Serena whispered, watching intently. Naganadel's stinger glowed as it charged forward, striking Tapu Lele. Ash then commanded it to use Toxic, creating a burst of poison that enveloped both Pokémon. Psybeam. Olivia shouted, and Tapu Lele charged again. Dragon Pulse. Ash countered. The two attacks collided, creating a large explosion that sent Naganadel flying backward. When the smoke cleared, Ash noticed Tapu Lele was hurt but still standing. What a fierce battle. The infamous Ultra Beast, Naganadel, and the legendary Tapu Lele are both determined not to give up. Harry announced, and the crowd roared in excitement. Serena tightened her grip on her ribbon, feeling the tension in the air. That boy is going down. Tapu Lele, use Psychic Terrain and track that Ultra Beast down. Olivia commanded as Tapu Lele created a terrain that intensified the sunlight. Now, Dazzling Gleam. Olivia ordered, and the island legendary charged up a powerful beam. Dodge it with acrobatics. Ash called, and Naganadel swiftly evaded the attack. Don't let it escape. Olivia yelled. Tapu Lele, keep intercepting it with Dazzling Gleam and use Draining Kiss if you get closer. Olivia instructed as the legendary Pokémon cornered Naganadel. The battle was far from over. Most genuine Pokémon lovers never wanted this comedic, childish version of Ash to be the winner, especially in this weaker version of the league compared to others. One of Ash's notable victories this season was against Tapu Koko, and he achieved a remarkable Z-move of 10 million volts. After the league, Sun and Moon finally gained some attention, and after watching the last episode, I never thought I would say this, but I'm really going to miss Alola. No matter how much you might dislike Sun and Moon for its art style or humor, you have to admit that no other region has left Ash feeling so fulfilled and complete as the Alola region. He won a league for the first time, became a champion for the first time, and even defeated a legendary Pokémon. What a significant milestone. The last episode was incredibly emotional and was directed and presented far better than most episodes of Sun and Moon. At times, it reached the level of XYZ, which always carried a sense of seriousness and emotion. However, the story lacked in some aspects. I felt particularly sorry for Mallow. One by one, every member of the group left, and she was left all alone in Alola. Anyway, Alola and Sun and Moon, you will be missed and remembered. Before I go, I have one question for you. In my story, there will soon be a pair versus pair battle in the upcoming Elite Four trials, a little spoiler. Which pair from Ash's side do you prefer? Should it be Pikachu and Greninja or Pikachu and Naganadel? Let me know your opinion in the reviews. And of course, my humble request, please vote for the story. It means a lot to me. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Alola. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Today, I am here with a brand new chapter, specifically an Amore shipping chapter. This chapter is one of my favorites. Why? Well, Amore shippers, you'll have to find out by reading on. Without wasting more time, let's get into the story. The ship looked like it was made of alabaster, gleaming perfectly in the sunlight. Stretching almost the entire length of the port, it appeared larger than the SS and/or any ships Ash had taken through the Decolor Islands. Smokestacks were evenly spaced along the top, puffing out steam, and a captain's bridge was visible through near-reflective windows, with a Pokémon seemingly inside. At the back was a large pool with people playing in it, while at the front, a battlefield showcased a duel between a Scizor and a Carbink. Ash could smell delicious food wafting from every corner of the ship. Painted on the side in golden letters were the words, Alola Queen Mary, or AQM for short. The AQM wasn't the biggest ship in the world, but what made it unique was its showcase stadium inside. The upcoming Alolan Showcase contest was set to take place there. The Alolan region was still new to showcase events, and none of the islands had a single showcase stadium. So, the authorities decided to arrange the first showcase contest in Alolan history on a ship with a stadium. Thus, AQM came into the scene. The ship would stop by every island while all the Princess Key rounds and Master Class contests took place in that stadium. This promotional strategy worked wonders with the Alolan people, especially among teenage girls. Currently, the ship was docked at the Akala Ferry Terminal, located on the west side of the city. Although traditionally upgraded to a seaport long ago, it still retained the name Akala Ferry Terminal for some unknown reason. Standing on the deck, Ash was lazily watching the incoming passengers, leaning against the railing. He wasn't particularly a fan of this ship trip. He would have preferred taking a ferry to the next island for the upcoming Elite Four trial, but he was forced to do this. Although he could have avoided Serena, he couldn't avoid Gary. Pikapi. Pikachu yawned from Ash's shoulder. I know, buddy, it's boring. I'd rather take the ferry to Ula Ula Island for the next trial. But who would have thought Gary would find us? That's right, Ashy boy. Gary's familiar voice came from beside him as he approached the railing. You really thought you could ditch me after you promised to get to the other mega plates? I never promised anything to you, Gary. You've been hanging around since the beginning, but my situation can turn dangerous at any time, so I had to come without you for your own safety. For the record, Ashy boy, as a researcher, I'm more familiar with dealing with dangerous situations than you. Based on my experience, you're still an amateur. Alright, Gary. Do you always aim to be a JRK? Is that all that's on your mind? Ash hissed through clenched teeth, electricity sparking on Pikachu's cheeks. Calm down, Ashy boy. If anyone is a JRK here, it's you. Really? And what makes me a JRK, not you? Pika. You're the one who left Serena, Ash, not me. That's something we never imagined. Gary replied calmly. And that was enough to end the argument. Gary was right. Nobody ever thought Ash would leave the only love of his life, Serena. Not even Delia. She was furious beyond measure and couldn't believe Ash would leave such a wonderful girl. As soon as she left the hospital, she called Ms. Grace to apologize. Surprisingly, Ms. Grace remained calm. For the first time in his life, Ash had to leave home without even saying goodbye to his mom. He had to, there was no other way. Moreover, He feared that his mom would convince him to take Serena back, a tempting risk he couldn't afford again. That's why he felt he had to run away from home. Here are some things Ms. Delia told me to give you. Take it. Gary said, offering a bag full of home-cooked items. Ash took it silently. The ship horned loudly, signaling its departure. Ash would have preferred to return to his room for a nap before starting his training for the upcoming trial. But it was the moment he saw her. A limousine skidded to a stop beside the ramp that led upwards, allowing passengers to board. The ship was about to take off, but suddenly delayed for 5 minutes as the Sinnoh Queen stormed out of the limousine to catch it. The ship wouldn't leave without its special guest, would it? The area quickly became crowded with paparazzi at the sight of Sinnoh Queen Miette. However, it wasn't Miette who caught Ash's attention, it was a familiar face beside her. His heart skipped a beat. It was Serena. Serena and Miette were in a rush as they reached Akala ferry terminal, just like every other time they were late. The ship was about to depart when they arrived. As soon as Miette exited the limousine, the crowd of paparazzi delayed them further. Eventually, Miette managed to board the ship with the help of security. Inside the ship, Miette quickly made her way to her suite, a luxurious stateroom offered to her as the special guest of the upcoming showcase contest. Miette, is it okay for me to stay with you? Serena asked as they settled in. Why not? Are you worried about sharing a room with me? Miette teased, flopping onto the king-size bed. Don't worry, I'm not a lesbian, you can share the room with me. All I'm saying is, as a competitor in the Alolan showcase competition, is it okay for me to stay with the special guest? Serena replied, her cheeks flushed. Why not? People might think you're helping me in the competition, and I don't want that, Serena said, looking down. Miette turned to her best friend. You and I both know you don't need my help to win. There's nothing wrong with two friends sharing a room. Serena still looked down, and Miette understood. After days of insistence from Miette, Serena had finally decided to participate in the Alolan showcase competition. However, sharing a room with the special guest could lead to gossip, and Serena wanted to avoid that. Miette gently took Serena's hand and sat beside her. You're not just here to win, you're here for a purpose, right? Serena nodded. Then don't let people distract you from your purpose. Fight for it. You know your destiny is with Ash, right? Fight for it. People will gossip, but they will forget. You will win Ash forever. Have faith in that. I do, Serena finally said. It was dark outside, but Serena was awake. She needed a little walk in the sea breeze to clear her mind. In her pajamas, she quietly walked on the ship deck. The biggest disadvantage of being in a first-class suite was that it was always located at the top of the ship. She walked down through the different classes to reach the deck. Finally, she enjoyed the soft salty sea air. It was then she saw him, leaning on the railing, gazing at the horizon alone, even Pikachu wasn't with him. A few days ago, they had been inseparable, and now she couldn't think of how to approach the person dearest to her. That thought pained her heart. Miette had strongly advised Serena against approaching Ash, so she decided to turn and walk away. Serena. His deep voice called from behind, stopping her in her tracks. How are you? Serena turned around. Ash looked the same as ever. There was no way she could ignore his voice. I'm fine. And you? I'm fine too. Thanks, Ash replied, scratching the back of his head, a sign of his nervousness. There they stood, close together on the deck, under the night sky filled with stars. Words failed them both, and the silence was painfully awkward. Ash felt unsure about how to talk to Serena. He had caused her pain before, and now he couldn't even look at her. What if she had moved on? That thought stirred strange emotions within him. So. What are you doing here, Serena? He finally managed to ask. I'm here to participate in the upcoming Alolan showcase competition, she replied. Really, Serena? Best of luck. I know you're going to win. Ash said, his tone brightening. That made Serena look up into his eyes. They were the same as when he loved her, and even now, those eyes were her motivation to come this far and win everything. Suddenly, she felt the urge to break down the barriers between them. Right there, right now, she had to. Ash. Listen. I still low. What are you doing here, Serena? Miette's furious voice interrupted, startling both Ash and Serena. Grabbing Serena's arm, Miette asked sternly, "What are you doing here? I told you to stay away from him." "I was just walking by and saw Ash." "Do you really want to get hurt again? I almost heard you confessing." I didn't mean that. Don't play dumb. Come here." With that, Miette began to drag Serena away but stopped midway to turn to Ash. "Let me make this clear, JRK. As my former friend, I wish you good luck in your upcoming Elite Four trials, but stay away from my best friend Serena. You've caused her enough pain. Do you understand?" "That was rude." Serena protested as Miette pulled her away from the deck. Under the night sky, Ash stood quietly, looking down in silence until he felt a nudge at his leg. Pika Pika, his faithful companion, Pikachu, tried to comfort him. "She was right, buddy," Ash admitted. Gazing down. "Pika. I'm a JRK, aren't I?" he said, still looking down. "Pikachu. Maybe I should stay away from her. For her sake." The stage was lit up with vibrant colors bouncing off the parquet floor. Two large monitors displayed the official symbol for the showcase, and the theater was perfectly located inside the Alola Queen Mary. "I just know she's going to win," Ash whispered as he entered the stadium. "Pika Pika." Ash settled into a seat, though it was a challenge. The showcase theater had two levels, the upper for ship passengers and the lower for the natives of Alola Island. Despite being a passenger, Ash found himself in the lower section, wearing his old visor. "I had to wear this old visor, Pikachu. If Serena sees me, she'll get distracted, and then Miette will kick me out," he explained. "Pika Pika. I can't miss her show, buddy. You know I can't." Ash chuckled at how much he enjoyed watching showcases now. A few years ago, he would have preferred training during them, but now he wanted to support Serena after everything she had done for him. His attention was drawn to the stage as Monsieur Harry Dallas made a grand entrance, rising from below the stage. Smoke filled the performance hall as the lights dimmed and a spotlight landed on him. Dressed in a blue suit and top hat, he commanded the audience's attention. "Bonjour, all you Pokémon Showcase lovers." Harry's voice boomed as the smoke faded. "It's me. Your beloved Monsieur Harry, welcoming you to the first showcase competition of the Alola region." Fireworks erupted around the stage, and the crowd gasped in delight. "Alolans. Let me give you a short detail for the upcoming competition. Unlike the Kalos region, the competition will go through 4 rounds. Harry announced. The first round is all about group performance. The applicants shall perform on stage as a group. The one who shines the most and captures your hearts will be the group winner and qualify for the next round. The crowd cheered again. Today, 8 lucky mademoiselles will walk away with these. Harry gestured, and Klefki flew through the fireworks, carrying 8 keys that resembled the town's gate. Even though this is the first showcase competition in the Alolan region, we have received tremendous responses from young performers, he continued, basking in the applause. On a big screen above the stage, the names of the applicant performers appeared, but Ash was only focused on one name, Serena, who was in Group C. "Alright, buddy," Ash said to Pikachu. "I think we have to sit through 2 boring rounds until she comes." Pika Pika. The crowd's excitement was palpable, their cheers echoing outside the theater. Behind the curtain, Serena stood with her Pancham and Sylveon, feeling both familiar and nervous. Group B's performance had just ended, and the crowd was voting with glow casters. "Nervous, Serena?" Miette approached her. "A little bit," Serena admitted, looking down. "There's no reason to be nervous. A talented performer like you can easily win this." Pancham. "See. Your Pokémon agrees." "I know." Serena still looked down. It's been a while since I last performed." Miette sighed, knowing she needed to give Serena a final boost. "Alright, Serena, remember, Ash is also here." "He is here." Serena looked up, her expression changing. "Yes, but he came with his old visor," Miette teased. The atmosphere shifted, Serena's nerves began to fade. "Go, Serena. Win this for him." I will." Pancham. Sylveon. The excitement in the air was electric as the competition was about to begin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, Group C for the group performance, announcer Harry exclaimed. The audience responded with applause, and from her spot in the corner, Serena scanned the crowd for someone special. There he was. For just a brief moment, she caught sight of him, wearing the same old visor, a futile attempt to conceal himself. She sighed softly. Pancham, can you do me a favor? She asked her loyal oldest Pokémon. Pancham, he replied, tilting his head in curiosity. Would you please stay here, Pancham? Today, I only want to perform with Sylveon, just one Pokémon, she explained, her determination shining through. Pancham, he protested, clearly not understanding her reasoning. Please, Pancham. Today, I want to prove that I am worthy of him, she pleaded, her eyes filled with hope. Pancham, he exclaimed again, still hesitant. Please, she urged, her heart set on this performance. On cue, the tent flaps parted, instantly silencing the crowd as they gazed upon the figure making her way to center stage. The awe washed over everyone as they took in the sight of Serena. She wore a beautiful furosode, a blend of creamy white and light pink, accented with narrow bands of light blue along the edges of her large sleeves. A big pink and white bow rested beneath her collar, with 2 feelers extending around her upper arms. 2 more feelers, similar in design, were clipped to her hair, nearly reaching her ankles. Completing her look was a blue ribbon tied into a bow beneath her left clip, adding a touch of charm. Ash whispered to himself, she is going to perform with only one Pokémon. He understood why Serena was unfazed by the challenge ahead. As she reached the central ring of the stage, Serena stopped, flashing her signature smile and raising her arms to shoulder level. The crowd's excitement grew as 4 more feelers sprouted from her dress, moving gracefully on their own and forming various symmetrical shapes, framing Serena in a magical display. Once the audience was sufficiently captivated, Serena took hold of the uppermost feelers, which wrapped around her wrists, enchanting Ash like never before. All right, performers. Let's start the show. Harry announced. With a swift motion, Serena lifted her arms, and a form leaped over her head from behind, landing gracefully before her. Vian. Sylveon greeted, ready to perform. The other performers began their routines, but it was clear that this was Serena's moment. Sylveon took a small bow alongside her trainer, and the audience was eager to witness their routine. All right, Sylveon, use Fairy Wind. Serena commanded. As Sylveon leaped into the air, Serena began to spin, transitioning smoothly into a dance. Sylveon generated a gust of sparkling winds with her feelers, twirling gracefully. The intertwining Pokémon somersaulted as she descended, landing perfectly on Serena's outstretched arm. Their combined feelers created a veil of white ribbons around them, drawing applause from the audience. Now swift. Serena called. Sylveon danced across her trainer's arm span before leaping off, flipping and releasing a cluster of stars from her feelers, which were caught in the swirling fairy wind. As Sylveon encircled Serena, the glittering stars and swirling winds mesmerized the crowd, showcasing their skill and elegance. Double team, Sylveon. Serena instructed. In an instant, multiple Sylveon appeared, transforming their duet into a stunning display of synchronized movement. Each Sylveon fluttered its feelers, creating the illusion of a mass of ribbons dancing in the breeze. Fairy Wind once more. Serena called, giving Sylveon another boost into the air. The Pokémon discharged another blast of Fairy Wind, spinning in the opposite direction. Both girl and Pokémon were enveloped in the swirling winds and stars before the vortex exploded, sending Sylveon's afterimages and swift stars flying in all directions. The audience was treated to a dazzling display, reminiscent of fireworks. At last, Serena emerged from the scattering winds, striking a finishing pose with Sylveon balancing on her outstretched arm. They gazed at the audience, smiles beaming, as cheers and applause erupted around them. Many in the crowd jumped up and down, waving their hands in excitement. Serena and Sylveon took a bow, and Ash clapped enthusiastically, captivated by their performance. "Ow my! What a magnificent performance from Group C, probably the best one till now. Well, fellas, it's time for vote," Harry exclaimed, and the room filled with applause. The team had performed well, but the voting would determine who stood out the most. Serena stood quietly for a moment, closing her eyes. Despite the time away from the stage, she poured her heart into the performance, knowing that today was special because he was watching her. The voting began, and a big screen above the stage displayed the performers' voting counts in columns. Of course, the first vote for Serena came from Ash, who raised his glow caster with enthusiasm. She is going to win this, Pikachu. I know it. Pika Pika, Pikachu responded, sharing Ash's excitement. Hope she is doing well, Ash added, glancing at Serena, who stood quietly with her eyes closed. In the past, moments like this made her incredibly nervous, but today was different. All that mattered to her was whether Ash liked her performance. As the voting concluded, Harry stepped forward to announce the winner. Bonjour. Thank you everyone for this amazing response in the voting. Now let's announce the group winner. Serena sighed, feeling Ash's gaze on her. And the Group C winner is... Oh my, the majority vote goes to a particular performer, the one who performed with only one Pokémon and managed to wow everyone with her performance. She is a popular showcase performer from the Kalos region, contestant Serena Yvonne. The crowd erupted in cheers. Serena had become the group champion. With a satisfied smile, Ash finally settled into his seat. Serena opened her eyes and smiled as well. Harry presented her with the princess key from Klefki. There you go, bonjour. Your first princess key. Good luck for the next round. Thank you. Serena replied happily, turning to the crowd and bowing slightly. Thank you very much for voting for me. The audience clapped one last time as Serena quietly made her way to the exit. But at the last moment, she turned back, and their eyes met for the briefest moment. That glance was enough for both of them. Serena, quick. We have to go somewhere, Miette exclaimed as Serena returned to her suite after her showcase performance. Miette didn't even congratulate her on winning the princess key, instead, she began to pull Serena along. Where? Serena asked, confused. Don't talk, just come with me. We have things to do, Miette insisted. As they navigated through the ship's corridors, Miette led Serena to the second-class area. Miette, what are we? Just come, Miette interrupted. Why? You'll see. Suddenly, they arrived at a suite that was modest compared to Serena's. Miette knocked on the door, and moments later, Gary opened it. Did he return? Miette asked immediately. No, but he will soon. You guys are late, Gary replied. Don't blame me, Gary. I literally had to drag Serena here, Miette said. Wait. You didn't explain the plan to her. Gary exclaimed. Didn't have time for that, Miette shot back. What is going on here? Gary. What are you doing here? Serena asked, surprised. Sorry, but we don't have time for explanations. Now come on. Miette urged, grabbing Serena's hand. Wait. What are you? Serena couldn't finish her sentence as Miette pulled her into the room. The suite was simple, with wooden floors and a closet in the corner. Miette wasted no time and ushered Serena into the closet, which was nearly empty. Miette, what is going on here? I will ask this one last time before I start screaming, Serena said, her tone serious. Relax, Serena. Today we are here to find out if Ash still loves you, Miette explained. Really, Miette? How? Serena felt her heart race at the mention of his name. You'll see. More specifically, you'll hear. You should thank Gary for this plan. Now just wait until Ash returns. Gary closed the closet doors, plunging them into darkness, but Serena felt a thrill of excitement. So this is Ash's room, she whispered to herself. Meanwhile, Ash was enjoying an ice cream dinner with Pikachu, celebrating Serena's victory even though she wasn't there with him. He knew he wouldn't share this reason with anyone, not even Pikachu, who had been encouraging him to reconnect with Serena. Deep down, Ash feared he may have lost her forever. When he returned to his suite, he found Gary waiting for him. Where were you, Ash? I didn't see you for quite some time, Gary asked. I went for a walk with Pikachu, Ash replied. Seriously? You spent the whole afternoon just wandering around? I had ice cream for dinner with Pikachu, Ash said, trying to deflect. Gary stood up, scrutinizing Ash. Are you sure that's all you did? Yes. What's it to you, Gary? Ash replied defensively. Well, I found something, Gary said, holding up Ash's old visor. Ash felt a chill run down his spine. How did that get here? I don't know, Ash said, looking away. Are you sure you didn't attend any event wearing this? Gary pressed. Of course not. I didn't go to the showcase round wearing this. Wait a second. I didn't say you went to watch the showcase wearing this. Gary smirked, sensing he had caught Ash off guard. Ash sighed, realizing he had revealed too much. Do you know you are terrible at lying? Gary said, stepping closer. Ash remained silent. Now tell me where you were, Gary insisted. Still quiet, Ash finally sighed. Isn't it obvious? I went to watch the showcase competition. Why, Ash? You know the reason, Gary. To watch her performance. Who, Ash? Serena. Are you happy now? I went to watch Serena's performance, Ash finally admitted, his voice rising. There was a moment of silence before Gary asked again, but why, Ash? Didn't you break up with her? Yes, I did. Then why did you go? Because I wanted to see her performance. I just wanted to see her magical dancing again. I still love her. In that moment, Ash found himself standing near the closet, having revealed the deepest truth of his heart. Serena felt a whirlwind of emotions when she realized that Ash still loved her. She wanted nothing more than to burst from her hiding place and embrace the love of her life, to confess her own feelings and dance for him forever. However, Miette had anticipated this moment. She had one hand firmly on Serena's shoulder and the other covering her mouth, preventing her from speaking. Ash stood close to the closet, and Serena could hear his breaths, each one filled with sadness. She struggled against Miette's grip, but ultimately, Miette was stronger. Serena found herself unable to call out his name. If you still love her that much, then why did you leave her? Gary asked, looking at Ash expectantly. Ash remained silent for a moment before responding. Tell me something, Gary. Did you ever see your future? What? Gary replied, confused. Did you see your future? Ash pressed. Obviously not, Gary said, shaking his head. I did. I saw a future where I lose her forever, Ash admitted, his gaze dropping to the floor. What? Really? Gary exclaimed, shocked. In one future, everything gets destroyed, but the worst part is that she dies in my arms. I fail to protect her. Ash's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wow, wow, wow. Who showed you this? Gary asked, trying to process the information. Lord Arceus. The only way to change the future is to finish my mission and get all the mega plates back safely to him. Silence hung between them for a moment as Gary tried to catch up with Ash's revelation. Finally, he asked, okay. Then why leave her? You can finish your mission while staying with her. I can't, Ash said, shaking his head. Why not? The reason is simple, Gary. When you're on a mission with such huge responsibility, you can't involve your loved ones, especially when it's dangerous. Bad things happen, and they get hurt because of you. I have to keep Serena safe by staying away from her, Ash explained, his voice heavy with emotion. So you plan to return to her after finishing your mission? Gary asked hopefully. No. Ash replied, his voice firm. What? Gary was taken aback. I intend to leave this world after finishing my mission. Are you serious? Why? Gary asked, incredulous. Because she deserves to be happy. I've already caused her enough pain. She will finally be happy when I'm gone. Forever. A tear slipped down Ash's cheek. Look, Ash, this isn't how things work out. Does that really matter? The truth is, I hurt her, and she will be happy when I'm away from her, Ash said, his voice breaking. Buddy, wait. I've already told you everything, Gary. Please leave me alone. With that, Ash quietly left the room. Meanwhile, Miette struggled to keep Serena in place as she cried. Miette feared Ash would hear Serena's soft sobs coming from the closet. As soon as Gary opened the door, Serena burst out. Ash. Wait, she cried, starting to run after him. But Miette quickly grabbed her waist. "Shoo, honey. Please wait. Go away from me. Let me go to my Ash." Serena shouted, desperation in her voice. "If you go to him, he's going to push you away again. Didn't you hear? He still loves me." Serena insisted. "Yes, he still loves you, but that's why he will push you away again. Didn't you hear his reasons?" But. Serena hesitated, then collapsed to the ground in despair, covering her eyes to hide her tears. Miette offered her shoulder for comfort. "Shoo, honey. It's okay. Everything is going to be alright, I promise." "Yes, Serena, everything is going to be alright," Gary added, trying to console her. "We just needed to know if Ash still had feelings for you, and now we know he loves you more than anything. That's what really matters." Serena stared at Miette, surprised, then shook her head. "No, Miette. I can't do this." The next day, they found themselves in a cafeteria for second-class passengers. Unlike the luxurious first-class cafeteria, this one was situated in an open-deck pavilion, allowing passengers to enjoy the ocean view while they ate. They had come because Ash and Gary were there too, sitting on the other side of the pavilion. "I can't do this, Miette," Serena said, glancing at Ash from the corner of her eye. "You have to, Serena. It's not like you're trying to woo someone," Miette insisted. "What if he notices?" "That's the plan, to get him to notice our little stunt. He may get upset, really upset. Don't you think he deserves that?" "I can't do this, Miette." "I won't," Serena said, shaking her head again. "Serena." Miette suddenly grabbed her shoulder, looking into her eyes. "Do you want Ash back in your life?" Serena nodded slowly. "Then do as I say." But. At that moment, a boy approached their table. "Serena," Miette said, introducing him. "Meet my cousin, Callum." Ash groaned as he bit into a juicy strawberry, chewing before moving on to the rest of his food. Suddenly, he heard a familiar laugh. Looking over, he saw Serena with Miette, smiling. It warmed his heart to see her happy. Her smile was the reason he was there. But then he noticed Callum sitting with them, laughing too. Wait a second, was Serena smiling for him? Who is that guy sitting with Serena and Miette? Ash muttered, his tone cold. "Callum, Miette's cousin, traveling with them," Gary replied quietly. "How do you know about him?" "Miette told me." "That guy is sitting too close to Serena," Ash said, irritation creeping into his voice. "Why do you care? Does it matter to you?" Gary smirked. "No, not really," Ash hissed, looking away. Meanwhile, Serena, Miette, and Callum were joking around, much to Ash's annoyance. He exhaled sharply as he saw Callum inch closer to her and then wink. Serena blushed. "I can't believe it. They are flirting," Ash said, anger bubbling inside him. "Does that really matter to you, Ash? Didn't you leave her?" Gary poked again. In response, Ash could only scowl. Callum said something that made Serena smile again, and Ash felt jealousy boiling within him. How could she? Had she really moved on? Nonetheless, a few hours ago, Ash had hoped that Serena would finally move on and find her own happiness, but he couldn't bear to see someone flirting with her. "Are you okay, Ash?" Gary asked, amusement in his tone as Ash slowly looked over at him with narrowed eyes and slightly clenched teeth, giving him a perfect glare. Gary raised his hands in surrender. "Whoa, no need to be hostile, mate." "I'm fine," Ash growled, glaring at Callum, who was still flirting with Serena. "Well, you don't seem fine to me," Gary pointed out. "I said I'm fine," Ash emphasized, picking up his fork and stabbing his food a little too forcefully before chewing angrily. Suddenly, Callum leaned closer to Serena and whispered something in her ear, causing her to blush again. That was it. Ash immediately stood up and stormed out of the pavilion without looking back. Serena looked up just in time to see Ash walking out, visibly angry. "Wow! That guy looked like he was going to explode. He had a serious glare aimed at me." "Miette, I'm out of your crazy plan," Callum said, breathing heavily. "You can't, Callum. You promised you would help me, we had a deal," Miette insisted. I promised to help you and this lovely young lady, Callum winked at Serena. But you didn't tell me she has a jealous ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend, Miette corrected. Whatever, I'm out of your plan. If you do that, don't expect me to help you whenever you need money or to cover up some of your crazy stunts with your aunt. Where is that coming from? Is that even related to this? Callum scowled. It is totally related. You help me, I help you too. Was that really necessary? Serena suddenly said in a sad tone. What? Miette looked over at Serena. That little drama. Of course it is, Miette replied. Consider it payback for hurting you. But I don't want to do this. Didn't you see? Ash looked so hurt, Serena's voice grew heavier. Then don't do it. And keep moping about your dumped life for the rest of your days. Do you really want that? Miette snapped. If you want him back, then follow the plan. This is for the good of both of you. Serena looked down, the thought of flirting with another man in front of Ash tearing her heart apart. She still couldn't believe she had done that. Don't look down, Serena, Miette said, trying to console her. We all believe you can win back your ex-boyfriend in the contest. As long as you give it your best effort, no one will beat you. Please, as if she would win, a shrill voice interrupted, causing everyone to turn. A girl in a purple sundress and a large purple sun hat stood behind them, glaring. If anyone is winning, it'll be me, she continued, her glare directed solely at Serena. Do I know you? Serena asked kindly, sensing the tension. You should. Do you even know what you did to me? The girl asked angrily, her stare intense. Serena felt as if this girl could see right through her. Seeing Serena's confused expression, the girl sighed in frustration. Because of you, I couldn't compete in the master class, and Palermo declined to teach me. Serena immediately recognized her. She was Amelia, the girl from Kalos whom Serena had beaten despite the crowd favoring Amelia. Amelia. Good to see you. Here again to win with your family's support. Miette teased. By the way, Serena won that showcase because the crowd loved her. Amelia shot a glare at Miette before turning back to Serena. Do you seriously think having a lowlife friend will save you from me? Too bad, I'm going to take everything from you. What do you mean? Miette asked. I'm going to beat her in this showcase competition, and I'm going to steal her boyfriend. What? Serena gasped. Yes, you heard me. A girl like you doesn't deserve the Alolan Pokemon League winner. I'm going to make Ash Ketchum my boyfriend, just watch. Serena felt her face flush with anger. Mess with her, fine. But messing with the person who meant the most to her was crossing a line. I will make Ash Ketchum my boyfriend, and I will. Amelia couldn't finish her sentence as Serena suddenly stood up and grabbed her collar. Don't you dare. Don't you dare lay a finger on my Ash, do you understand? Her eyes burned with determination. Amelia looked panicked, clearly not expecting such a reaction from Serena. He is mine. Serena declared, loud and clear. Amelia nodded, and eventually, Serena let go of her collar and stormed out of the place, with Amelia quickly following after her. Wow. Looks like both of them are crazily in love with each other, Callum commented, watching the scene unfold. They are, Miette replied with a smirk. When Serena finally approached the VIP box, the trial was about to begin. The Grand Trial Stadium of Alola Island was already filled with crowds. People gathered for the second Elite Four trial, but for Serena, her motivation was clear. Reaching the Grand Trial Stadium on Alola Island was no easy task, especially since the AQM was already at the seaport waiting for the trial to conclude. The stadium was located on the opposite side of the island, and Serena had made the journey with Miette. Do you really need to attend every grand trial, Serena? Miette asked from behind her. Yes, Serena replied calmly. It might jeopardize our plan, Miette cautioned. I don't care, Miette. I need to be there for these battles. I have to, Serena insisted. Understanding Serena's determination, Miette chose not to argue further. She knew it was pointless to try to keep Serena away from Ash's Elite Four trials, especially since she had witnessed how Serena's presence could impact Ash's performance during the Alolan Pokemon League semifinals. As Serena scanned the stadium, her gaze finally landed on a specific corner of the field. There he was. She pressed her hands against the glass of the VIP box and rested her forehead on it. All she wanted today was for Ash to win. The stadium announcer began the introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's your favorite Harry Dallas from the Alolan Pokemon League, and today, I'm here as the narrator for the second Alolan Grand Trial. Please welcome the second Grand Elite Four Trial in Alolan history, announced Harry Dallas, his voice booming through the stadium. The crowd erupted in cheers. In this Grand Trial, the Alolan League winner Ash Ketchum will challenge Elite Four member Acerola in a one-on-one battle. If he wins, he will receive the red plate from Kahuna Acerola and move one step closer to becoming the champion of the Alola region. If he fails, his journey will end here, and he will have to relinquish the 2 plates he currently possesses as trophies from the first Elite Four trial. However, he will still keep the prize money for winning the league. The crowd roared once more. "Shall we?" Harry exclaimed, energizing the audience further. Ash was already troubled from earlier. That Callum guy had seriously flirted with Serena, and surprisingly, Serena seemed to like it. What if she had moved on? Would she come for his second Grand Trial? His eyes turned to the VIP box, and instinctively, he found her. She had come. On the other side of the field stood Kahuna Acerola, a popular figure in the Alola region. The crowd was rooting for her, but she maintained a focused gaze on her opponent. Her intention was clear, she could not let Ash win today. As the protector of the red Mega Plate, she felt Ash Ketchum was not trustworthy enough to hold such an ancient artifact. "You've come a long way, challenger," she said. "Too bad your journey ends here today." Ash turned to her with a smirk. "Oh yeah. Kahuna Olivia told me the same thing." "You won't hear that again," Acerola replied. "We shall see about that," Ash said, his smile brightening. "Shall we?" The referee raised his flags, announcing, "The Elite Four member and the challenger have already selected their first Pokemon before entering the field and cannot change until one of the Pokemon is unable to battle. The winner will be determined when one side's Pokemon are no longer able to battle." "Yes." Both trainers nodded in agreement. Serena caught her ribbon and spoke, "I admit you are a strong Pokemon trainer, Ash Ketchum. You defeated legendaries in the league and even managed to defeat the guardian deity Tapu Lele, but Tapu Bulu is far stronger. You're going to regret this." Acerola threw her Pokeball, and when the Pokemon emerged, the crowd fell silent. It was Tapu Bulu, the guardian deity of Ulula Island. It is Tapu Bulu, the guardian deity of Ulaula Island. Acerola chooses Tapu Bulu for the battle. Harry exclaimed. The stadium buzzed with excitement, as many expected the Kahuna to use another guardian deity. Ash, however, smiled as he eyed the guardian. "What do you think, Pikachu? Do we need our old buddy's help today?" "Pika Pika." "Alright then, here we go." Ash threw his Pokeball, and the whole stadium watched in anticipation. "Greninja." Serena whispered against the glass. Ninja. Greninja appeared on the field, a water-type Pokemon that had always amazed the Alolans with its special form. The crowd erupted in cheers as Greninja took its place. "Buddy, I'm going to need your help today to win this battle," Ash said, and Greninja nodded in agreement. "Alright then, Greninja. Here we go." Ninja. Ash and Greninja raised their hands, and a torrent of water formed around Greninja, creating a powerful vortex that left the audience in awe. The vortex exploded, showering the ring with water and revealing a transformed Greninja, now adorned with red and black highlights. Here it is. The mysterious Greninja of Ash Ketchum, in its special form. Without further ado, let's get started, Harry announced, causing the crowd to roar once again. Acerola smirked, clearly ready for the challenge. The referee made the call, and the battle was set to begin. Without any orders, Tapu Bulu soared into the air, aiming to showcase its legendary power. Greninja and Ash stood ready, both unafraid and prepared to fight as one. "Let the battle between Tapu Bulu and Greninja begin," the referee shouted, waving both flags upward. The stadium erupted in excitement. "Alright, Tapu Bulu, attack." Acerola commanded. "Use Cut." Ash countered. The crowd barely saw the two Pokemon as they charged toward each other, slashing with their attacks. Greninja wielded its twin blades of light, while Tapu Bulu used its tail, creating a shockwave that rippled outward. The ground shook beneath them as they strained against each other before leaping back, eyeing one another. "Impressive, Ash," Acerola remarked. "I've never seen a normal Pokémon keep up with a guardian deity like this. Too bad it won't work." Grassy terrain. Tapu Bulu rang its tail bell, altering the battlefield with a wave of grassy terrain, empowering its grass-type moves. Ash smiled, he had seen this tactic before. There was no way he would give up now. Aerial Ace. Wood Hammer. Acerola commanded, raising her arms as if executing the attack herself. Greninja charged forward with incredible speed, kicking up dirt as it launched itself at Tapu Bulu. Its limbs glowed with white light, and it leaped forward, kicking out at its rival. Tapu Bulu was ready, its tail bell glowing with a green aura as it moved forward to block the attack. The collision sent another powerful shockwave through the stadium, causing the audience to gasp once more. This was where the true battle began. In an instant, Greninja was kicking and punching at Tapu Bulu, its limbs glowing white as it employed Aerial Ace to its full effect. The guardian deity, though surprised by the incredible speed of the water-type Pokémon, was determined not to be hit. Eager to land a strike, Tapu Bulu lashed out with his tail, dodging and parrying to defend himself. The speed and power of both Pokémon were on full display. When Tapu Bulu attempted to strike Greninja with a swift wood hammer attack, the frog ninja deftly dodged, leaving only a few drops of water from his torrent. Greninja slid under one of Tapu Bulu's arms and struck out with his fist, only to be blocked by the guardian deity's tail. Ash and Acerola maintained their positions, neither willing to give in. In this close combat, both Pokémon wielded powerful attacks that were effective at high speeds. Greninja's Aerial Ace and Tapu Bulu's wood hammer clashed multiple times, each collision sending out bursts of purple and green sparks that shone brightly in the sunlight. As the battle raged on, neither Pokémon showed signs of slowing down or fatigue. In fact, it seemed like Greninja and Tapu Bulu were becoming more energized. They grew stronger and faster with each exchange, the exhilaration of the battle fueling their resolve. "Use cut, Greninja!" Ash shouted, feeling his adrenaline synchronize with Greninja's every move. His heart raced in tandem with Greninja's, and he felt a mix of satisfaction and tension as Greninja's blade of purple light slashed across Tapu Bulu's chest. "Typical Ash and his Greninja," Serena murmured from her seat, smiling. Acerola, however, knew she had to act. She waited until Tapu Bulu landed an attack on Greninja's shoulder before issuing her next command. "Solar Beam," she yelled, her voice firm. With Greninja staggering back from the wood hammer, there was no chance to dodge. The legendary Pokémon lifted its arms smoothly, charging a massive storm of energy that slammed directly into Greninja, sending him flying backward through the air. The onslaught continued as Tapu Bulu charged with a powerful horn leech attack, its glowing horns catching Greninja and slamming him to the ground. Ash felt the impact as if it were happening to him, the pain overwhelming. He screamed in frustration. "Oh no!" Serena gripped her ribbon tightly. On Acerola's command, Tapu Bulu struck Greninja even harder. This time, Ash couldn't even find his voice, the pain was too intense. It felt like his body was being crushed under the weight of the battle. The brief relief of being lifted into the air was quickly replaced by the crushing impact as he was slammed to the ground once more. This relentless assault seemed to last for ages to Ash and Greninja. Ash had no idea how long it had been, but the pain made it feel like an eternity. The horn leech held Greninja up in the air, but the repeated impacts against the rocky ground were even worse. Ash's body shook, and he feared he might not be able to continue. Finally, Tapu Bulu finished with one last slam, tossing Greninja aside. The frog ninja rolled along the ground, looking noticeably weaker. Ash felt exhaustion kick in for the first time in the battle. Combined with the pain, he felt his eyes drooping. His body screamed for respite. It was now over, Greninja couldn't keep up. The guardian deity was too strong. Wow! Ash's Greninja has taken a serious beating from the guardian deity. Can Ash's mysterious Greninja make a comeback? Or is this the end for challenger Ash Ketchum? Harry exclaimed from the commentary room. The stadium fell silent. Serena's face looked worried. "Give up, Ash. You can't win against a guardian deity." It's over, Acerola stated. I won't, Ash replied, panting. Gren. Ninja. Ash closed his eyes for a brief second and then opened them again, staring at the dirt. He sat up slightly, looking in the direction of his opponent, Tapu Bulu, who looked triumphant. Ninja. Ash blinked, feeling Greninja's emotions a pure determination that reminded him of their previous battles. Greninja wanted victory in this battle badly, as it symbolized all their past struggles. I want to win too, Greninja, Ash assured his Pokémon. And we will. I know we will. Ash felt the energy around them surge, rising and expanding once more. Greninja spread his arms, letting the power rush into him. Ash did the same, embracing the new strength that made the pain fade away. Suddenly, the torrent exploded around the field, causing water to rain down on Ash, Pikachu, Greninja, Tapu Bulu, Acerola, and even the startled referee. Ash felt and saw the water shuriken shoot out from Greninja's back. Their transformation was back again. They were ready to show Tapu Bulu their true strength once and for all. Aerial Ace. Ash yelled with renewed energy, moving in sync with Greninja. Solar Beam, quick. Acerola countered, her voice revealing her concern. Greninja held back, wanting to truly demonstrate their power. He stretched out his body as a massive stream of energy shot towards him, enveloping him. There was a slight sting, but neither Ash nor Greninja cared now. Perhaps Tapu Bulu was strong, but together, they were stronger. Just as Ash had said, they would become so. Greninja clenched his fists and tensed his legs, then charged forward. The wind and aura of solar beam from the guardian deity were strong, extremely strong. But Greninja was stronger. Suddenly, he was running through the solar beam at full speed, as though it wasn't there. He could see a stunned Tapu Bulu ahead, and then he leaped up, kicking outwards towards his rival. With a satisfying thud, his foot drove into the legendary grass type's head, and Tapu Bulu crashed hard to the ground, propelled by the aerial ace. Greninja landed swiftly, waiting for Tapu Bulu to rise. He wanted to fight the rest of the battle properly and would not strike his opponent while he was down. Acerola, however, wasn't done with her quick thinking, despite the surprise of Ash and Greninja's power-up. Horn Leech, she yelled out again. Ash's eyes widened as he saw the enemy Pokémon stand up again, its horns glowing with an intense aura. Before he could react, it struck Greninja's chest and seemed to grab hold of him, pulling him high into the sky before letting go, sending him upward. Ash felt a jolt of pain in his chest, a reminder that he and Greninja couldn't afford to get overconfident. They had been caught up in their rush of power, but strategy was just as important. Focusing hard, Ash felt his senses link with Greninja's. The shuriken stretched out once again, and then it happened. Suddenly, Greninja was using it like wings, gliding down towards the ground, straight for the guardian entity. The crowd looked on in confusion, having not anticipated the shuriken could be used this way. But that wasn't all. As Greninja sped towards the ground, he narrowed his eyes, focusing solely on Tapu Bulu, determined to land the next strike. Get ready. And double team. Ash yelled, knowing Greninja understood his intent. Acerola, however, had a plan as well, and Ash noticed her smirk of triumph. Use Solar Beam again, she ordered quickly. Send Greninja back up. Tapu Bulu straightened up once more and raised its arms. A massive energy orb formed, firing a blast of solar beams. Greninja and his copies all pulled their shurikens from their backs, twirling them through the air, holding them forward, and pulling them back. Ash could feel them charging up with even more power. Tapu Bulu managed to destroy some copies, and Ash felt a bit of pain as each went down, but it wasn't moving nearly fast enough. The other copies weren't going down easily, and the guardian deity's task was a failure. But now Ash and Greninja's attack was almost ready. Ash closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them again. He could see it. He was on the field. The Greninja copies all started to shoot towards Tapu Bulu, causing the water shuriken to grow larger with each contact. Greninja pulled back, the massive shuriken almost weightless in his hands. Then suddenly, it was only Greninja, holding up his massive, watery weapon in the air, facing Tapu Bulu, who was sending a storm of solar beams straight at him. The two attacks met with a huge clash, creating a burst of smoke that billowed out across the stadium. So this is how we finish, Ash said quietly. Fine. Greninja, cut. Greninja crossed his arms, then pulled upwards, unsheathing two swords of light as he ran forward to engage with Tapu Bulu. The first clash was Horn Leech against Greninja's cut. The two attacks crashed together, emitting a loud buzz that shook the arena, causing many in the crowd to wince. They exchanged blows rapidly once more. Tapu Bulu's tired vision struggled to keep up with Greninja's increased speed. The guardian deity had never imagined a normal frog ninja Pokémon would overpower him like this, but it was happening. Bit by bit, Greninja's speed became overwhelming. The Horn Leech hit Greninja in the side, and as Ash winced, he felt both he and Greninja speed up. Greninja stabbed forward and struck Tapu Bulu in the stomach, then slashed sideways, hitting the grass type in the side. After a few more exchanges, Ash and Greninja had taken control. It was a barrage of swift cut attacks. Swipe after swipe of Greninja's sword met Tapu Bulu. Each time, the opposing Pokémon would wince or stagger back. Greninja struck Tapu Bulu in the jaw with an upswing, another slash hit the guardian deity in the chest, and finally, Greninja stabbed forward, striking Tapu Bulu in the gut before leaping back as the enemy fell. Now let's finish this. Ash yelled, holding his fist up. Aerial Ace. He shouted, pulling his fist back and punching forward while kicking out in a mirror image of Greninja's movements. Ash and Greninja whipped around the field, feeling almost like the air itself. They were building up speed for the ultimate attack, keeping an eye on Tapu Bulu, who had barely managed to get up and was slumping forward. Ash heard a command from Acerola, but it was no use, Tapu Bulu was too tired to act. Greninja launched forward, an almost invisible bullet strkng toward Tapu Bulu. His leg flashed in bright light, and then he leaped up, kicking out with all his might. The thud Ash heard as Greninja's foot made contact with Tapu Bulu's jaw was incredibly satisfying. As Greninja landed, Ash spun around, watching his rival crash to the ground, shaking the earth beneath him. Tapu Bulu fell into a deep sleep before his head even hit the ground. Greninja then looked towards his trainer, and they shared a moment of satisfaction, joy, and excitement. They had won. We won, buddy, Ash said, turning to his partner Pikachu. Pika Pai. Tapu Bulu is unable to battle. Greninja is the winner, the referee declared. This means Ash wins the second Elite Four trial and the red Mega Plate. With that, the stadium erupted in cheers. Serena didn't know when a tear slipped down her cheek. Yes, she was crying, but she was also smiling. Ash had finally won. Suddenly, something caught Ash's attention. He looked over to the VIP box, and for a brief moment, their eyes met before Serena looked away. They both felt the weight of their unspoken connection, but fate had other plans for them that day. In the end, during a traditional ceremony, Ash was awarded the red Mega Plate as the prize for winning the second Elite Four trial. It was similar in size to the other Mega Plates, but its reddish hue set it apart. Ash was not thrilled about the formal attire he had to wear. It's hard to believe, but this suit, he complained loudly. And this bow tie is literally suffocating me. Pikachu, dressed in a small suit with a matching bow tie, echoed his sentiments with a soft, Pika Pika. Greninja and the rest of his team were also dressed up, and Ash couldn't help but think they all looked a bit ridiculous. Deal with it, Ashy boy. You're not the only one stuck in this ridiculous suit, Gary replied, sounding irritated. As long as you're attending a party, you have to wear this kind of stuff. What kind of party is this? Ash asked. I don't know, but the room service said it will be a dance party hosted by the Alolan Showcase Committee. As a league winner, you should attend, Gary explained. Ash tugged at the collar of his formal outfit, glancing in the mirror. It reminded him of the suit he wore to Monsieur Pierre's dance party back in Kalos, though this one looked more appropriate for a formal event. He noticed Greninja shaking nervously, and his other Pokémon didn't seem much more comfortable either. Let's go, Ash. It's about time, Gary urged. As they entered the grand ballroom at the heart of the ship, Ash was taken aback by the transformation. The room was beautifully decorated, and Alolan local reporters were capturing the event live. The highlight for Ash was the impressive spread of food. Then a thought struck him: every contestant from the showcase competition was there, and they all had dates. Did Serena come with someone? His heart raced at the thought. Then he saw her. Like at the last dance party in Kalos, Serena wore a stunning red dress, this one leaning closer to pink, adorned with a crown of flowers. Ash could only think of one word to describe her: beautiful. Miette arrived in a suit, but Ash barely noticed. "Wanna talk to your ex?" Gary teased from the side. "You know I can't, Gary," Ash replied, feeling the pressure. "If you keep hesitating, you might lose her," Gary warned. "What do you mean?" Ash turned to Gary. "You'll see," Gary said cryptically. Suddenly, the ballroom lights dimmed, and a spotlight shone on Harry Dallas. "Ladies and gentlemen, and dear contestants, welcome to the first Alolan Showcase Competition dance party. Thank you for coming today," he announced, and the crowd erupted in applause. "Now, enjoy your free time. It's dancing time. Please enjoy yourselves with your dates." Everyone moved to the dance floor with their partners, except for Ash and Serena. "Quick, Ash. This is your chance. Ask her," Gary urged. I can't." Ash hesitated, clenching his fists. "If you don't do this now, you might lose her forever," Gary insisted. Just then, Callum approached. "Gary, how do I look?" he asked, adjusting his outfit. "Great. Why do you ask?" Gary replied. "I'm going to ask Miss Serena for a dance," Callum said, looking over at Serena, who stood quietly on the other side of the ballroom. Ash felt a surge of panic. No way was he going to let Callum ask Serena to dance. "I'm going." "See you, Gary," he said, determination in his voice. "Wait." Gary grabbed Callum's hand. "Your bow tie isn't placed right." "Really?" Callum asked, surprised. "Let me fix it," Gary said, giving Ash a knowing look. Ash clenched his fists. It was now or never. He couldn't let Callum dance with Serena. He noticed Greninja had already paired with Braixen, and Pikachu was with Sylveon. "Okay. Fine." Ash breathed out, finally making his move towards Serena. Ash was running through the dancing arena when he suddenly encountered Amelia. "Hey Ash, what's up? Wanna be my—" "Sorry miss, I am kind of busy now." "See you later," Ash replied, passing by her without looking back. His only destination tonight was Serena. As he navigated through the crowd of couples, he felt the urgency to reach Serena before someone else could propose to her. Suddenly, he bumped into someone. "I am sorry." "Oh." It was Serena, standing in front of him with her beautiful, earnest eyes, waiting for him to say the words he had only hoped to express in his dreams. They stood close together, a heavy silence enveloping them. Ash felt uncertain about how to approach her, but their feelings communicated through their gaze. "So. Aren't you gonna say something?" she asked, her eyes pleading. I can't." "Why?" "I don't know. I am sorry." "Is this how you are going to toss me away again?" A tear slipped down her cheek. Ash looked down, feeling ashamed and guilty. He wanted to ask her for a final dance, to share a sweet moment with the love of his life, yet he felt he was only causing her pain. He had hurt her before, and now he struggled to find the right words. But he knew he had to ask her for this final dance, even if it was through a gesture. Gathering his courage, he offered his hand for the dance. Serena accepted without hesitation. Thus, the dance began. Serena took Ash's hand and drew closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. She felt a rush of warmth from where his hand rested on her waist. "This is perfect," she said. "It is," Ash agreed. With their eyes closed, they savored the moment, the world around them fading away. As they danced, memories flooded back, fights, adventures in Kalos, and their shared moments of joy. Ash lifted Serena effortlessly, holding her close as they twirled together. Can this moment last forever, he thought, wishing to hold on to this feeling for as long as possible. Ash gently placed Serena on the ground, unable to look away from her. They leaned closer, their lips almost touching, but in that moment, she turned away and ran from the dance arena, leaving a confused Ash behind. The dance had ended. It had been a long week since the dance ceremony, and neither Ash nor Serena had dared to speak to each other. Today marked Serena's second showcase round performance as their ship reached Pony Island. Ash entered the stadium, which was vibrant with colorful lights reflecting off the stage. He took a seat in the upper section reserved for passengers, Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Today, he had come without his visor. Ash felt surprised when Serena had left him on the dance floor without a word, but he understood why. Despite everything, he knew he would always love her and support her. I know she will win today for sure, he whispered to himself. Pikachu responded with a cheerful, Pika, and Ash added, let's cheer for Serena today too. As the performance hall filled with smoke, the announcer, Harry Dallas, addressed the crowd, dressed in a blue suit and top hat. Bonjour, all you Pokémon Showcase lovers. It's me, your beloved Monsieur Harry. Welcome to the second showcase competition of the Alola region. Fireworks erupted around the stage, and the crowd applauded. Harry shared details about the winners of the first round, revealing that Serena had won her group. Now, please give a round of applause for all the lovely performers who will be giving it their all today. The audience cheered again. Harry announced that 4 lucky contestants would walk away with princess keys, which were beautifully designed to represent the islands of Alola. As the names of upcoming performers appeared on the screen, Ash spotted Serena's name in third place. There she is, he exclaimed. Pikachu echoed his excitement. Serena looked up at the screen, her heart racing when she saw Ash in the audience without his visor. Memories of leaving him at the dance flooded back, causing her pain. Just then, Miette placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Get ready, Serena, your performance is up. I don't think I can do this anymore, Serena admitted. You can and you will, Miette replied confidently. Ash is here. I saw, but was leaving him at the party really necessary? Miette sighed, understanding the difficulty of Serena's decision. It was important. You needed to create distance to win him over. But he looked hurt, Serena said, her voice filled with regret. That's part of the plan, Serena. You need to show him what you can do, Miette encouraged. Serena looked down, still feeling conflicted. It doesn't feel right. He's waiting for you, for your performance. You have to win for him, Miette urged gently. Taking a deep breath, Serena nodded slowly. I know. Then get ready, Miette said, giving her a supportive smile. Serena sat on a chair in front of the mirror, her Pokémon Sylveon, Pancham, and Braixen stood next to her. She looked at them with determination. Okay Braixen, Pancham. I want your help today, okay? Both Pokémon nodded in agreement. A woman entered the room and addressed Serena. Okay, Serena, you 3 are up now. Please head backstage, and good luck. Miette walked over to Serena and wished her luck. As Serena stepped onto the stage with Braixen and Pancham, Ash whispered excitedly to his friends, look, Serena's finally up. They're going to be awesome, I can just tell. Pikachu chimed in with enthusiasm. Serena took a deep breath, glancing at the crowd and spotting someone special. I have to do my best, she thought to herself. Okay, Braixen, started off with Flamethrower. Surround us in a pillar of flames. Braixen swiftly ran around the stage, igniting a half-circle of flames. After completing her side, she tossed the stick across the stage, and Serena caught it smoothly, finishing the circle of fire. Serena then tossed the branch straight up into the air, creating a small vortex of embers as Braixen caught it again. Pancham launched a dark pulse, blending with the embers to create a shadowy aura around them. Nice job. Pancham, Serena praised before refocusing on the performance. Nodding at Braixen, the fire type launched 3 spheres of hidden power upwards. Now, use a spinning flamethrower. Braixen spun on her legs, creating a beautiful vortex of flames that enveloped the hidden power before exploding in a dazzling display. Silvery dust fell around them, enhancing the magical atmosphere. Just then, Serena noticed Pancham slamming his fists into the ground, causing a column of stones to rise around them as his dark pulse crashed into them, creating another shadowy aura. Pancham, the playful Pokémon cheered. Alright, let's finish this up, Serena called out, catching a glimpse of Ash's encouraging smile. Braixen, use your strongest fire blast and add in 1 large hidden power. The fox Pokémon nodded and launched her largest fire blast. Everyone watching knew what was coming next. Jumping back and twirling her branch, Braixen released a massive hidden power that collided with the fire blast. The flames sparkled in silver, mesmerizing the audience. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Serena let out a small sigh of relief. They had made it through without any hiccups this time. The trio smiled widely, taking a bow as the audience applauded, many jumping up and down in excitement. Serena felt a wave of happiness wash over her. As the applause subsided, various comments echoed through the hall. Another magnificent performance from performer Serena, Harry announced to the crowd. The lights dimmed, and the large screens lit up with Serena's face. Congratulations, performer Serena, Harry continued. It's finally time for the vote. Cast your votes with your glow sticks. The room buzzed with anticipation as everyone prepared to vote for their favorite performer. Serena stood quietly, closing her eyes for a moment. Just like her previous performance, she had given it her all, motivated by the presence of someone special in the audience. She didn't want to disappoint him. As the voting began, the big screen above the stage displayed the performers' vote counts in columns. Not to mention, the first vote for Serena came from Ash, who raised his glow caster enthusiastically. Serena stood quietly, her eyes closed, feeling the intense anxiety in the air, shared by the 7 other girls in front of her. The voting concluded, and Harry stepped forward to announce the winners. Thank you, everyone, for this amazing response in the voting. Now, let's announce the winners. Serena sighed as she felt Ash's gaze on her. And the first winner of this round is Amelia. The crowd erupted in excitement. With a confident stride, Amelia approached Harry, who handed her the princess key from Klefki. Serena recognized Amelia from past encounters, none of which had been pleasant. Here you go. Your second princess key. Good luck for the next round. Now, the second winner is Nina. Ash gulped, the tension mounting with each announcement. There were still 2 keys left for Serena. The third key goes to Julie. Serena sighed quietly, her anxiety growing. With 3 keys already claimed, only 1 remained. Would she win it, or was this the end of her journey in the showcase competition? And the final winner is. The majority vote goes to this particular performer, just like the previous round. The performer fascinated the crowd with her magnificent moves. She is a popular showcase performer from the Kalos region. Contestant, Serena Yvonne. The crowd erupted in cheers. Serena had won the final key. Smiling with satisfaction, Ash settled back in his seat. Serena slowly opened her eyes, finally exhaling in relief. Harry took the princess key from Klefki. Here you go. Your second princess key. Good luck for the semi-final. Thank you. Serena replied happily, turning to the crowd and bowing slightly. Then her gaze met Ash's, both of them smiling, sharing in each other's joy. Unbeknownst to them, Amelia watched from the side, her expression cold and calculating. Hello. Is this Pony Island floating restaurant from Pony Island? Miette asked on the phone. Yes, ma'am, the biggest traditional restaurant of Pony Island. I am Brad, the manager. How can I assist you? Well, Mr. Brad, I am Miette Millefeuille from Kalos. Miette Millefeuille. The Sin-No Queen. It's a privilege to hear from you, ma'am. What can I do for you? Look, Mr. Brad, I hear your restaurant is having a function today. Yes, ma'am, it's a traditional annual function we hold every year to uphold Alolan tradition. Well, Mr. Brad, I need a favor from you. I don't understand, Gary. Why are you so eager to take me outside? Ash asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. It's because, Ashy boy, ever since the ship docked at Pony Island, you haven't left your room, except for training in the gym. You need some fresh air, Gary replied, maintaining his usual tone. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't need to go. Do you, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Alright then, stay locked in the room while Miette, Serena, and I explore the city. Serena. She's going with you? Gary asked. Yep. Ash hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Alright, I'll go. Pony Island had a unique charm, with a smaller population compared to other islands. The Sea Folk Village was the only somewhat populated area, known for its residents who lived freely on ships and boats. As Ash and Gary entered a floating restaurant, they were immediately captivated. They walked through a brightly lit hall adorned with lights resembling torches, with portraits of ancient Alolan knights and royalty lining the walls. When Ash spotted Serena, he looked down, unable to speak, but he thought she looked especially cute that day. He noticed Callum had joined them too, which puzzled him. As evening approached, the restaurant became more crowded, hinting at a special occasion. After settling at their table and enjoying a variety of delicious Pony Island foods, the atmosphere shifted. The lights dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated a man at the center of the room. The lively music faded into silence as everyone turned their attention to him. "Good evening, everyone," the man introduced himself as Brad. "Welcome to the Alolan Ancient Knight and Queen competition. Tonight, a few lucky people from the crowd will get to be the entertainers." His enthusiasm sparked cheers from the audience. "That looks exciting," Miette commented. Brad continued, while his assistant prepared 2 large glass bowls. "We'll start by picking the 4 lucky ladies who will compete to be the Queen's protector. Thank you to those who provided their names upon entering." The crowd buzzed with anticipation as the manager approached the bowl of female names. He mixed the papers and pulled one out, announcing, "Lana." Cheers erupted from the crowd, and a girl with bluish hair stood up, declaring, "I'm definitely going to be the queen." She made her way to the stage. Brad reached for another slip of paper. "Lily." More cheers followed as a long-haired blonde stood up and walked toward him. Brad continued, "Mallow." A tall girl with greenish hair stood up, confidently declaring, "The queen will be me," before heading to the stage. "And now, for the final pick of the evening is Miss Serena, from Kalos." The crowd erupted in cheers, familiar with Serena's reputation as a Kalos beauty. However, Serena hesitated in her seat. "What are you waiting for, Serena? Go," Miette urged. I don't think I want to do this," Serena replied uncertainly. "Do you want to go through with the plan we discussed or not?" Miette pressed. Okay," Serena finally agreed, slowly making her way to the stage. "Alright, we have our 4 competitors for the evening. The one who impresses you with her dancing skills will be crowned the queen," Brad announced, prompting more cheers and applause. Serena gulped, feeling the pressure, but at least Ash would be watching her. "Alright, everyone, give our competitors some time to prepare for their performances. See you soon." With that, the curtain dropped, blocking Serena's view of Ash. Serena contemplated her dance moves for the upcoming competition as she prepared backstage. Although she was a master dancer, she struggled with traditional Alolan styles. An idea struck her, perhaps she could blend Colosian and Alolan moves to create something unique. As the curtain rose, Ash's eyes lit up at the sight of Serena in her stunning traditional Alolan dress. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Gary teased, but Ash could only whisper a soft, "Yes." The announcer's voice boomed, introducing Serena as a contestant in the first Alolan Showcase competition. Cheers erupted from the audience, but Ash remained transfixed on her. When the lights dimmed and a spotlight illuminated Serena, she began her performance. She executed a seamless combination of Colosian and Alolan dance moves, infusing her routine with the essence of her showcase performances. As she twirled and moved gracefully, the audience watched in awe, captivated by her talent. When her dance concluded, an unexpected silence filled the room, as everyone remained mesmerized. Then, a thunderous applause erupted, and people rose to their feet, cheering for her. Yet, Serena's gaze was fixed on Ash, who was still watching her intently. As other contestants took the stage, Ash knew that none could rival Serena's performance. She had truly excelled. After the final dance, the announcer declared it time to determine the queen of the evening. "Everyone has their receipts, write down the name of the best dancer," he instructed. Gary quickly snatched Ash's receipt along with his own. "What the heck, Gary?" Ash exclaimed. "Let me write it for you, Ashy boy." "I know who you want to choose," Gary replied with a grin. "Shut up. Now give me back my receipt," Ash insisted, eager to cast his vote for Serena. Serena was declared the queen, captivating the audience with her unique dance that blended Alolan and Colosian moves. However, for Ash, the reason for his admiration was different. As the event progressed, Brad announced, "And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to determine the knight of the evening." He added a twist, stating that any boy could participate in the role of knight. The crowd buzzed with excitement at this new opportunity. "Quick, Ash. This is your chance to participate. Gary urged him. I won't, Gary, Ash replied firmly. Are you sure, Ashy boy? Gary pressed. Yes, Ash insisted. But when the next announcement came, everything changed. Hurry up, boys. The knight of the evening gets the ultimate prize, he gets to kiss the queen. Ash's heart raced at the thought. He spotted Callum preparing to participate, and that was all it took for him to make a decision. With determination, Ash stood up and left the pavilion. Serena felt a wave of panic wash over her as she heard the announcement and saw Ash leave. Miette. What is happening? She exclaimed in frustration. Calm down, girl. The game isn't over yet, Miette replied, amused. How can you say that? Serena asked, her anxiety growing. You'll see, Miette assured her. As 19 contestants took the stage, Ash was nowhere to be found. Serena gulped nervously. All right, we have 19 contestants for the role of the Knight of the Evening. Brad announced. Just then, a voice interrupted, wait. I want to take part too. Everyone turned to see a figure cloaked in mystery, stepping onto the stage. The audience murmured in surprise. I told you he would come, Miette giggled. Look at that disguise. Serena sighed in relief, at least Ash had arrived. Tonight's first event will be archery. Brad declared. Ash clenched his fists and glanced at Serena, who was tense and gripping her ribbon. His loyal friend, Pikachu, sat beside him, aware of Ash's determination. As the competition began, Callum and another contestant scored well, while Ash struggled initially. He managed to score 9 points on his first try, which excited the crowd. However, the pressure got to him on his second attempt, and he only scored 6 points. He knew he needed to do better on his final shot. Taking a deep breath, Ash focused on the target. He envisioned Serena's encouraging smile, which helped calm his nerves. With steady hands, he released his final arrow. The arrow flew straight and true, piercing the target. The audience leaned forward in anticipation. 8 points. What a score by the last contestant. Brad announced, confirming the score. That puts you at 23 points. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Serena sighed in relief. And now, for the final event. The two highest scorers in archery shall face each other in a fencing battle. Brad exclaimed, and the audience cheered once more. Serena held her ribbon tightly, ready for what was to come. Both Ash and Callum stood on the stage, each holding a plastic sword. Ash glared at Callum, feeling a surge of protectiveness over Serena. Although Callum hadn't done anything wrong, Ash couldn't shake the feeling that he had crossed a line by showing interest in her. There was no way Ash would let Callum get close to Serena today. Despite having no experience with fencing, Ash felt an unexpected familiarity with the sword. A memory flashed through his mind, one of Greninja's basic moves, Night Slash. His bond with Greninja must have made him instinctively aware of how to wield the sword. All right then, Ash said, a small smile forming on his lips. Let the battle begin. Brad announced. They both took their stances. Callum held his sword with one hand, showcasing his fencing experience, while Ash gripped his sword with both hands, mimicking Greninja's fighting style. With a shared determination, they charged at each other. What began as a simple sword fight quickly escalated. Callum lunged at Ash, who blocked the attack. In a swift motion, Ash aimed for Callum's chest, but Callum dodged. Ash then swung for Callum's face, only to have Callum block it. The intensity of the match drew the attention of everyone in the pavilion. Ash is fighting like his Greninja. Serena whispered in awe. He can do that. Miette murmured, surprised. Callum aimed for Ash's leg, but Ash leaped out of the way. In mid-air, he attempted an attack aimed at Callum's head, but Callum dodged again. Before Ash could react, Callum was behind him, ready to strike. However, Ash spun around like a whirlwind, delivering multiple strikes to Callum. In a flash, Callum found himself on the ground. And the night of the evening. The very last contestant. Brad exclaimed, and the pavilion erupted in cheers. Now, Ash and Serena stood on stage, facing each other. Serena wore her Alolan queen suit, while Ash donned a cloak. And now, for the grand finale. Brad announced. The queen and the knight shall kiss. But first, the knight must reveal his identity. Ash sighed, realizing the cloak was a silly idea. Slowly, he removed it from his face, drawing gasps from the audience, except for Gary, Miette, and Serena. Holy Arceus! The last contestant is none other than the first Alolan Pokemon League winner. Ash Ketchum! Brad declared, and the crowd roared once more. Serena took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. She wrapped her arms around Ash's neck, ready to kiss him. As they leaned in, the space between them closed, and she closed her eyes, anticipating her first kiss after their breakup. Just as their lips were about to meet, a voice interrupted from behind them. Not so fast. The two turned to see an imposing figure standing on a platform, casting a shadow over their moment. Prepare for trouble, we've come to ruin the show, a female voice announced as she descended on a platform from above. And make it double, I have a twin you know, a male voice added, as the two platforms reached the same level, the spotlights shining on the two villains. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. A Meowth appeared from out of nowhere, joining the scene. They came back. Ash whispered in disbelief, clearly having forgotten about them. Serena was so surprised that she couldn't even respond. Hey guys, what's up? Ash said calmly. Ow, the original brat. So you are really alive, huh? Jessie replied. As soon as we heard you were alive, we came to Alola. Really? Why? Ash asked, intrigued. Obviously, we want to take your Pikachu. Really? Ash chuckled. You guys just never change, do you? Anyway, it was nice meeting with you, Team Rocket. Pikachu. Not so fast, Inkay, I choose. James started, but he couldn't finish as Pikachu ran up Ash's arm, leaping off his shoulder and sending a powerful thunderbolt towards the villains. The attack broke through the ceiling materials, sending Team Rocket soaring high into the sky. We're blasting off again, they shouted, their voices fading away. The crowd behind them erupted in cheers, relieved by the unexpected turn of events. For a moment, Ash and Serena completely forgot what they were about to do. They turned to each other, their eyes locking once again. Pikachu stood proudly before them as the crowd celebrated his heroic act. That's right, folks, our Alolan League winner saves the night, Brad exclaimed. But Ash and Serena continued to gaze at each other. The kiss. Serena thought, recalling that she was supposed to kiss Ash. She took a step closer, took a deep breath, and leaned in, kissing him on the cheek. Ash felt his cheeks warm as he turned to Serena, who smiled back at him. The curtains closed in front of them. There is one more thing, folks. As the knight marries the queen, he becomes the king. See ya, Brad announced, signaling the end of the evening. It was another day for Ash's grand trial, another opportunity to win a plate and get one step closer to the championship of the region. The Grand Trial Stadium on Pony Island was located in the Battle Tree area. Despite the island's small population, the stadium filled up as the hour of the Grand Trial approached. Serena waited patiently in the VIP box for Ash's arrival. She placed her hands on the glass window and rested her forehead against it. Today, he will win, won't he? Serena thought. Ash had come this far, and today, he would win again. She had trust, she had faith. Suddenly, the stadium announcer began his announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's your favorite Harry Dallas. From the Alolan Pokemon League, or more specifically. From your first Alolan Showcase competition as narrator. Today, I am here as the narrator of the Alolan Grand Trial. Please welcome the third Grand Elite Four trial in Alolan history. In this Grand Trial, the Alolan League winner Ash Ketchum will challenge Kahuna Kahili of Pony Island in a one-on-one battle. If he wins, he will achieve the purple plate from Kahuna Kahili and move one step closer to becoming the champion of the Alola region. If he fails, his journey stops here, and he must give up the other plates in his possession as trophies. However, he will keep the prize money for winning the league. Are we clear? As expected, the crowd roared once again. Shall we? Unlike the other days, Ash looked quite calm today, feeling a sense of happiness. The reason was simple: Serena had kissed him on the cheek during their last encounter, leaving him with a sweet memory that would keep him smiling for a while. Her lips had felt as soft as he remembered from their first kiss, a moment he cherished. Speaking of Serena, there she was, standing at the VIP box with her forehead resting against the glass window. Smiling, Ash turned to his opponent for the day, Kahuna Kahili, a well-known golfer in the region. Kahili was different from other kahunas. She was mysterious and rarely seen, spending most of her time golfing or exploring the wild ruins of Pony Island. As the match began, Kahuna Kahili confidently declared, "You are going to lose, Ash Ketchum." Ash smirked in response, ready to prove her wrong. The referee announced the rules, stating that both trainers had already selected their first Pokémon and could not change them until one was unable to battle. The winner would be determined when one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. Kahuna Kahili threw her Pokeball, revealing the guardian deity of Pony Island, Tapu Fini. The crowd fell silent, recognizing the significance of the Pokémon. Ash took a moment to assess the situation before turning to Pikachu, who was perched on his shoulder. "Buddy, how about you take a break today?" he suggested, knowing Pikachu would be disappointed. Pikachu protested, his cheeks sparking with energy, but Ash reassured him, "I promise, you'll be my partner in the final battle." With a determined look, Ash threw his Pokeball, calling forth Naganadel, his Ultra Beast Pokémon. The stadium erupted in cheers as Ash prepared for the challenge ahead. Kahuna Kahili wasted no time, commanding Tapu Fini to use Misty Terrain, creating a protective dome of pink energy around the battlefield. Ash scoffed inwardly, confident that it wouldn't slow them down. "Tapu Fini, Moon Blast." Kahili ordered, and the guardian deity unleashed a powerful attack toward Naganadel. "Dodge, Naganadel." Ash instructed, maintaining his calm demeanor. The Ultra Beast swiftly evaded the attack, causing a blast that reverberated through the stadium. The crowd was excited, sensing the intensity of the battle. Kahili then commanded Tapu Fini to use Hydro Pump, sending a powerful stream of water toward Naganadel. The Ultra Beast dodged again, but Tapu Fini charged with its horn, catching Naganadel off guard. Ash clenched his teeth, realizing that the Hydro Pump had been a diversion. Kahili teased him, "Aren't you going to show me what you and Naganadel are capable of?" Ash smirked, feeling underestimated. He knew he could end this quickly, but he was enjoying the challenge. "Naganadel, use Thunderbolt," he called out. Naganadel unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity at Tapu Fini. Kahili, undeterred, ordered Tapu Fini to counter with Hydro Pump. The two attacks collided, creating an impressive display of power. The electricity surged through the water, pushing forward toward Tapu Fini. As the battle continued, Tapu Fini was struck, but it quickly recovered. Kahili commanded another attack, and the guardian deity released a water pulse, which Naganadel attempted to dodge. However, the blue ball of energy followed Naganadel, eventually hitting it hard. Ash watched, both amazed and shocked by the power of Tapu Fini's attacks. "This battle is getting intense," he thought, realizing the stakes were higher than he anticipated. Kahili shouted for another Moon Blast, channeling the Guardian's raw power into a formidable attack. "Naganadel, spin and dodge." Ash instructed, and the Ultra Beast executed the maneuver just in time, avoiding the powerful orb. The heat radiated from the attack, but Ash remained focused, determined to turn the tide of the battle. With the behemoth circling up towards Tapu Fini, the vigor for a fight ignited in both Pokémon's eyes. "Great job!" Ash praised, clapping his hands together. "Now, use X-Scissor." Naganadel's stinger surrounded itself in a green aura, and before the island legendary could react, it was time to exploit the speed they had built up. Naganadel rushed forward on Ash's orders, aiming to strike Tapu Fini. The ice-type seized up, its body struggling against the toxins rushing over it. All this power. Kahili marveled, thoroughly impressed. "We can't let them get the upper hand." Ice Beam. Tapu Fini let out a loud cry, charging a chilling sphere of energy before firing it towards Naganadel. Thunderbolt. Ash ordered, calm and focused. Naganadel unleashed a bolt of electricity from its stinger, colliding with the icy attack, resulting in a loud explosion that enveloped the field in smoke. The match was growing tense. Ash was proving to be a formidable opponent for Kahili, but she was also challenging him in return. Now's your chance, Tapu Fini. Water Pulse. Kahili called out, and her command was executed. The guardian deity released a blue ball of energy towards Naganadel. Did you really think we would fall for that again? Ash quipped, a playful glint in his eye. Naganadel, use Sludge Bomb. While dodging the water pulse, Naganadel released multiple globs of sludge from its stinger. The guardian deity managed to evade each one by flying upwards, but to its surprise, Naganadel quickly passed it and struck back, causing Tapu Fini to be hit by its own attack and crash to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock. Serena tightened her grip on her ribbon, clearly anxious. Kahili's frustration was evident as she balled her fists. I guess we have to fight you with what hurts. Never underestimate a legendary. Water Pulse again. A smirk spread across Ash's face as he crossed his arms. Guess a crushing defeat is the only solution. Thunderbolt on the water pulse and send it back with your wing. Tapu Fini released another blue energy ball. Tackle with Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Naganadel unleashed another bolt of electricity, which coursed through the water sphere upon contact, lighting it up with a brilliant flash. In a swift motion, Naganadel batted the electrified water sphere back at Tapu Fini. The crowd watched in horror as Tapu Fini was overwhelmed, unable to move. Incredible. I've never seen Tapu Fini in such condition before, Harry remarked, his eyes glued to the action. Now to give you a taste of your own medicine, Kahili, Ash said with a smirk. Naganadel, shoot Sludge Bomb at Tapu Fini's legs and wings. Naganadel fired a barrage of adhesive projectiles, striking Tapu Fini's talons and wings, restricting its movement. The toxic goo prevented Tapu Fini from taking flight, leaving it stuck on the field. The poison's a real pain, isn't it? Naganadel can store up to hundreds of liters of poison in their bodies. Quite the Pokemon, Ash said, pleased with his strategy. The kind of Pokemon I would like to study, but only after we take it out. There's always a backup plan. Tapu Fini, use Rain Dance. Despite its pain, Tapu Fini began to sing a melodious tune. The weather worsened, and soon a light rain began to wash away the toxic sludge. Not good, Ash muttered. Have you heard the phrase, haste makes waste? What do you mean? Kahili asked, confused. Let me show you. Naganadel, Thunderbolt. Golden flashes of electricity filled the air, engulfing Tapu Fini in a blinding storm. A shriek echoed as the attack struck, leaving Tapu Fini weary and on the verge of fainting. It landed heavily on the ground, exhausted. The legendary had been bested by the Ultra Beast. The stadium fell silent, stunned by the outcome. When the dust settled, the guardian deity of Pony Island lay unconscious. The referee announced, Tapu Fini is unable to battle. Our challenger Ash Ketchum wins the third Elite Four trial and earns the purple Mega Plate. This is unbelievable. Harry exclaimed. With this fierce battle, Ash Ketchum finally defeats the legendary guardian Pokemon and wins the purple Mega Plate. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ash smiled in satisfaction as his Ultra Beast buddy approached him, playfully nudging his cheek. I always had faith in you, buddy. I knew you would win. In the VIP guest box, Serena watched with a smile, proud of Ash's victory. Suddenly, Amelia ran onto the field and, before Ash could react, she placed a kiss on his lips, stunning him and the entire stadium. Congratulations, Ash. I love you, she declared. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Ash stood there, momentarily speechless. I am sorry, Amelia. You are really a sweet girl, but I can't be with you. Why, Ash? Why can't you be my boyfriend? I come from a notorious family in Kalos, Amelia replied, her voice filled with disbelief. It's not about you or your family, Amelia, I just don't feel that way about you, Ash responded with a sigh. Is it because of Serena? Are you still in love with her? Amelia's frustration bubbled to the surface. What did you just call her? Ash's tone shifted, a hint of anger creeping in. You heard me. That's enough. If you say one more word against Serena, you're going to regret it, Amelia. I mean it. Goodbye, it was nice meeting you. With that, Ash turned and walked away, leaving Amelia feeling dejected on the deck. A tear slipped down her cheek. She had really liked Ash Ketchum. Now you've made it personal, she muttered under her breath as she began to pace the ship's deck. Amelia couldn't remember the last time she had been denied anything. As the daughter of a wealthy, notorious family in the Kalos region, she had always gotten what she wanted. Born into privilege, a luxurious lifestyle was the norm for her. She had been raised to believe that all happiness belonged to her alone. Throughout her childhood in Fleur City, she was treated like a princess. Her only ambition was to become the queen of the Kalos region, a task she had almost completed until Serena arrived. Not only had Serena won the Fleur City Rookie Class Pokémon Showcase, but she had also shattered Amelia's dreams of becoming queen. For the first time in her life, Amelia faced defeat. Palermo had sided with Serena, and although Amelia had used her father's influence to retaliate, the loss still stung deeply. She couldn't accept that she had lost, she had never lost before. Years passed, and Amelia remained trapped in her room, unable to face the world outside. The sun, which she believed belonged to her, felt out of reach. She thought she would never have another chance until she heard about the Alolan Showcase competition. It reignited her hope for revenge and redemption, a chance to reclaim her rightful place. Determined to show the Kalosians who the real queen was, Amelia traveled to Alola, hoping the locals would recognize her worth. Upon arriving, she found herself waiting for the showcase competition, which felt like an eternity. To pass the time, she decided to watch the Alolan Pokemon League, and that's where she saw him. Amelia had never been interested in Pokemon battles, they seemed chaotic and messy, which was why she had chosen to be a showcase performer. The title of performer queen suited her perfectly. However, the Alolan League captured her attention for a different reason. She saw Ash Ketchum, the boy of her dreams. He not only defeated powerful opponents but also won the league, embodying the hero she had always imagined. The more she watched him, the more she fell for him. Everything seemed perfect until the semifinals, where a girl kissed Ash. To her dismay, it was Serena, the very person who had haunted her dreams. Amelia knew Serena would participate in the showcase competition, confirming her worst fears. This time, Amelia was determined not to let Serena ruin her dreams again. She planned to defeat her in the showcase rounds, but she also had a plan for Ash. After winning the third Mega Plate, Amelia kissed Ash and confessed her feelings, confident that her guards would protect her from any interference. But things didn't go as planned. After the competition, Ash left her, and she felt the weight of rejection. The queen had been rejected. That was the final blow for her. Amelia stopped suddenly, her gaze fixed on someone leaning against the railing of the ship's passageway. Anger surged within her as she recognized the person. There she was, calmly watching the sea, seemingly happy after taking her Adonis away. What was her next move? Would she try to steal the Alolan Showcase competition too? No, Amelia decided she wouldn't let that happen. Meanwhile, Serena was lost in thought for most of the evening. The day had been tumultuous, especially after Ash's win in the third Elite Four trial. Amelia had kissed Ash in the stadium and confessed her feelings to him. For a moment, it felt like Serena's world was crumbling. Seeing Ash kissed by another girl was like a blow to her heart. What if Ash accepted Amelia's proposal? The thought was unbearable. Relief washed over her when she heard that Ash had rejected Amelia. Her heart swelled with hope. Ash only loved her. Now, Serena stood quietly by the ship's railing, gazing at the horizon, too distracted to notice the footsteps approaching her. Suddenly, she felt a force push her over the railing. The first person to hear Serena's scream was Ash. Panic gripped him as he rushed to the source of the sound. He spotted someone fleeing the scene but didn't have time to pursue them. Pikachu, at his side, pointed toward the sea, and Ash's heart sank. He couldn't believe what was happening. Without hesitation, he dove into the water, determined to save Serena. As he swam deeper, the darkness of the water surrounded him, but he pressed on, searching for Serena. Finally, he spotted her honey-colored hair. With renewed urgency, he swam toward her. When he reached her, her eyes suddenly opened, and she instinctively grasped him, their lips meeting in an unexpected kiss beneath the waves. After bringing Serena back to the deck, Ash lay beside her, trying to catch his breath. Miette rushed over, alarmed at Serena's condition. Ash reassured her that Serena was okay, but panic set in when he realized she wasn't breathing. "Serena, wake up. Miette urged, but there was no response. Ash felt a wave of desperation wash over him. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Miette suggested that Ash perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a moment of hesitation, Ash took a deep breath and began chest compressions, willing his training to kick in. He leaned down, breathing into her, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally heard the sound of her breathing. Relief flooded through him as he wrapped his arms around her, tears of joy filling his eyes. "Oh my God! Serena, are you okay?" he heard Callum's voice call out, breaking the moment. Callum quickly sat beside Ash and took Serena's unconscious body from him. "Oh no, Serena. What happened to her?" Ash asked, panic rising in his voice. "She fell into the sea," Miette replied. Ash's heart sank. "If anything happens to her, what will happen to me? I didn't even get the chance to confess my feelings." Callum looked determined. "That's it. I've had enough. I'm going to confess my love to her." He took a deep breath and turned to Serena. Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. "He's not going to do that. Is he?" Callum closed his eyes and leaned in, but just as he was about to touch her lips, Ash intervened. "Don't," Ash said softly, looking down. "What?" Callum asked, confused. "Don't get closer to her," Ash replied, his voice firm. Suddenly, a fierce voice emerged from Ash. "Don't you dare. Don't you dare lay a finger on my Serena." He forcefully took Serena back from Callum. "She is mine." His declaration silenced everyone on the deck. Even Callum stepped back, surprised by Ash's intensity. After a long moment of silence, Miette broke the tension. "And since when did she become yours, Ash?" Ash turned to her. "What did you just say?" "I said, when exactly did she become yours? Don't you know? Serena and I are in love." "You loved Serena, Ash," Miette said coldly. Past tense. "Then you broke up with her, didn't you?" Ash looked down, clenching his teeth. "Yeah, but that doesn't mean." "Then what, Ash? What gives you the right to claim her now?" Taking a deep breath, Ash struggled to respond. "Nothing. I just want what's best for Serena." "Oh really? You can do that by staying away from her." "I don't think so. And I certainly don't think Callum is perfect for her." "Are you kidding me right now, Ash? What makes you think that?" Miette laughed bitterly. "Did he leave Serena like you? Twice?" "No." Ash looked down again, the pain becoming unbearable. "Do you have any idea how much pain Serena went through after you left her, Ash?" Miette snapped. "But you just don't care, do you? She even lost her enthusiasm for life and had nobody beside her except me. Do you understand that?" Ash remained silent. "And now, when she is finally moving on, you suddenly show up and claim her. What gives you that right, Ash? Tell me." He stayed quiet. "Why did you leave her in the first place?" Miette pressed, bringing up the painful question again. Still, Ash didn't answer. "Tell me." No response. "Tell me, Ash." "I had to, Miette. I had no other choice," Ash finally admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Really? Is that your excuse, Ash?" "You have no idea, Miette." "Oh, but I do," she shot back. "Don't you think it's the stupidest reason to leave someone?" "What do you mean?" "By leaving someone to keep them safe, you're actually putting them in more danger." Ash looked up, surprised. "What? You have a better chance of protecting her when she's with you, Ash. By leaving her, you made her more vulnerable to getting hurt. Don't you see that?" Ash blinked, realizing he had never thought about it that way. "I've had enough of this," Miette said, turning away. "My friend has faced enough hurt from you. I'm taking Serena with me." With that, Miette took Serena from Ash's arms and began to lead her away. One by one, everyone left the deck, leaving Ash and Pikachu behind. "Pika Pika," Pikachu tried to cheer up his sad friend, who remained seated on the deck, staring down at the ground. Ash wanted to say something, but the weight of the moment left him speechless, his mind occupied with the implications of the conversation. Serena sat quietly in front of the mirror, her Pokémon Sylveon, Pancham, and Braixen standing beside her. It was the semi-final of the Alolan Showcase competition, a crucial moment for her to earn another key and move closer to becoming the queen of the region. Yet, she didn't seem to long for this victory anymore. Tears streamed down her face as she sat in the dressing room, lost in her thoughts. Her faithful Braixen tried to console her, but she could only whisper in frustration about Miette, who had disrupted everything. It had been a week since she last saw Ash, the last memory being his heroic rescue after she was pushed into the ocean by an unknown figure. In that moment of desperation, she had leaned in and kissed him underwater, a fleeting moment of connection that left her with a sweet smile before she lost consciousness again. When she awoke, Ash was gone, and Miette's words revealed the painful truth of what had happened. Anger and helplessness filled Serena as she recalled how Miette had scorned Ash in front of everyone, ruining the moment when he had finally declared his feelings for her. Ash had been humiliated, and in his shame, he had left the ship. Serena felt the weight of her regret. She just wanted one chance to tell Ash that she forgave him for everything and wanted him back in her life. But now, he was gone again, leaving her feeling alone and lost. The competition felt meaningless in the face of her heartache. Before long, a woman entered the room to warn Serena about the upcoming performance. "Okay, Serena, the show is about to start." "Where is she?" "Miss Miette, your friend is gone." Serena had left long before anyone noticed. The ship had already reached the Hawali seaport. From past experiences, she knew the city well, but this time, she followed the path to the Alolan forest. Running under the balmy moonlight, she had no idea where to go or where to stop. Tears blurred her vision as she heard the announcements for her upcoming semi-finale, but it didn't matter to her anymore. After all her struggles and hardships, she felt as if her world was crumbling apart. Suddenly, she stopped, panting, having no strength left to run. She leaned against a tree to catch her breath, but her tears continued to flow. "You shouldn't be here, your show is about to start, Serena," a familiar voice said from the other side of the path. "Why do you care?" "Whatever happens to me shouldn't matter to you," Serena replied slowly, staring at the figure emerging from the shadows. It was Ash. "It matters to me, everything about you matters to me, Serena. I won't stop caring for you. And yet, you left me, breaking my heart," she said, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, I did. You broke my heart twice." "I did," Ash admitted, taking a step toward her but stopping midway, looking down. "I thought leaving you would be the best option to keep you safe. I thought I could change the future by leaving you. All I ever wanted was to keep you safe." Tears filled his eyes too. "But in the end, I realized I can't live without you." He fell to his knees, staring at her, crying openly. "I tried everything to stay away from you. I even wished to see you with someone else, but I couldn't tolerate the thought of you with anyone else." Serena watched him silently, her own tears flowing freely. "No matter where I am, I always think of you. Those moments we shared, your smile. They are my happiest memories. If I had to die to relive them, I would have no regrets. It tears my heart to say this, but I just want to be with you again. I can't live without you," he declared, his voice echoing under the moonlight. "Wait." Serena interrupted, raising a finger. Ash stopped, bracing for the worst. "You should know. If you come back this time, I won't let you go ever again," she said determinedly. He stared blankly for a moment. "Now don't just stand there. Come and hug me," she demanded. In an instant, they ran into each other's arms, finding solace in one another. They kissed passionately, making up for all the lost time, unable to get enough of each other until they needed air. When their lips finally parted, they rested their foreheads against each other, cherishing this moment of togetherness, eyes closed. Everything felt peaceful, with only the Alolan forest and the dazzling moonlight witnessing their reunion. Serena finally spoke, "You have a performance to do." "No, I don't." "You have to, Serena." She looked up at Ash, her eyes tired yet happy. "I don't want to, Ash." "What? Why not, Serena? Isn't being a showcase queen your dream?" "My dream is you, Ash." "Now I got you, I don't need anything else," Ash said softly. "Serena," he continued, his voice filled with emotion. "I only entered the contest to be with you, Ash," she replied, her eyes shimmering. "Serena," he exclaimed, concern lacing his tone. "What?" she asked, looking at him. With a gentle smile, he placed his hands around her cheeks, careful not to hurt her. Serena. Win this for you. For us. Her eyes locked onto his, filled with curiosity. Why, Ash? Because I can see forever in your eyes, he answered. In that moment, they shared a tender kiss. Ladies and gentlemen, our next performer is a special one. She is a Kalos Showcase competition runner-up and made a remarkable mark in Hoenn as a coordinator. Please welcome Serena Yvonne, from Kalos. The auditorium erupted in applause, but there was no sign of Serena. The audience began to murmur. What's going on? Where is contestant Serena? Harry asked, looking puzzled. Just then, someone approached him on stage. Excuse me, Mr. Dallas. Yes, miss, he replied. I am Miette Millefeuille, a coordinator from Sinnoh, she introduced herself. Miss Miette. The Sinnoh Queen. It's a pleasure to meet you. What can I do for you? Harry asked, eager to help. Look, Mr. Dallas, I need a favor. My friend Serena is stuck on something important, but she is about to come. Can you please delay her performance for a little while? Miette pleaded. I'm sorry, miss, but I can't do that. According to the rules, she has to perform now, or she will be disqualified, he explained. Please, Mr. Dallas, can't you do anything? Miette insisted. I really can't, he replied, regret evident in his voice. Feeling hopeless, Miette looked down, her heart sinking. But then she glanced up at the audience, which had suddenly grown louder. The crowd erupted in excitement as Ash entered the auditorium, holding Serena's hand. They were together. The spotlight shone on them, and cameras captured the moment as the audience cheered for the couple. Amelia watched from the monitor in the dressing room, while Callum spotted them from the audience. Miette rushed over to them. Miette. I can explain, Ash started. Save your words for later. Now go and get ready for the performance, she interrupted, urgency in her voice. Serena quickly ran to the dressing room, and Miette turned to Ash with a serious expression. We need to talk about Serena. Ash sighed, knowing that a conversation about Serena was inevitable. Serena could hear the crowd buzzing with anticipation as she made the final adjustments to her outfit. She felt a rush of emotions, realizing she had Ash back in her life in a way she never imagined. The thought that Ash still loved her filled her with joy and nervousness. I guess now I have to win. For me. For us. As I promised him, she thought, determination building within her. As she struggled to place the last accessory, her Pokémon gathered around her, offering their support. Braixen and Pancham touched her shoulder, while Sylveon wrapped one of its feelers around her wrist. Nodding at their encouragement, Serena picked up the ribbon Ash had given her. You're right. We'll all get through this together, just as we have in the past. As long as we give it our best, we'll win today. Our journey has given us so much experience and memories. Let's show them what we're made of, she declared, placing the ribbon on her head. Harry's voice echoed from the stage, and Serena wondered how this showcase would differ from the others. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Pokémon Showcase. Tonight is the final chance for our talented mademoiselles. Who will earn the coveted princess key to the finale? Harry announced, with Klefki dancing around the crowd. Serena clutched her ribbon tightly, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. She needed Ash by her side, but she knew she had to face this challenge alone. Turning to her Pokémon, she spoke, Pancham and Sylveon, I need you two tonight. And Braixen, will you accompany me for the finale? Braixen, the fire type agreed. Pancham. Pancham cheered. Sylveon, came the soft response from Sylveon. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. So, the so-called Kalos Master Class runner-up thinks she has a chance against me. It was Amelia, her tone dripping with disdain. I'll show her what real talent looks like. Serena chose not to engage. It's none of your business, Amelia. Ash and I are meant to be together, she replied confidently. Yes, he rejected me, Amelia sneered. Tonight, Ash will regret choosing you when I win the key and you fail. We shall see about that, Serena said, determination shining in her eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Serena Yvonne, from Kalos. Harry announced. The audience erupted in applause as Serena stepped onto the stage, her eyes scanning the crowd for a familiar face. There he was. Ash sat in the lower row of seats, Pikachu perched on his shoulder. When Serena entered, Ash's bright smile conveyed his confidence in her ability to win that day. Serena noticed Ash giving her a thumbs up, and she felt determined to deliver a performance that the audience would never forget. Everyone, we'll give them a performance they'll always remember. Pancham, let's start by having you jump onto Sylveon's back and release your dark pulse into a sparkling display, she announced. Pancham leaped through the air, landing on Sylveon's back. The duo pranced around the stage, the dark pulse creating a mood that matched the dusk atmosphere. It's because we believe and trust in each other, Serena declared, her voice resonating with the audience's fascination. Although she couldn't see Ash's reaction, she knew it was time to finish strong. Alright, that was great, Sylveon. Now, break off into a swift and aim them for the fairy wind. Then follow it up with one concentrated gust of fairy wind. Serena's voice echoed, and Ash could sense her happiness. With swift movements, Sylveon launched a barrage of golden stars that danced through the fairy wind, captivating the audience. Suddenly, Sylveon released a small twister made of fairy wind, colliding with the original combination in a display of colorful lights and sparkles, much to the crowd's delight. As Ash watched, he found himself clapping along to every movement. Sylveon jumped from Serena's arms, twirling in the air before landing gracefully on the stage floor. They appeared to be in complete sync, but Ash's gaze shifted to Serena, and he couldn't help but smile as he watched her enjoy the moment. He didn't fully understand why, but he was captivated. Snapping from his trance, Ash noticed Serena and her Pokémon preparing for their final showdown. Serena called for a fairy wind, which blew away the last bits of sparkles, drawing all eyes back to her. She knew she had limited combinations left, especially after using many at the beginning of the showcase. Pancham, use Dark Pulse right at Sylveon. Sylveon, reflect them straight up with a combination of Double Team and then Protect to redirect it skywards. They moved into position, and the audience gasped at the sudden emergence of multiple Sylveon around the stage. Pancham launched his attacks at the copies, only for them to be blocked by Protect. The attacks bounced off, launching into the night sky and combining into a final display of fireworks that lit up the entire city. And to wrap it up, Sylveon, use Swift. The golden stars joined the sparkling sky, and the crowd cheered in delight. Serena allowed herself one last look at the main screen, watching Ash's face light up with joy. That was so beautiful, Ash murmured, enchanted, and Pikachu echoed his sentiment. As Ash snapped back to reality, he noticed Serena, Pancham, and Sylveon bowing after their performance. And now, the finalist of the grand finale, after the final voting. Harry exclaimed to the crowd. The majority vote goes to this particular performer, just like in all previous rounds. She continues to fascinate the crowd with her magnificent moves. She is a popular showcase performer from the Kalos region. Contestant Serena Yvonne. The crowd erupted in cheers. Serena had done it again. She was one of the 3 finalists. Here you go, your third princess key. Good luck for the grand finale, Harry announced. Serena gazed at the key, which sparkled in the light. She had worked hard for it, but as she looked over at Ash, standing in the aisle with a proud smile, she realized that his happiness was more precious to her than the key itself. Before she knew it, she took a step forward, then another, until she reached the boy of her dreams. Before Ash could react, she fell into his arms, her face nestled against his heart. The crowd was shocked, and the spotlight shone down on them. In that moment, they didn't care about anything else. This was it, their connection was undeniable. And now, she finally had her Ash back. Although she didn't feel much of a need to continue the competition, Ash insisted that she should. He wanted her to win the battle because he believed in her. He had trust in her, and it was now her job to keep that trust. As they were finally together, Serena wanted to spend every single second with Ash. Even though she was comfortably lying on the master bed of the first-class suite of the ship, she felt restless. All she wanted was to see him. She would have gone to see Ash in the morning, but Miette had stopped her for some unclear reasons. To Serena, it seemed exaggerated that Ash still had commitments before taking her back. He had already confessed his feelings again and taken her back, so what more could Miette want? Serena didn't know, nor did she want to find out. With Miette out of the way, Serena felt a surge of determination. She wanted to see her boyfriend's face. Suddenly, she jumped up from the bed, ran to the door, and opened it, only to find Ash standing right there. "Ash! You are here," she exclaimed, startled. Ash had been about to knock when she opened the door, and the sudden encounter made him a bit shy. He scratched the back of his head and said, I just wanted to see you, Serena." Okay," she replied. "Are you free now, Serena? If not, I can come back later." No. 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 I am totally free. Absolutely free now, Ash." Okay." Ash looked down for a moment before meeting her gaze again. "I would like to take you somewhere, Serena. Would you like to go with me?" Serena blinked in surprise. Even now, Ash was asking her. "Do you want to know my answer, Ash?" "Yeah. This is my answer, Ash," Serena said, leaning up to plant a sweet kiss on his cheek. It was already late afternoon when they arrived on the ship's deck. The sky was a soft, muted color, and the weather was calm. The air felt like a gentle melody, and the sun was beginning to set on the horizon. They sat silently on a bench near the railing, enveloped in a blissful silence, enjoying each other's presence. At one moment, they felt the urge to talk, to share their feelings, and in the next, they were content to simply be together. Sometimes, words aren't necessary to express love, a loving silence is enough when you're with someone special. Ash noticed that the breeze was blowing Serena's hair across her face. He tenderly brushed it away and said, "I love you, Serena." Serena smiled softly, feeling drawn to him, and replied, "I love you more." And just like that, they stayed there, embracing each other warmly, with only the stars and the setting sun as witnesses. In that moment, they didn't care about anything else, they had each other. They had faced many challenges, tragedies, and heartbreaks, but this moment truly belonged to them. They had earned it. Serena felt a gentle kiss on her head, followed by a drop of water, a tear. She quickly looked up to see Ash turning away. "Ash. Are you crying?" she asked, concern filling her voice. "No. No. I am not crying, Serena," Ash replied, quickly hiding his face. "Is there anything wrong, Ash?" "Nothing is wrong, Serena. Please tell me, or I will break down too." "What's wrong?" she urged, her voice trembling. Sighing in defeat, Ash finally turned to her, and Serena could clearly see the tears in his eyes. "What's wrong, Ash?" He quietly placed his hand on her cheek, a tear slipping down his face. "Serena, I take you for granted. Don't I?" "What do you mean?" "Anyone would be blessed to have a partner like you. You are amazing, magnificent." His expression grew pained as he continued. "But at the end of the day, you end up with me, who keeps letting you down." "What are you saying, Ash?" "I keep hurting you, don't I?" "Again and again." Ash's voice broke, and he was clearly distressed. "Please don't say that, Ash. A person like me doesn't deserve you. Stop it. Stop it, Ash. I am the most horrible person in the world. Ash." Serena grabbed his collar, stopping him. Ash looked at her with confusion. "Ash." Serena spoke tenderly, "If you feel guilty for leaving me and hurting me, then make it up to me. Stay with me. For eternity." Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, and Ash stared at her, finally giving a small nod. "I will." They embraced once again, but their moment was interrupted. Well, well. Looks like the lovebirds have made up. How sweet. But that isn't enough," Miette said, standing nearby with Gary. Ash and Serena turned to them. "What do you want, Miette?" Ash asked. "I told you we need to talk, didn't I? And you just slyly made your way to Serena, didn't you?" "Yes." Ash looked down. "I am sorry. Seriously, Ashy boy. I like that poker face look on you," Gary teased. "Stop for now, Gary. You can tease him later," Miette snapped. "Now, getting to the point. If you truly want to be with Serena, there have to be some rules before I let you be with her." "What rules?" "You heard me. Miette, stop it. Serena protested. Don't you dare snap at me, girl, Miette shot back. I stood by you when your boyfriend abandoned you. Because of me, you two are together now. I started this, now let me finish it. Serena fell silent. Now, if you want to be with Serena, there has to be a solid commitment. What kind of commitment? Ash asked, feeling uneasy. Plain and simple, no leaving each other, even if serious jobs come up. You need to stay together, because you would have a better chance of protecting her when you are together. Got it? Yes, Ash replied, his tone uncertain. Good. Now tell me, Ash, what would you do if a life-threatening moment arises? What would you do to save her? I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice my life to save her, Ash said earnestly. What? Serena started, but Miette grabbed her hand and pulled her from the bench. Miette. Wait. You see, Ash, that's your problem. You think like a self-centered person, always making decisions for yourself. You wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice your life for Serena, but you don't think about how she would live in a world without you. Then what should I do? Let the love of my life die. Ash's voice was strained. You stay together, you live together, you fight together, and you die together. Do you understand me, Ash? Ash looked down, clenching his teeth. What Miette was asking was difficult. I am waiting for your promise, Ash. I promise. Ash finally replied. Well, that's good. With that commitment, Serena is now yours. Miette released Serena's hand. Go girl. Ash is finally yours. Our mission is done, Miette said, turning to Serena. Thank you, Miette, Serena said sincerely. Thank me later by enduring my teasing. Now you can enjoy your time with your boyfriend. Miette. See ya. Miette giggled as she left with Gary, who gave a thumbs up. Ash and Serena watched them go, appreciating their friend's support. Serena. Aha. Miette mentioned a mission before leaving. What kind of mission? Serena giggled but chose not to explain, wanting to enjoy the moment with Ash instead. She reached for his hand. Ash. Would you like to dance with me? Now. Aha. But there is no music here. So what? Dance with me. Her eyes sparkled, and Ash couldn't refuse her. He took her hand, placing his other on her waist. It felt electric, and she settled into his embrace. He began to lead, recalling their earlier dances. Serena was right, sometimes, there was no need for music. Sometimes, they just needed each other. They danced under the stars, the night sky witnessing their connection. How was that? Don't forget to tell me in the review. Stay tuned for the next chapter. The final Elite Four trial. Will Ash win? It was a spectacular view. Fireworks exploded in the sky, creating colorful shapes of Pokemon, while some flew high, sending waves of energy across the sky. The roar of the anticipating crowd echoed across the island of Melee Melee. In the presidential conference room of the Grand Trial Stadium on Memorial Hill, the Elite Four members championed Diantha, Lance, Adler, Wallace, Cynthia, and Drake sat in anticipation. Today was the day of the final Elite Four trial, a moment that would determine whether Ash would become the new champion of the region. Where is Kahuna Hala? Drake inquired. Obviously getting ready for the grand trial, you can't expect to see him here today, Kahuna Olivia replied. Champion Lance reflected on Ash Ketchum, recalling the first time he had seen him at just 10 years old. I won't say he was a strong competitor back then, but one thing I could seriously say is that the boy never lacked enthusiasm. Now, he's on the verge of becoming the new champion. Wasn't that obvious? Champion Diantha responded. The boy always had great potential, he almost got me back in the Kalos region. Wallace chuckled, as soon as he wins this match, he'll be off on a new mission, the World Championship. Can't disagree with that, another champion added. Champions, please, Kahuna Kahili interjected. Do not underestimate Ash Ketchum just yet. He still has to face Kahuna Hala, who is considered the strongest among us. The final trial will be tougher than expected. We certainly expect that, but don't underestimate Ash either. The boy is always full of surprises, Drake remarked. At that moment, a figure entered the room, drawing everyone's attention: Leon, the champion of the Galar region. Welcome, Mr. Leon, champion of Galar. It's a pleasure to have you at our final Elite Four Grand Trial, Kahuna Olivia greeted him warmly. The pleasure is all mine, Leon replied. Well, well. Look who is here. The great world champion Leon finally graces us with his presence. Lance teased. It's good to see you too, Lance. Still haven't gotten over the loss in the World Championship final, have you? Leon quipped back. Well, I already have. Because I plan to beat you next time. We shall see. So, the boy named Ash Ketchum is competing in the final grand trial, right? Leon asked as he took a seat. Yep, came the reply. Then I really look forward to this battle. Leon said with an amused tone. With small steps full of confidence, Ash Ketchum made his way to the battlefield, fully prepared both physically and mentally. He had all his Pokémon and friends with him today. His buddy Pikachu perched on his shoulder, and most importantly, the love of his life was there to support him. The crowd roared as Ash entered the battlefield, but his eyes searched for a particular person. There she was. Unlike the previous trials, the girl of his dreams was now seated among the audience, smiling. That cute smile always brightened his day, just as it did now. Miette was not present. Ash guessed that after reuniting him and Serena, her job was done, and she had no interest in Pokémon battles. Suddenly, amidst the cheering crowd, Serena raised her hand, kissed her fingers, and blew a kiss to Ash. He caught that kiss proudly and placed it over his heart, noticing her eyes glinting even from a distance. It was showtime. The love of his life was there for him, wanting to see him win today. And he was determined to win, no matter what. Pikachu. The stadium announcer, Harry Dallas, began the introductions with enthusiasm. He welcomed everyone to the final Grand Elite Four trial in Alolan history, emphasizing the significance of the event. The crowd erupted in cheers as he explained that Ash Ketchum, the Alolan League winner, would challenge Kahuna Hala of Melee Island in a one-on-one battle. If Ash won, he would receive the orange plate and become the champion of the Alola region. If he lost, his journey would end there. On the opposite side of the field, Kahuna Hala stood calmly, ready for the challenge. Ash recalled their previous encounter during the Alolan Pokemon League Grand Finale, where Hala had disbanded him after his disguise was revealed. Despite that past incident, Hala spoke to Ash with respect, wishing him luck in the battle. The referee announced the rules, stating that both trainers had already selected their Pokemon and could not change them until one was unable to battle. The crowd was filled with excitement as Ash's Pikachu perched on his shoulder, ready for action. Kahuna Hala released his Pokemon, revealing Tapu Koko, the guardian deity of Melee Island. The crowd cheered, as this was a common occurrence in Elite Four trials. Ash encouraged Pikachu, who jumped onto the battlefield, while Serena cheered from the sidelines, holding her ribbon tightly. Hala announced the battle format, and both trainers expressed their determination. The referee signaled the start of the match, and Ash commanded Pikachu to attack with Thunderbolt. However, Tapu Koko quickly shielded itself, minimizing the damage. Ash was surprised by the effectiveness of Tapu Koko's defense. Hala explained that Tapu Koko's ability, Electric Surge, enhanced electric attacks for 5 minutes. Undeterred, Ash ordered Pikachu to use agility to get closer. In a flash, Tapu Koko appeared right in front of Pikachu and unleashed a powerful move called Nature's Madness, which struck Pikachu and sent him flying back. Concerned for his Pokemon, Ash called out to Pikachu, who quickly recovered and returned to his side. Ash rallied Pikachu to continue the fight, but Hala warned him about the consequences of Nature's Madness, which could cost Pikachu half of his remaining strength. The crowd gasped at the revelation. Determined, Ash commanded Pikachu to use Electro Ball. Tapu Koko managed to withstand the attack but was pushed back slightly. Ash realized that Tapu Koko was exceptionally fast, especially after using agility. Hala taunted Ash, reminding him of Tapu Koko's speed advantage. Thinking quickly, Ash instructed Pikachu to use agility followed by quick attack. Pikachu executed the combo with precision, dodging Tapu Koko's incoming attack and closing the distance for a powerful strike. The battle was heating up, and both trainers were fully engaged in the intense showdown. Tapu Koko flew backward but managed to steady himself. Yes, a direct hit. Ash cheered. Agility, Tapu. Try to stay ahead in speed. Kahuna Hala shouted. Pikachu, do the same. Ash ordered immediately. Stop him with quick attack. This proved to be a challenging task. Pikachu, though not a legendary Pokemon, had plenty of experience dodging attacks. He evaded every attempt Tapu Koko made to get closer, using his agility to navigate the battlefield swiftly. Forget it, Tapu Koko. You're both on +6, Kahuna Hala said, a hint of frustration in his voice. Just then, the effect of electric surge wore off, returning the battlefield to normal. Let's see if this works. Electro Ball. Do the same, Pikachu. Both electric types charged their attacks and launched them at each other. The resulting collision created a cloud of dust, and neither trainer dared to give an order until they assessed the outcome. Pikachu and Tapu Koko emerged with only a bit of dirt on them, ready to continue. Okay, the heck. Don't tell me the two of them are actually speed-tied. Kahuna Hala murmured. It looks that way. Ash conceded. Pikachu. Use Thunder. Do the same. Try to get through his attack. Once again, both Pokemon charged their attacks, resulting in another explosion that drained their stamina slightly. The guardian deity growled, realizing that Pikachu was holding his own, not just relying on power but also on years of training and experience. I can use electric terrain, Tapu Koko thought, but Kahuna Hala shook his head. That would give them an advantage too. This is going to be a war of attrition. Spark. We need a solid hit. Ash observed the exchange, noting that it seemed like his opponent was communicating with Tapu Koko. He needed to focus on the fight. Dodge, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu jumped out of the way, causing Tapu Koko to hit the ground. Get close with quick attack and spark. He can't dodge forever. Even Ash knew he needed a counterattack quickly. Pikachu dodged in every direction, but Tapu Koko was relentless. The electric sparks around its body never faded, and Pikachu was eventually forced to use his own quick attack to evade. Unfortunately, Tapu Koko landed a solid hit on Pikachu's back. Pika. Pikachu cried out and landed on his stomach. Fortunately, Tapu Koko needed a moment to catch his breath, giving Pikachu a brief reprieve. You okay? Kahuna Hala asked Tapu Koko. It was ready to continue. Ash gritted his teeth, trying to devise a strategy. So far, Pikachu hadn't been able to land a hit. His attacks were either blocked or countered. Still ready to go? He asked, looking down at Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu responded with a thumbs up, though his breath was heavier than usual. Alright, Pikachu, now use Thunderbolt. Pika Chuu. Pikachu cried as a powerful bolt of electricity surged toward Tapu Koko. Protect, now. Kahuna Hala commanded. Tapu Koko quickly shielded itself as the thunderbolt struck. Though it hit, Tapu Koko took minimal damage and continued to levitate. Now use Giga Impact. Tapu Koko shouted, surrounding itself with a powerful energy. It charged at Pikachu with incredible speed. Don't move, Pikachu, just stay right there, Ash instructed. Pikachu hesitated but trusted his trainer. As Tapu Koko closed in, Ash counted down, wait for it, until it was just a few meters away. Now spin. Pikachu jumped high and spun past Tapu Koko, narrowly avoiding the Giga Impact. Pikachu, use Iron Tail, he commanded. Pikachu turned his tail into iron and slammed it down on Tapu Koko, who was still in motion. The legendary Pokemon hit the ground hard, clearly in pain. Impossible. Kahuna muttered. That Pikachu is really something else. Now. Kahuna Hala shouted. Just in time, Tapu Koko took off into the air. The audience gasped as they watched Tapu Koko soar. Once at a comfortable height, he surveyed the battlefield and recognized a flaw in his strategy. Tapu Koko unleashed a powerful discharge, while Pikachu countered with Thunderbolt. The two electric attacks merged, creating a storm of thunder that spread in multiple directions. As Tapu Koko charged forward, Pikachu met it head-on. An electro ball formed in Tapu Koko's hand, and Pikachu harnessed the energy from Thunderbolt to create a pseudo-wild charge. Their collision shook the cave, causing the ground to tremble. Ash remained steady, while Serena held onto her seat for balance. Electricity crackled around them, intensified by the electric terrain. Ash's hair stood on end as bolts of energy flew past him. Pikachu burrowed underground using Dig and emerged beneath Tapu Koko with a powerful crunch. Tapu Koko used agility to escape and retaliated with a move that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The shockwave knocked Pikachu out of the air and onto the ground, where the bolts unleashed their fury. Pikachu! Ash cried out in concern. Oh no! Serena gasped. For a moment, Pikachu lay still, but then he managed to rise again, prompting cheers from the crowd. Ash's Pikachu is really something else. Harry exclaimed. You okay, buddy? Ash asked in concern. Pika Pika. Pikachu responded. Can you still go on? Ash inquired. Pikachu. With determination, Ash ordered, Volt Tackle. Pika. 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 Pikachu immediately began running at Tapu Koko, surrounded by golden electricity. Quick attack. Hala commanded again. Tapu Koko let out a battle cry, enveloping itself in powerful yellow, orange, and purple energy. The two Pokémon drew closer with each passing moment until they collided, creating a powerful blast that sent wind swirling around the battlefield. Ash struggled to keep his cap on as dust flew in his direction. When the dust settled, both Pokémon remained standing, albeit battered and covered in dust and scuff marks, gritting their teeth in pain. Alright, Ash, you have shown your ability and worthiness, but it's time to end the game, Hala declared. What do you mean? Ash asked, puzzled. You will see, Hala replied, pulling something from his pocket, the Tepunium Z crystal. Hala quickly donned the crystal on his wrist and began to perform the Z pose perfectly, channeling ancient power to the guardian deity. The ground trembled, shocking the entire stadium. What is happening? Harry called out, while Serena tightened her grip on her ribbon. The ground continued to shake, and suddenly, a headless giant emerged from underground, stunning everyone watching. What is that? Someone gasped. Ash observed the newly formed guardian deity, then looked down at Pikachu, who appeared more determined than ever. You ready, Pikachu? Ash asked. Pika Pika. Pikachu replied. I guess we have no other choice but to do this. Ash said quietly, pulling out a band from his pocket and placing it on his wrist. You ready, Ash? Or are you thinking of giving up? Hala chuckled. Not at all. The real game is yet to begin, Ash smirked. Suddenly, Ash's band began to glow, surprising everyone. The light intensified with each passing moment. What is this? Hala asked, intrigued. You will see. Ash said with a confident grin. The ground shook once more, and the crowd gasped in alarm as energy flowed from the band to Pikachu. Suddenly, the tiny mouse Pokémon began to grow. Bigger. And bigger. The transformation baffled everyone in the field. Pikachu continued to grow until it matched the size of the newly formed guardian entity. Silence enveloped the battlefield as everyone seemed to forget to speak. From the VIP box, all champions stood in shock, except for one person, Leon. So, Ash. You finally decided to use the Dynamax band I gave you, he murmured with a smirk. This was going to be an epic battle, monster-sized Tapu Koko versus Gigantamax Pikachu. Serena was beyond astonished, witnessing that transformation was the last thing she expected today. She remembered seeing something similar in the Galar region when Ash rescued her from Team Skull. Ash could do that, she breathed out, gripping her ribbon tightly. She had seen his interest in that transformation during his battle with Lysandra, but she never thought he would master it. The entire stadium shared her astonishment. They were familiar with Z moves, but Gigantamaxing was a completely new concept for them. The guardian deity perched comfortably on the neck of the enormous Pikachu, which not only had grown in size but also had a glowing tail and 3 purplish clouds floating above its neck. As the tiny mouse Pokémon transformed, the sky darkened with purple clouds, sending a wave of fear through the crowd. Holy cow! Announcer Harry Dallas exclaimed. Contestant Ash's Pikachu has turned into Gigantamax Pikachu. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hala watched the Gigantamax Pikachu for a moment before smirking and folding his arms. So. You bring that notorious transformation from the Galar region to counter my Tapu Koko. Ha! That's right, Ash replied confidently. But I am afraid that won't be enough, contestant Ash Ketchum. Even though this stadium has a power spot for Dynamaxing, my Tapu is still far more powerful. Aren't you being a little too cocky, Kahuna Hala? Ash replied calmly. You see, Ash. My Tapu Koko's special Z move is enough to knock your Pikachu out, even in this form. But that would be boring, so I'm going to have some fun with you. What do you say? Bring it on, Ash replied with a smirk. Let's go. Ash turned to his Gigantamax buddy. Pikachu. We're going to have to use speed and power to win this. You won't be able to outlast it, and you won't beat it with pure strength. Just follow my commands, and we will be fine. Pika. Pika. Pikachu affirmed. Ready. Begin. Gigantamax Pikachu rushed across the battlefield, attempting to hit Tapu Koko with repeated karate chops. However, each swing was met with a powerful force. Ash watched, knowing this battle wouldn't end well. Pikachu seemed to slow down, while Tapu Koko appeared unfazed. Dynamic punch. Hala ordered loudly. Tapu Koko's right fist glowed light blue as it blocked Pikachu's final karate chop. In moments, it brought its fist down on the Gigantamax Pokémon, causing a shockwave that sent Pikachu stumbling backward in pain. The crowd gasped in alarm. Now. Low sweep. Then finish it with seismic toss. Hala commanded. The enormous Tapu Koko lunged forward, sweeping its leg beneath Pikachu, tripping it. Seizing the opportunity, Tapu Koko grabbed Pikachu by the leg and leaped into the air. As it reached its maximum height, Tapu Koko threw the mouse Pokémon onto the ground. The impact felt like an earthquake, and Pikachu landed on the battleground, prompting the crowd to gasp in horror. Pikachu. No. Ash shouted in fear. Serena tightened her grip on her ribbon, sensing the situation was worsening. Are you okay, Pikachu? Ash asked, brushing himself off. Pika Pika, the mouse Pokémon replied in a low tone, looking hurt but managing to stand up once again. Ash looked at Pikachu, who stared back with determination in his eyes. Ash understood, his buddy wanted to win, waiting for his next command. I told you, Ash, even Gigantamaxing isn't enough to take down my Tapu Koko, Hala said, folding his arms. How about we win this thing? Ash smirked. He turned to Pikachu, who nodded and moved toward the edge of the battlefield. Was it something I said? Ash mumbled, watching Pikachu get closer. Battle. Resume. Let's finish this quickly, Tapu Koko. Dynamic punch again. Kahuna Hala commanded. Tapu Koko charged across the battlefield, its fist glowing light blue. Wait for it. Ash instructed, surprised when Pikachu remained still. Tapu Koko continued its charge, leaving the spectators confused as to why Ash hadn't ordered Pikachu to move. At the last moment, Ash shouted, now, lunge to the side and use Max Strike. Pikachu obeyed, dodging Tapu Koko's glowing fist. He jumped into the air, creating glowing cracks on the ground as he landed. The cracks spread toward Tapu Koko, and a burst of yellow energy erupted from beneath the guardian deity. Prevent it. Tapu Koko. Hala commanded urgently. But it was too late, the energy hit Tapu Koko, sending it flying backward. The crowd gasped again. Now. Hit the legendary with your tail. Ash commanded smoothly. Pikachu moved forward as Tapu Koko struggled to rise, stunned by the sudden attack. Pikachu struck with his glowing tail. Ma. Tapu Koko called out, feeling the impact. Hala could only watch as his Pokémon was repeatedly hit, unable to regain its footing. Now. Seismic toss. Ash ordered, reminiscent of Hala's earlier command. Pikachu followed up with a final strike before grabbing Tapu Koko's leg and leaping into the air. He executed a front flip, throwing Tapu Koko to the ground with a loud thud. The crowd held its breath, stunned into silence. The guardian deity attempted to stand up, still showing signs of resilience. All right, Ash. You have proved your worthiness once again, but the battle isn't over yet, Hala said, his voice strained. Neither for me, Ash replied calmly. Both Pokémon advanced toward each other as their trainers commanded. However, Tapu Koko moved faster, catching Pikachu off guard. Close combat. Hala ordered as Tapu Koko closed in. Pikachu was startled by the rapid punches, unable to dodge or deflect them, gradually weakening under the assault. Pikachu. Hang in there, buddy. Ash encouraged. You see, Ash. Your Pokémon's agility drops when it turns Gigantamax, Hala remarked calmly, observing the one-sided battle. But Ash was focused solely on saving Pikachu. Time felt like it was moving in slow motion. He noticed that Tapu Koko had left its shoulder open after each attack. Pikachu, quick. Use Max Steel Spike. Now, he shouted as Tapu Koko exposed its right shoulder after a punch. Hala was stunned as Pikachu's glowing tail struck Tapu Koko's shoulder, causing it to stumble backward. You've got to keep your guard up, he yelled, but it was too late. Let's kick it now. Ash commanded, seizing the opportunity. Pikachu moved forward and kicked Tapu Koko's legs, causing it to fall backward. Max Steel Spike. Once again. Ash called out. Hala urged his Pokémon to rise, but Tapu Koko was still dazed. Pikachu's tail glowed white as he slammed it into the ground, creating a series of spikes that surged forward, hitting Tapu Koko and sending shockwaves through the stadium. After several seconds, Ash decided to end the battle. Now. Finish it with Seismic Toss. Pikachu grabbed Tapu Koko and leaped into the air, waiting until he reached his highest point before throwing the guardian deity down to the ground. The entire stadium watched in awe. Tapu Koko landed with another loud thud, creating a shockwave across the battlefield. Pikachu landed beside it, ready to strike again if necessary. Amazing. Just amazing. The Gigantamax Pikachu hit the guardian deity Tapu Koko really hard. Is this the end? Harry exclaimed loudly. The crowd remained in stunned silence. Come on, Tapu Koko. Hala urged. You can't give up. Not that easily. Tapu Koko remained silent. For centuries, you have been our guardian, protector of this region. You cannot give up right now. Not like this, Hala pleaded. For a moment, there was stillness, but then the guardian deity stirred, letting out a final battle cry as it rose once more. This is it. Our guardian deity is still in the game. The entire stadium erupted in cheers, as the Alolans were determined to see their guardian prevail. The battle was far from over. All right then, we've had enough. Prepare for our Z move, Ash. This is our ultimate move, and it will end this. Hala declared with a serious tone. Bring it on. Ash replied, ready for the next challenge. Ash called out to Pikachu with enthusiasm. Tapu Koko struck a series of synchronized poses alongside Hala as the Z-power began to build. Suddenly, it became enveloped in an orb of yellow energy. The mighty guardian deity then surged forward, ready to deliver a powerful punch to its opponent. There we go. Tapu Koko. Z move. Guardian de Alola. Serena's voice echoed in horror as she called out, Ash. Ash looked up at the legendary opponent with determination. Pikachu, now. G-Max Volt Crash. Pikachu unleashed a massive bolt of yellow electricity into the clouds above. Moments later, multiple bolts of lightning, shaped like Pikachu's tail, struck down from the clouds, colliding with their guardian opponent just as it landed a punch on Pikachu. The explosion lit up the stadium, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. All the kahunas and champions rose from their seats, and time seemed to stand still. As the first sunlight of the day streamed through her window, Serena woke up and stretched her arms. She looked outside, her face lighting up with happiness. The boy of her dreams was already swimming in the Alolan Ocean with his friends, including Charizard, who was carefully keeping his tail above the water. Serena couldn't help but smile, filled with admiration for Ash. He had not changed since their first meeting in Kalos, and even now, in Alola, he remained the same boy she had fallen for. Despite becoming the champion of the region and attracting countless fans and paparazzi, Ash had only grabbed Serena's hand and run away with her. That was just typical Ash. But there was one thing that had changed about him after their incredible journey together: his affection for her. Whenever their eyes met, he would give her the warmest smile, gazing at her as if she were a princess. He never missed a chance to express his love for her, making her feel flattered beyond measure. It was like falling in love with the same man over and over again, a dream come true. She had her Ash, and she was determined to win the showcase because Ash believed in her. After all, a champion needed a queen by his side. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Serena called out, opening the door to find Ash standing there. Ash, she exclaimed. You're already ready. Ash said, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Come on, we have to go. Where? Serena asked, her cheeks flushed from the kiss. Ow. Don't talk, just come. I have something incredible to show you today. Meanwhile, Gary was feeling nervous for the first time in his life. He was planning to propose to Miette today. Throughout their time in Alola, he had fallen for her charm and personality. The way she smiled, talked, and danced captivated him. For the first time, he found himself thinking about having a girlfriend. If Ash could have a girlfriend, so could he, but his pride often held him back. After weeks of indirect hints, Miette had finally agreed to a date, and Gary hoped everything would go smoothly. Unbeknownst to Gary, Miette shared his feelings. She had met many boys, but none compared to Gary. He was charming, wise, and had a teasing personality that matched her own. Miette had developed feelings for him but was determined not to admit it. Love was a battle, and she believed that Gary would have to earn her affection. As Ash and Serena walked together, Serena asked, Ash, do you mind telling me where we are going? Ash, can you tell me where Miette is today? He replied with a smirk. She is out for some reason. Why? Do you know my friend Gary is out early today too? So. He called Miette before going out. Wait. Don't tell me, Ash. Are they? Yep. Your friend Miette is out for a date with Gary, which he calls touring Hawali City, Ash said with a grin. But why are you taking me to this, Ash? Come on, Serena. For ages, they have teased us about everything, especially that Gary. It's finally our time to pay them back. Ash said with a mischievous tone. That's right. Today, Gary had a special plan for Miette, the blue-haired beauty from Kalos, the Sinnoh Queen Miette Millefeuille. He had developed feelings for her but struggled to confess. The reason was complicated. Back in Kanto, he had been quite popular among girls, and he feared that confessing to another girl, even a queen, would diminish his status. He couldn't bear the thought of being seen as just another random guy like Ash, not to mention the possibility of rejection. So, he devised a plan. If he couldn't confess, he would make her confess. Instead. As they wandered the streets of Hawali City, Miette suddenly asked, Gary. Where exactly are we going? Gary replied innocently, don't know. Just roaming. If you feel bored, we can stop. Not at all. Let's go. Miette smiled, though she was aware that Gary was leading her somewhere specific as part of his plan. Unbeknownst to him, Miette had her own thoughts. She recognized Gary's pride and knew his ego wouldn't allow him to confess. She suspected that today's outing was an attempt to get her to confess instead. Nice try, Gary, she thought, but you won't succeed today. Instead, you will be the one who ends up confessing. They arrived at Hawali City Park, which was vibrant and lively, filled with people in traditional attire celebrating the Mele Island Spring Festival. It's the time for the festival now, don't you want to explore it, Miette? Gary asked with a warm smile. Okay, she replied. Then come. I need to take you somewhere. Where? Just come. They entered a tent filled with various attractions, and Miette quickly realized they were at a fortune teller's booth. Really, Gary? A fortune teller? She questioned. Why? Scared to know about your future, Sinnoh Queen, he teased. In your dreams. Let's go, she said, but Gary was already pulling her inside. Inside the tent, a woman in a hood sat at a table with a crystal ball. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to my doorstep of fortune. This stop may change your life forever, she said in a serious tone. Miette folded her arms, intrigued. What can you tell us, ma'am? Gary asked. Anything you want, as long as my crystal ball shows, she replied. Okay. Tell me about my love life, Gary said, folding his arms with a chuckle. Gary. Miette exclaimed, but he just laughed. The fortune teller began to hover her hands over the crystal ball, which started to glow. Let me tell you something, my boy. You have never truly fallen in love, have you? Nope, Gary admitted. But here's the truth, whoever comes into your life, you will always keep her happy and never let her go. Really? Thanks, Gary replied, amused. There is one more truth, boy. A girl is about to enter your life. A friend. And soon she will confess her love to you. She glanced at Miette, who maintained a calm expression. What about you, girl? Do you want to know anything? The fortune teller asked Miette. Nope. Thanks, she replied. Come on, Miette, Gary protested. You heard about mine, let me hear something about you. But I don't have anything to ask. Then let me put it for you. Tell us about her love life, ma'am. Gary. Miette exclaimed, surprised. That's awfully personal. Come on, it will be fine, Gary encouraged with a mischievous smile. Ma'am, please proceed. The lady resumed her mystical gestures over the crystal ball, which lit up again. I see. I see, she said suddenly. What? Miette asked, feigning indifference. You have someone in your heart, don't you, girl? Nope. Don't be shy. I see someone in your heart. You like him, don't you? You just want him to confess to you. Miette looked away, and Gary pressed, really? Do you have a crush on someone, Miette? It's none of your business, Gary. Come on, at least tell us something about him so I can reveal more about him. Is he a friend? The lady asked. Yes, Miette finally admitted, her voice low. Is he from Kanto? Yes, she replied. Is he attached to Pokemon? Miette nodded. Friend, Kanto, attachment with Pokemon. Who are you referring to, Miette? Gary asked, sensing his moment. Smiling brightly, Miette finally looked into Gary's eyes and said, You know the name too, Gary. His name is Ash Ketchum. Smiling brightly, Miette finally looked into Gary's eyes and said, You know the name too, Gary. His name is Ash Ketchum. I beg your pardon. Gary asked in disbelief. You heard me, Gary. The name of my crush is Ash Ketchum, Miette replied again, her voice playful. For a moment, Gary felt overwhelmed. Out of millions of boys in the Pokemon universe, Miette had to fall for him. Are you crazy? Gary almost cried out. You are in love with Ash. I didn't say love, Gary, Miette replied swiftly. I said I have a crush on Ash. But how can you? He is in a relationship with Serena. Good. There is nothing wrong with having a crush on someone, Gary. He is cute and optimistic, but that doesn't mean he is my type for a relationship. I just like him as a person. Gary was at a loss for words, staring at her in confusion. Turning to the fortune teller, Miette said, It was nice meeting you, ma'am. See ya. She started to leave the tent but paused midway. Or maybe. If someone confesses his feelings for me, my feelings for Ash may change, she said with a giggle before walking away. That girl. Serena burst out the moment Gary and Miette left the tent. I knew she always had a thing for you. Calm down, Serena. Calm down. Ash tried to soothe her. Didn't you hear what she said? She has a crush on you. Maybe that was a trick, Serena. How can you say that? Didn't you hear what she said at the end? It all feels like a game to get the other one to confess. Serena hesitated, still upset. Smiling gently, Ash embraced her lightly, allowing her to rest her head on his heart, a pose they both cherished. You know, Serena, even if the world goes against us, I will always belong to you. Don't you? I know, she muttered, snuggling closer. Then there's nothing to worry about. Besides, Miette is the one who brought us together again, I don't think she will be a threat to our relationship. Okay. Then let's go. We need to get visors, it's getting dangerous to walk around freely. Meanwhile, Miette couldn't remember the last time she had walked side by side with a boy she truly admired. Everything felt perfect as she walked alongside Gary, who seemed silent and distant, likely still processing her earlier confession. But Miette had no choice, Gary had set her up to reveal her feelings. It was traditionally the boy who confessed his love, not the girl, and she wasn't about to change that. "So where should we go first?" she asked. Gary looked back with a blank expression. "I dunno." "Still upset about my earlier answer, researcher boy?" Miette chuckled. "I don't care. Whoever you like or care about is your personal matter." "Oh really? In that case, let me remind you, Gary Oak, it was you who brought me here for this date, and now you're being distant." Sighing, Gary finally relented. "Alright, Miette, where do you want to go?" "Maybe sparklers first," she suggested with a smile. Once they had bought their sparklers, they dashed from shop to shop at the festival, collecting various items and grinning at each other with hands full of shopping bags. Gary's cold demeanor was finally melting away. "Now we just need yukatas. They're very popular around here, so we should buy some," Miette suggested. Gary had always disliked clothes shopping, but ever since he met Miette, he found himself more willing to tolerate it, especially for her. "Sure, we've got time," he nodded as they headed toward a traditional yukata shop. Miette gasped in amazement upon entering, surrounded by a rainbow of colors and patterns. Gary, slightly bemused by her excitement, followed her as she picked out a few that she liked. She felt an opportunity arising, a chance to confirm everything she had doubted at the fashion show. She would hold her own little fashion show for Gary. Looking up at him, she began to play with her fingers. "Gary, do you mind if I try a few on?" Of course, Gary couldn't say no. He had already picked out a navy yukata that almost matched his blue hair and was satisfied, though he appreciated that Miette wanted more time. He nodded with a warm smile, watching her excitement as she skipped off with yukatas of all different colors. Standing outside the changing rooms, he felt his earlier frustrations dissipate, perhaps because of Miette. "Well played, Miette," Gary muttered to himself. "But at the end of the day, I'm going to get you to confess to me. The game is still on." Miette, even as she disappeared behind the changing room curtain, had thoughts of Gary on her mind. She felt a mix of emotions about the day's events and wondered what would happen next. Carefully scanning her selection, she said to herself, "First we'll start with blue. A calming color that will put him at ease." Gary stood blissfully unaware outside the curtain, and she longed to hear him say the word "beautiful" properly, as that would feel like a confession. Determined to get an answer, she quickly whipped open the curtain and twirled for Gary, who instantly turned around. "Tada! How does this one look?" Gary found himself staring, a rush of adrenaline hitting him. He felt butterflies in his stomach, but he couldn't find the words to respond. Miette laughed to herself, blushing as she realized she had made him nervous again. "Any comments?" she prompted, but all Gary could do was nod in approval. Frustrated, he rubbed his face, wondering why he was suddenly so tongue-tied. Miette selected her next item, pulling out a bright green yukata with a heavy floral pattern. "This has a bit more kick to it, this will surely get him going." She emerged again, and once more, Gary was amazed. This time, he flexed his jaw, trying to muster a response. Miette teased him, leaning against the curtain. "Well, this one really suits you as well," he finally managed to say. Miette felt a rush of excitement. He had given her an answer. But she wanted more. She craved for him to call her beautiful with his own words. She dashed back in, trying on every yukata she could find: yellow, purple, black, and white. Each time, she looked for that one word, but Gary only blushed deeper and told her they suited her. Undeterred, she picked up her final yukata, a strong, passionate red. She had read that red brings out beauty stronger than other colors. Holding it up to the light, she took her time putting it on, knowing this was her big finale. When she emerged slowly, she wanted Gary to take in every moment. She even slid open a traditional fan to add elegance to her stunning red yukata. Gary stood back, unsure of what to say. He felt as if he had run out of compliments. Miette stepped closer, pressing for her desired answer. "Come on, Gary, if you could describe it in just one word." His cheeks burned as he stammered, Miette. "You're." He scratched his head, hoping a word would come to him. Miette leaned in, eager for his response. But once again, he stumbled and dropped his shoulders. Disappointment washed over her face. "You know what, Gary? You are just as clueless as Ash. Forget everything else. Let's go, she said, turning around. But just as she was about to leave, a voice called out, "You look like a goddess, Miette." What? She turned back, surprised. Not just beautiful. You look like a goddess, he repeated. Thanks, she replied, looking down. And let me tell you one more thing, Miette. You look like someone who should be loved every single second, he said, looking into her eyes. Miette felt overwhelmed. She had only expected the word beautiful, but this was beyond her expectations. Let's go somewhere else, Miette, he offered his hand, and she accepted. Meanwhile, Serena commented, I have to admit, Miette looks really beautiful in those clothes. Not as you, Serena. Ash replied. Don't try to flatter me, Ash. She looks really stunning, Serena said, slightly annoyed. Ash couldn't help but laugh, knowing that it was a common trait for women to feel competitive. But as her boyfriend, he felt the need to reassure her. I really mean it, Serena. Nothing is more beautiful than you, he whispered sweetly. Really, Ash, she turned to him, her eyes sparkling. Really, Serena, he confirmed. As they shared a moment, their eyes melted into each other, and they kissed. Let's follow them, sweetie. Real fun is still awaiting, Ash said when their lips finally parted. It was past afternoon when Gary and Miette stood before a pavilion, which was more crowded than other places. The area was a dancing ground, surrounded by lights, ready for an upcoming event. Is there going to be a dancing competition here, Gary? Miette asked. Before he could respond, a loud voice from the stage caught their attention. Good evening everyone. Welcome to this year's Melee Island Spring Festival Couples Dancing Competition. Today, we will find the new Venus and Adonis for the evening. Which couple will own that? The crowd cheered enthusiastically, applauding the excitement in the air. Some in the crowd were eager and called out for the competitors of the night. Gary and Miette exchanged quiet applause. Okay. Gary said softly. Both Gary and Miette were excited about participating in the competition, especially together. However, a significant dilemma loomed over them: who would ask the other to dance? Asking for a dance often implied a deeper connection, and neither was ready to take that step. Visitors. You can dance now at your own leisure. The competition will begin in half an hour. So couples, make yourselves comfortable, the announcer declared. As the couples began to dance in the arena, Gary and Miette stood awkwardly, unable to move despite their desire to share this moment. Their pride held them back, always overshadowing their feelings for one another. Time passed, and neither could muster the courage to speak. Miette felt a wave of frustration towards Gary for his stubbornness, lamenting how he could let such a beautiful moment slip away. Traditionally, it was the boy who asked the girl to dance, yet here they were, stuck in silence. Just then, a boy approached Miette, breaking her thoughts. Miette. Is that you? On the other hand, Gary was seriously frustrated. He felt like he was missing a golden opportunity. A dance with Miette was not something that would come around often, if ever again. All he had to do was ask her, but his pride got in the way. Just then, a boy approached Miette. Miette. Is that you? He asked. Dear no. What a pleasant surprise. Miette exclaimed, her tone brightening. The well-known dancer and gym leader from Kalos bowed to her in a dancing pose, smiling. So you do remember me, Miette? Of course I do, Tierno. It's been a while since we last met. Yeah, it has been a while. Tierno replied sheepishly. Miette, let me introduce you to my friend Gary, she said, turning to Gary, who was now closely observing Tierno. He is a friend from Sinnoh. Nice to meet you, buddy, Tierno said, extending a hand. Yeah. You too, Gary replied, forcing a smile. So, Sinnoh Queen, Tierno said, turning to Miette. Can I ask you for a favor? Anything, Tierno. Would you please be my partner in this competition? He asked warmly. Gary blinked in disbelief. Did he just hear that right? It would be a shame for me not to participate in this dancing competition. You know how good a dancer I am, Miette. So, will you? Tierno continued. There was a moment of silence as Gary sighed. Miette wouldn't dance with him, her standards were too high. But then, with a smile, Miette replied, why not? Sure. Gary felt like his world was spinning. Miette had agreed to dance with Tierno. How could this happen? What was he supposed to do now? He felt a deep emptiness inside. He had brought Miette to a perfect date to confess his feelings, only to lose her to someone else. As Miette moved swiftly with Tierno on the dance floor, she glanced at Gary for a brief moment, which seemed to say, "You could have stopped this." He could have, but his pride held him back. Gary watched helplessly as they danced. A girl approached him, and he realized that Miette was only dancing with Tierno to tease him. If he didn't have the courage to ask her to dance, he would have to watch her with someone else. Miette focused on Tierno, who was leading her gracefully across the floor. "So, Tierno, what brings you here?" she asked. "Don't tell me you don't know." "I'm here for the Alolan Showcase Competition Grand Finale, to cheer for our friend Serena." Tierno replied. "Really? That's great. Who else is with you?" Miette asked. "Pretty much everyone from our Kalos group: Trevor, Shauna, Corina, Clement, Bonnie. We're staying at the Melee Island Pokemon Center," Tierno said. "Good to hear. Now all of us are together." Miette smiled. "Indeed. We plan to surprise Serena at the finale. Including Ash." Tierno suddenly stopped. "Anything wrong, Tierno?" Miette asked, concerned. "And nothing is wrong," he replied, looking down. Miette followed his gaze and noticed Gary dancing with Shauna. "So, you're saying you're friends with Ash?" Gary asked Shauna while they danced. Yeah, we met in Kalos," Shauna replied. "Okay then, can I ask you something?" Gary inquired. "Yeah. What made you ask me for a dance?" he asked, looking at her. "What? You could have asked anyone." "Is it wrong to ask for a dance, Mr. Gary Oak?" she replied playfully. "Call me Gary." "There's nothing wrong with it, but since you said you're friends with Tierno, you could have asked him," Gary pointed out. Shauna hesitated, looking down. "Tell me, is there another reason?" Still quiet, she finally sighed. "Okay. Fine. You see the boy dancing with Miette? He is my boyfriend." "So, you're saying you're in a relationship with Tierno now?" Miette asked, still dancing with him. "Yes," he replied softly. "Oh great. Looks like everyone is falling in love except me," Miette muttered sarcastically. "Are you angry, Miette?" Tierno asked. "No, but you do realize you're just using me to make Shauna jealous," she replied. "Yeah, I know that." "Okay then. Now you should go and apologize to her." "Now? Why?" Tierno asked, still hesitating. "Don't make a big deal of it, Tierno. Go and apologize to Shauna like a man." Tierno finally looked at Shauna. "Okay, I will go." "You know what, Shauna? I think you should apologize to Tierno," Gary suggested. "Are you crazy?" "No way," she exclaimed. "This is what prolongs a fight, Shauna. Don't you love him?" Gary asked. "Yes, but he has to apologize first." "And why should he do that?" Gary smiled. "What do you mean? Don't you think it would mean a lot if you made the effort to reach out to him for once? Don't you love him?" Yeah, but. Then go, Shauna. Boys have feelings too. Show him that you love him as well." Shauna finally turned to Tierno. "I think you're right." The dancing continued as Tierno and Shauna approached each other quietly. Tierno hesitated before speaking. Shauna, I need to tell you something." "Me too, Tierno." Shauna replied, both of them still unsure. Tierno said earnestly, "I'm sorry for making you angry earlier. I shouldn't have done that." "I'm sorry too, Tierno. I might have overreacted, I shouldn't have done that." "So. You aren't angry with me anymore?" Tierno asked hopefully. "Not at all, Tierno. How can I stay angry with the person I love for too long?" They both smiled at each other and gradually held hands, walking together to a more beautiful spot. "Thank you, Miette, for your advice," Tierno said as they left the dancing pavilion. "You too, Gary," Miette replied. "See you at the grand finale," Tierno added before they exited. Meanwhile, Gary and Miette remained awkwardly standing near each other in the pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, the time for the dance competition approaches. Get ready with your pair, the announcer called out, and the crowd cheered. Yet, Gary and Miette stood quietly. Finally, Gary sighed and asked, Miette, would you like to be my dancing partner? Serena, filled with excitement, exclaimed, oh my God. Shauna and Tierno are here. I have to meet them. She tried to rush over, but Ash stopped her. Wait, Serena, not now, Ash said. What? Why? She questioned, visibly annoyed. We need to look after Gary and Miette, Ash explained. Aren't we doing that all day? We need to meet our friends. Serena insisted. Honey. Ash pouted, his smile disarming her. We have plenty of time to meet our friends. But trust me, if we miss the upcoming event, the whole day will feel wasted. Serena sighed, knowing she could never resist his charm. Okay then. What's next? She asked quietly. I'm just waiting for the end of this competition. Once our friends become the Venus and Adonis of the evening, the real fun begins. What do you mean, Ash? Don't you know, Serena? The Venus and Adonis of the evening have to kiss each other in the end. What? Yep. And I'm ready to capture that sweet moment, Ash said with a mischievous grin as he pulled out a camera. They moved to the dance floor as the music began. Miette's dance was breathtaking, capturing everyone's attention. Gary, initially shy, gradually found his rhythm. They danced together beautifully, creating a mesmerizing performance that left the audience in awe. As the song ended, they were met with thunderous applause. Miette knew this was a moment she would never forget. And now, the announcement of the Venus and Adonis of the evening. After the final voting, the announcer exclaimed. The majority vote goes to this pair, who provided a magnificent dance. Miette Millefeuille and Gary Oak. They are the Venus and Adonis of the evening. The crowd erupted in cheers as Gary and Miette approached the stage to receive their crest. And now, the main attraction of the event. The kiss of Venus and Adonis. The lights dimmed, and a spotlight shone on them. Miette felt her face flush. Kissing Gary in front of everyone was so embarrassing. But then she took a deep breath. If this was the moment, so be it. She wrapped her arms around Gary's neck, leaning in as he did the same. The crowd leaned in with anticipation, and Ash was ready with his camera. Just as their lips were about to meet, everything went dark. There was a power outage. Are you kidding me? Ash shouted in frustration. The moment had been ruined. When the lights returned, Miette and Gary shared a calm, yet blushing smile. Something had happened, but Ash and Serena had missed it. What now, Ash? Serena asked. Now nothing. We missed our final chance, Ash replied quietly, his disappointment evident. Please, Ash, don't be upset. I'm not upset, Serena. You are. Let's get you something to eat. I'm not hungry. If you don't eat, then I won't either for the rest of the night. Later, Ash found himself at the entrance of the Mount Lanakila Stadium, where the Alolan Pokemon League was held. Why can't I sit in the common seating? The Showcase Authority personally invited me, Ash argued with the guard. Please understand, Mr. Champion. You are the chief guest today. You can't sit in the common audience, the guard replied timidly. Why not? Where is that written? Sir, if I let you go, the Showcase Authority may have issues with me. I don't care. Let me go. Pika Pika. Ash, I think you should go for the VIP box, Clement suggested. Shut up, Clement. Today I'm going to be with my Serena, no matter what, Ash insisted. Ash. Serena's soft voice caught his attention. I think you should go for the VIP box. Today was the day of the Alola Showcase Grand Finale, held at Mount Lanakila, which made Serena even more nervous. No matter how skilled she was or how many times she reassured herself that she had nothing to lose, the thought of Ash being there made her anxious. The last 48 hours had been restless, she had trained tirelessly for the finale, and Ash had kept his distance to avoid distracting her. Serena wanted Ash by her side today more than ever. He was her biggest supporter, her knight in shining armor, ready to comfort her no matter the outcome. At least she had Ash and her friends with her, which brought her some relief. The day began with a delightful surprise as her friends from Kalos showed up. Bonnie, Clement, Tierno, Shauna, and Trevor were all there to cheer her on. "I am so proud of you, buddy. You finally became a champion," Tierno exclaimed, giving Ash a big hug. "Thanks, buddy," Ash replied, his voice slightly choked with emotion. "Seriously, Ash, you've become so powerful since the last time. Not only can you use the bond phenomenon, but you also have Dynamaxing and Z-move techniques. That's incredible," Clement added. "I can't wait to see your Pokémon in those forms," Trevor chimed in. The girls then approached Serena. "Congratulations, Serena. You finally won," Shauna said. "I haven't won the finale yet, Shauna," Serena replied. "I wasn't talking about the showcase, Serena," Shauna smirked. "You finally won the boy of your dreams. Congratulations." Serena blushed at the compliment. Thanks. Ah, how romantic. I always knew you two had something special," Bonnie said. "Do you know, Shauna? I was there when they first kissed at the escalator." "Really, Serena? That's so romantic. You go, girl." Shauna encouraged, then whispered, "By the way, have you taken your relationship further with Ash yet?" Shauna. At the entrance of the Mount Lanakila Stadium, everyone could enter except Ash. The guards wouldn't allow the first champion of the Alola region to sit in the common seating area due to protocol. "I am going to be with my Serena today, no matter what," Ash said determinedly. "Ash." Serena's voice caught his attention. "You should go for the VIP box," she suggested. "And you know my answer too, Serena," Ash replied simply. "No, today I will be with you." "But Ash." "Shh." He placed a finger on her lips, and she found herself lost in his eyes. "Everything is going to be alright, sweetie. I promise," he whispered. "Ah, how romantic." Bonnie breathed out in admiration. "Big brother, even now I want a keeper like yours." "Will you be quiet, Bonnie?" Clement snapped. Ash turned to the guards. "I am going with them, and you aren't stopping me." "But sir." "Let him go," a voice spoke from behind. It was Kahuna Hala. "Let our champion enjoy today's showcase with his friends. I will talk with the authority." The guards hesitated but eventually nodded. "Thanks, Mr. Hala. You saved me from trouble," Ash said gratefully. "You're welcome, Ash. Just remember, it's good to see your new status hasn't changed your attitude, but as a champion of Alola, you have to follow some protocols sometimes." "I know, but not today, Hala. Today I have to be with someone." "I understand." "Good luck," Kahuna Hala smiled. "And good luck to you too, Mississippi." "Thanks, Mr. Hala," Serena replied with a smile. The view was spectacular, just like the last grand finale. Fireworks exploded in the sky, creating colorful shapes of Pokémon and dazzling displays. The crowd's roar echoed across the island of Ulaula, marking the day of the showcase grand finale. In the VIP box of the Presidential Conference Stadium, several Elite Four members, including Champion Diantha, Lance, Adler, Steven, Cynthia, Drake, and Leon, sat with a new guest, Queen Arya. Kahuna Hala entered the stadium. "Hello, Mr. Hala. It's a pleasure to meet you." Arya greeted him warmly. "It's my pleasure to meet you, Queen Arya." "Thank you for attending the showcase grand finale," Hala replied. "As Queen of Kalos, I had to attend the showcase grand finale of another region. Your contribution to the Alolan showcase was truly commendable, Hala. Thank you for hosting it at Mount Lanakila Stadium, especially after the successful Alolan Pokemon League." "Thank you, Miss Arya. Speaking of the Pokemon League, I know your new champion, Ash Ketchum. He's an immensely powerful Pokemon trainer." "Indeed, he is," Hala admitted. "Where is he now? Isn't Ash going to join us?" Diantha asked. "Well, I doubt that, Miss Diva Diantha," Hala said, glancing at the cheering crowd outside. "He is where he wants to be. With his friends." Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's your favorite Harry Dallas from the Alolan Pokemon League. Please welcome The showcase grand finale of Alolan history. You are all part of this history, announced Harry Dallas, and the crowd erupted in cheers. In this grand finale, 3 finalists will compete for the final key of the Alolan showcase competition. There will be 2 rounds in this finale. The first round will determine the final 2 contestants for the final round. And the final round? Well, that's a secret that will be revealed shortly after the first round. So are you with me? Why yes, the crowd roared in excitement. Then let's go. Harry concluded. The performers. Make your way for the stage. With small but confident steps, Serena made her way to the battlefield. She had given countless performances on stage, but performing in a Pokémon stadium was something entirely new. The crowd surrounded her, and she felt a flutter of nerves. What if she made a mistake? A huge stage stood in the middle of the battlefield, and this time, the performers had to give a joint performance. Would she be able to do it? Serena glanced at the crowd and smiled when she spotted Ash among them. He was there for her today, against all odds. With Ash by her side, she felt ready to face the challenge. The other 2 finalists had entered the stage as well. Amelia, standing on the opposite side, wore a fierce expression. Serena took a deep breath and whispered to herself, I can do this. As Ash entered the stadium, the crowd erupted with excitement, eager to catch a glimpse of the new champion. Thanks to his friends from Kalos, Ash finally reached his seat. Hey, look! Miette is here, sitting with a boy. Bonnie pointed out. His name is Gary, Ash replied quietly. They look surprisingly close. Are they? Bonnie asked. Don't mention it. Let's just focus on Serena today, Ash said, trying to shift the conversation. Serena stood on stage with the other finalists, looking magnificent despite having only a few minutes for makeup. Is that Amelia? Shauna pointed out. Yes, Ash confirmed. What is she doing here? She made it to the final. Oh no, that's not good, Shauna said, looking worried. That girl always seems to have an advantage through her family's influence. Ash chose not to respond. He believed in Serena's ability to win on her own merit, and no unfair advantage could stop her. The nerves felt tighter than ever, every step felt scrutinized. But she had come this far, and now she had to give it her all. The crowd watched in silence, and she knew she had to do something extraordinary. It's Serena's turn, Clement said, adjusting his glasses as he focused on the stage. Bonnie jumped out of her seat, eager to see her sister shine. Ash watched silently, determined to support her. He had faith in her abilities. Serena. Go for it, he called out, his voice carrying through the stadium. Everyone could see that the champion was cheering for her. Hearing his voice was a relief, and Serena felt invigorated. She reached for Braixen and Pancham's pokeball, holding them close. He believes in us, and I believe in you. We can do this. Come on out to the stage, Braixen and Pancham. She launched the pokeball into the air, and a flash of blue light signaled the arrival of her 2 Pokémon on stage. The other finalists were preparing to perform as well, but Serena focused solely on her own performance. Performers. Begin. The stadium erupted with excitement. This was it. Braixen, start with flamethrower. Serena pointed towards the sky as Braixen aimed high and controlled the direction of its scorching flamethrower with its twig. Flames engulfed the stage, creating a captivating scene. Now, Pancham, jump up and use Dark Pulse. For such a small Pokémon, Pancham could certainly jump to impressive heights. It sent a wave of dark matter straight at the flames, turning them a deep black color. The stage, once lit by the warm orange flames of other performers, was now engulfed in an eerie dark glow. This caught the crowd's attention, it was exactly what the locals wanted to see. They began to applaud, their interest piqued. Bonnie looked around, beaming with joy. Come on, the crowd is beginning to enjoy it, we have to keep the momentum going. Serena's confidence grew with each passing moment. Now, Braixen, use hidden power on the flames. A white orb of energy was sent towards the flames, settling at the heart of the inferno and creating a stark contrast between the black and white. She was adapting to the situation, and the crowd appreciated the traditional vibes emanating from the flames. But Serena wasn't finished yet. Now for the grand finale. Pancham, used stone edge from underneath the flames. She was thoroughly enjoying herself, and the crowd's enthusiasm was palpable. This was the big moment. Pancham positioned itself beneath their creation and sent massive boulders surging from the ground, bulldozing the burning mid-air structure. The impact sent black and white embers flying, and as the energy diffused, the embers cooled down enough for the crowd to reach out and touch them. All around, small embers of black and white fire entranced the spectators. Serena had delivered her greatest performance yet. She had illuminated the stage in a new and captivating light, even in the broad daylight. As all three finalists' performances ended, the sheer intensity, excitement, and drama had taken its toll. She was absolutely exhausted. After the pressure of living up to Amelia's performance, the crowd was giving her a warm reception, almost as if they had accepted her. What was that? Leon commented after watching the whole scenario unfold. All the other kahunas and champions from the VIP box looked shocked, including Arya. I don't know. Kahuna Hala replied. Why in the world is Miss Diva Diantha siding with Amelia? Did she tell you something about this? Leon asked. Nope. Kahuna Hala shook his head. Who cares? As long as the fight of two champions provides a good match, I am willing to watch it. Lance said with a smirk. It is almost like a turnover of events. A few moments ago, it seemed like Serena would win easily. But now? Arya said in a low tone. I just hope Serena wins. You can't pick a side here, Miss Arya. Drake pointed out. Arya didn't reply, she just kept watching. At the battlefield, Harry called to the crowd, and they quieted down. Here is a quick recap of the rules. A double performance battle. If either Amelia or Serena loses their Pokémon, the battle is over. If their partners lose, the battle is still going on, if the ladies' Pokémon remain. The last remaining lady shall be the Alolan Queen. Harry exclaimed. Millions of people around the stadium roared out in unison. Our champion Ash Ketchum and champion Diantha are here to compliment our ladies' performances, and they shall do everything in their power to help them win. Right. Right. The crowd replied. Then let's go. Ash and Serena exchanged a final glance before turning to the battlefield. Diantha called out, We're ready. The referee nodded and looked at Serena. Ready, Serena? Serena felt as if the referee was asking her two questions at once. She remembered what Ash said and stayed calm. Braixen, go. Braixen moved forward, its eyes flashing with determination. Serena looked at Ash. I'm ready, Ash. Ash nodded. You bet, Serena. Greninja, let's go. He yelled out, and Greninja stepped forward slowly, keeping its eyes trained on Gardevoir. The referee nodded to both trainers. Let the battle for Alolan Queen begin, he yelled as the crowd cheered. Let's get to the battle. Harry cried out. Go Greninja. Ash commanded. Gardevoir, go. Diantha yelled. Both heavyweight Pokémon charged at each other, and the clash caused a shockwave on the field, surprising the crowd. Amelia made her move. Delphox, Fire Blast on Braixen. Serena was ready, having already planned her next move after Ash's powerful start. Deflect with Hidden Power, then Flamethrower. Braixen responded quickly, her blue energy sphere evaporating Delphox's attack and launching her own flames back. It nearly hit, but champion Diantha was ready to defend. Gardevoir, protect, she yelled, and a blue shield blocked Braixen's attack swiftly. That surprised Serena, you just can't expect less from the champion, Diantha. Ash leaped forward. Greninja, use double team and get around protect, he yelled. Delphox, mystical fire on any Greninja you see, Amelia commanded. Diantha responded quickly. Gardevoir, sunny day, then use psychic. Serena looked at Ash with worry. Sunny day would boost Braixen's fire attacks, but it wouldn't help Greninja. If hit by a supercharged overheat, the water type would take heavy damage. Braixen, hidden power on Gardevoir, she added quickly. Braixen acted, but Gardevoir's protect deflected the attack into blue sparks again. Serena cursed, forgetting it was a performance battle. Ash's Greninja had multiplied, but Gardevoir's sunny day boosted Delphox's mystical fires against the copies. Serena looked at Ash's confident expression, concerned. Diantha yelled, Gardevoir, Moonblast now. Not so fast. Greninja, show them our power. Water Shuriken Barrage, then Aerial Ace. Ash cried out, clasping his sides. The ninja Pokémon appeared before Gardevoir, emulating Ash's moves and forming ninja stars to launch a powerful six-strike attack. As they fired, Greninja charged with determination, limbs glowing brightly. On the battlefield, Braixen stood, turning back to Serena for the last time. Unlike the others, she simply nodded. The referee raised his flags, whistling once again. This was it. Serena gazed at Amelia for the last time. The girl had her usual fierce look. I don't know what I did wrong to earn your grudge. But Serena was determined not to let that take away her pride, not without a fight. Braixen, she called out. Without hesitation, Braixen pulled her wand from her tail and ignited it. Flamethrower. Mystical Fire. Amelia commanded, and Delphox responded swiftly. Hidden Power. Block it. A jet of flame shot from Braixen's wand, but Delphox easily dodged it and launched a counterattack. The mystical fire struck the spheres of hidden power in the air, causing an explosion of dust. Flamethrower. Keep Delphox moving. Serena decided to take an offensive approach. She felt that wearing down Delphox's stamina was the key to victory. Delphox didn't need any prompting to dodge. By the time the flamethrower arrived, it was already on the move. Unlike Pancham, Braixen was able to track Delphox closely as it darted around the battlefield, with Braixen's attack right on its tail. Delphox, use Mystical Fire on Braixen. Amelia shouted. Delphox created a circle of fire with her wand and fired it at Braixen. Fire Blast. Delphox made a quick turn to dodge the flamethrower and took to the air, rocketing toward Braixen, ready to use Scratch once again. But Braixen was prepared this time. A 5-point blast of fire erupted from the tip of her wand, meeting Delphox halfway. Delphox passed through the flames but took a direct hit, colliding with Braixen and sending her toppling over. However, Braixen quickly regained her footing, while Delphox struggled to rise, looking singed. Yes. Nice work, Braixen. Serena exclaimed, feeling a surge of hope. With sharp strategies, she believed they could defeat Amelia. Standing at the corner of the field, Ash smiled, knowing the whole world was focused on the fight between the two finalists. Braixen gave Serena a short nod, ready for the next command. Amelia took a deep breath and commanded, Delphox. Get up. In moments, Delphox was facing Braixen again. Serena thought she saw Braixen's wand lower slightly, but now was not the time to hesitate. They had come too far to give up. Are you done holding back? Amelia asked. If so, then don't hold back, your defeat is inevitable. I don't want any excuses when you lose. I'm not holding back, Serena replied firmly. Good, now face my wrath. Delphox, use Fire Blast on Braixen. Hidden Power. The two attacks met, but not halfway. Delphox's large blast of yellow-orange fire collided with Braixen's hidden power spheres, resulting in a shower of water droplets that obscured Braixen's sight. Scratch. Scratch. Behind you. Delphox had disappeared into the haze. By the time it reappeared behind Braixen, the powerful Scratch had already landed, knocking Braixen to the ground. Fire Spin. Fire Blast. Standing above Braixen, Delphox shot a stream of swirling fire from its wand. Braixen had just enough time to summon the Fire Blast, firing it upward to fizzle the Fire Spin before scrambling away. Hidden Power, Delphox. Flamethrower. Fire roared over the sands as Braixen spun around, sweeping the battlefield with flames that overlapped the energy ball of Hidden Power. Flamethrower. Now. Counter it with Hidden Power. Scratch. Flamethrower. The initial attacks were merely distractions. Flamethrower and Hidden Power collided in the air, but Braixen had already turned around, firing a jet of flame from her mouth, and Delphox was already there. Fire Spin. Delphox blocked much of the flamethrower with a quickly summoned Fire Spin. Scratch. Use Scratch too. Claws struck blades as the two engaged in close combat. Braixen growled, baring her teeth, while Delphox remained emotionless. Wow! The battle has really turned into something else. Harry exclaimed in amazement. In a few seconds, Delphox broke their contact and jumped back, circling Braixen. Braixen mirrored the movement, her wand blazing and ready. Serena felt a surge of anxiety. Amelia was up to something. Delphox, hidden power. Flamethrower. The clash created another haze on the battlefield, and once again, Delphox vanished into it, firing flamethrower from every angle. Braixen's ring of fire radiated outward, missing everything. Hidden power. Shield yourself with it. Serena commanded desperately. Braixen summoned dozens of spheres of energy, but it wasn't enough. A flamethrower slipped through a gap in her defense, striking her from behind. She fell to one knee but quickly spun around, holding her wand at the ready. Fire spin. Fire blast. Suddenly, Delphox came into view, shooting a stream of swirling fire. Braixen fired another 5-pointed blast, and the two attacks collided, causing the fire spin to fizzle out. Out of nowhere, Delphox appeared from the hole created by the collision, preparing for its next move when Amelia called out, "Flamethrower." Delphox unleashed a rapid succession of fire streams. Flamethrower. Serena tried to counter. Braixen was too slow to defend herself against a full attack. The first two flames hit, sending her crashing to the ground, while the others consumed the flamethrower. Scratch. Again. Delphox vanished once more, reappearing behind Braixen. The attack landed before she could respond. For a few seconds, Braixen lay on the ground, unresponsive. Braixen. Serena breathed out. The stadium fell silent. Was this the end for Serena's Braixen? Come on, sweetie. I know you can do this. Ash urged. Just as Serena's hope began to fade, Braixen dug her wand into the sand, using it as a staff to pull herself up. Her breaths were ragged, but she stared down Delphox defiantly. That's it. Serena's Braixen is still in the game. Harry shouted. The stadium erupted in cheers. Do you really think we're holding back? Amelia taunted. Braixen can barely stand. If you were battling at your full strength, this would be over already. In fact, it is over. No, it's not. Serena declared, her determination renewed. We're still in this. We're not giving up until the very end. Just accept your defeat, Amelia said, her voice steady. I won't. No matter what you do to win this battle, nothing will hurt me and Braixen as much as knowing that we tried our hardest, but you and Delphox didn't try at all. Serena replied defiantly. Delphox, scratch. Amelia commanded. Counter it, Braixen. Serena urged. Delphox closed the distance, preparing to land the finishing blow. Braixen bared her claws, catching the attack between them. Sinking to her knees, she howled as she strained to push back against the force. Delphox's strike inched closer and closer to her face. I am going to break you. For everything. For taking away everything from me, Amelia's words echoed in Serena's ears. Then let it all out, Amelia. Serena looked up at her, confidence shining through. It was only a matter of time, and that time had come and gone. Serena had already faced her own struggles without the boy of her dreams. But he had returned, bringing with him new hope and light. There was nothing Amelia could do to break her now. As long as Ash was with her, she would not back down. Braixen, fire blast. Serena commanded. Delphox's finishing blow hovered right over Braixen's neck. But then, Braixen opened her mouth and lit up the stadium. With a powerful roar, she unleashed a massive blast of fire, the largest Serena had ever seen. The heat was intense, even from a distance. Delphox took the blast directly, flying backward, charred and stunned. From across the field, Serena heard Amelia gasp in disbelief. Braixen was surrounded by a glowing, orange aura. No way, Ash breathed. It's just like Infernape. Just like Infernape, Braixen had activated its blaze ability. Flamethrower, Braixen. Serena commanded. Mystical fire. Amelia shouted in response. Braixen's flamethrower ripped through the night air, while Delphox's mystical fire fizzled and steamed against it, evaporating in the heat. Delphox crossed her arms over her face, shielding herself from the blow. When the flames subsided, she lowered her arms, astonished. You think you're going to break us? Serena challenged. We're so much stronger than you realize. Braixen and Delphox were locked in a staring match. With her teeth showing, Braixen stepped forward, using her wand as a cane. When Delphox did not back down, Braixen took another step forward, then another. Until they were face to face. I will win this. For my love, for my friends, for every struggle I've faced. I will win this. Because he trusts me. Her determination surged as she commanded her Braixen. Braixen, scratch. Braixen swiped across Delphox's face, but Delphox raised an arm to protect itself. Again. Amelia urged, and Braixen struck again. Fire spin. Amelia called out desperately. Delphox responded by shooting a stream of swirling fire from its wand. Braixen was ready, she pointed her wand at Delphox and unleashed a powerful flamethrower. The two attacks collided, and Amelia watched in shock as Braixen's flamethrower overpowered Delphox's fire spin, heading straight for her opponent. A huge explosion rocked the field, sending dust flying. Serena shielded her eyes, and the entire stadium held its breath. When the dust settled, Delphox lay motionless on the ground. The referee raised his flag, declaring the winner. And our new queen is Serena Yvonne, from Kalos. Harry announced loudly. The stadium erupted in cheers. Serena stood still for a moment, taking a deep breath. She had won. The realization washed over her, and she searched for him in the crowd, finding him smiling back at her. She really won. In that moment, everything else faded away, leaving just her and the boy of her dreams. She saw his proud smile and felt a rush of emotions. Should she be happy or cry tears of joy? All she knew was that she had won this for him, for her friends, and for their love. Slowly, she approached him and whispered, I won, Ash. I know, he replied softly. She moved closer to him, feeling like she had finally found where she belonged. He wrapped her in his arms, and tears of joy streamed down their faces. Nothing else mattered now, the world around them faded away. When Pikachu and their friends reached the battlefield, they found them still in an embrace, while Braixen watched with a proud smile. Amelia had already left the field. Soon, Serena entered the ceremonial stage with her Pokémon and friends, holding Ash's hand. For the first time, Pikachu perched on her shoulder. All the champions were present, including Diantha, Lance, and Leon. Diantha approached Serena. Serena, I hope you can forgive me for competing against you in the finale. I had my reasons, she said. It's okay. I understand, Serena replied with a smile. Besides, Ash was with me, so I felt confident. Thanks, Diantha, Serena said gratefully. Ash, could you let go of Serena's hand for a moment? Arya chimed in. Why? Ash asked, puzzled. Because I need to place the queen's crown on your girlfriend's head, Arya explained. Okay, Ash said, releasing her hand. Serena turned to Arya, bowing slightly as Arya placed the crown on her head. When she looked up, she hugged Arya tightly. I am so happy for you, Serena, Arya said. Thanks, Arya. Ladies and gentlemen. Presenting, our new queen, Serena Yvonne, from Kalos. The stadium erupted in cheers, and fireworks lit up the sky, creating colorful shapes of Pokémon. Serena watched in awe. Feels good, doesn't it, my queen, a voice whispered beside her. Yes, Serena replied dreamily. But you also have to face the crowd, Ash said with a smirk. Serena turned to see waves of fans and paparazzi approaching. Would you like to face them, my queen, he asked. Nope, she said, looking back at him. I would rather run away with my champion. He stepped closer. So do I, Naganadel. Ash threw his Pokeball. Buddy, would you take us to a new world? To ultra space? And just like that, Serena had become the queen of Alola. Later, the friends prepared for their first official press conference since their victory, which would include all the kahunas, guest champions, and of course, Ash and Serena. Do we really have to attend this? Ash grumbled while adjusting his bow tie. You have to, my champion. It's the protocol, Serena replied with a smile, knowing how much he disliked formal attire. "I'd rather spend time with my queen," he said. "So would I," she admitted softly, "but we have to fulfill our duties." As they got ready in Serena's suite, she had to convince Ash to dress up instead of wearing his usual outfit. Just as she was finishing her look, Ash hugged her from behind. "Ash, what are you doing?" "We need to go," she protested gently. "Serena." He pouted as he looked into her eyes, pleading, "Please, let's not attend the conference." "Why not?" she asked, curious. "Because I want to be with you," he replied earnestly. "But Ash," she started to protest. "Please," he implored, his gaze unwavering. At that moment, Serena realized it was impossible to resist those eyes. With a resigned sigh, she finally agreed, "Okay then. Shauna, can you please call Ash and Serena?" "The press conference is about to start," Arya said amidst the noise of the conference room. "Okay, Miss Arya," Shauna replied as she quickly left for Serena's suite. A few minutes later, she returned with a worried expression. "Shauna, you came back. Where are Ash and Serena?" Arya asked. "They aren't there, Miss Arya," Shauna said, her voice tense. "What do you mean they aren't there?" Arya's confusion deepened. "I checked their suite, they are just gone," Shauna explained. "Are you kidding me?" Arya looked baffled. She ran away just before her official press conference. "Deal with it, Arya," Miette chimed in. "She has a tendency to run away from important moments, especially with her boyfriend. We have to cover the rest." Meanwhile, Ash and Serena were walking hand in hand along the riverbank, trying to blend in with their disguises, Ash sporting a fake mustache and Serena wearing a wig. They wanted to avoid drawing attention to themselves. As the sun began to set over the horizon of Alola Island, casting a warm orange glow, Serena couldn't help but be captivated by the view. "Ash. Can we just stay here for a while?" she asked softly. "Of course," Ash replied, always willing to do anything for her. They stood together, leaning against the railing, enjoying the peaceful moment. Serena had always dreamed of this, being with the boy of her dreams, watching the sunset. Resting her head on his shoulder, she whispered, "I love you." "I love you more," he whispered back, and they stayed there until the sun disappeared. "So, Ash, what now?" Serena suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" he replied. "You already have 5 megaplates. What are your future plans?" she inquired. "I don't know," Ash chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. After handing over the plates to Arceus. "My mission will be over. I want to travel the world with you," he said, looking into her eyes. Without hesitation, Serena leaned in for a kiss, filled with excitement at the thought of traveling together. They kissed until they needed air, both smiling when they finally parted. Serena. There's something on your lips," Ash pointed out. "What?" she asked, confused. "It looks like a mustache," he said, trying to hold back laughter. Serena checked her lips and realized it was indeed Ash's fake mustache. "It's your mustache, Ash," she exclaimed. "What?" Ash covered his lips, only to find nothing there. "Quick! Wear that again," she urged, but it was too late. People were already glancing at them, some recognizing their champion. Serena. "I think we should get going," Ash suggested. "Yeah," she agreed, and they stood up. For the locals, it was early evening, but for Ash and Serena, it marked the beginning of a long night. Somehow, they managed to enter a shopping mall, but it quickly became a mistake. As soon as they entered, the mall's monitors displayed their faces. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the champion and the queen of Alola," the mall announcer declared excitedly. Ash muttered, "Crap. It's getting worse." They found themselves running through an alley, Ash holding Serena's hand tightly as a crowd of fans and paparazzi followed closely behind. They emerged from the terrace of buildings just in time to escape. "Hey, look, there they are," someone shouted from the crowd. They kept running, Ash still holding Serena's hand, while behind them, a throng of people pursued them. Unknown to everyone, Serena was smiling, enjoying every moment of the chase. This was what she wanted, her and Ash, with the world behind them. In a dark corner, Team Skull leader Lysandra spoke to his subordinate, "Give me the latest report. Our forces are ready for the war, including our ultimate weapon, the subordinate replied. Good. And what about the plates? Lysandra asked. All plates have been won throughout the Elite Four trial, came the answer. And Serena? Lysandra inquired. There has been no sign of her since the destruction of our Galar base, the subordinate reported. Very well. I don't even need her for my revenge this time, Lysandra sneered quietly. I have been waiting for one thing. Revenge. When the hour approaches, Ash Ketchum shall pay for every deed. I will take away everything from him, including his girlfriend, Serena Yvonne. The day began like any other, but it was far from ordinary. Today marked the end of Alolan Queen Mary's journey, as the ship approached its final destination, Mele Island Seaport. Wow! Look at it. It's so shiny and big. Bonnie exclaimed, her voice echoing across the ballroom, capturing the attention of many. The grandeur of the ship was impressive, and it was no surprise that it drew so many gazes. The authorities had organized a final ceremony to celebrate the successful Alolan Pokemon League and Alolan Showcase competition. Notable figures from Alola were in attendance, including Ash and Serena's friends. Ash's companions from various regions had gathered, Misty, Brock, and Tracy from Kanto, May and Max from Hoenn, Iris and Sylvan from Unova, Dawn from Sinnoh, and Bonnie and Clement from Kalos. The ballroom was bustling with excitement. While Ash had experienced such events before, it was a new experience for his friends. Local reporters were present, capturing the moments as trainers mingled. The highlight of the event was the lavish spread of food. Looks like Ash's life has changed forever, he has to face this type of party every day, Clement remarked, surveying the scene. Well, I doubt that, big brother. Ash never wanted to be famous, he always aimed to be a Pokemon master, and today he is, Bonnie replied. Speaking of Ash, where is our champion? May inquired. In Serena's room, she wanted to get him ready, came the response. That's cute, Gary smirked. Knowing how much Ash dislikes fancy clothing, I'm sure Serena will have him looking sharp. You're right, Brock said with a smile. I remember the first time I met Ash and his little Pikachu. He struggled against my Onix, and now look at him, he's the champion of the Alola region. I always knew he had something special, he never gives up. I feel the same way, Brock, Misty added. I wish I had continued my journey with Ash. If I had, I would be the one dressing him up today. Excuse me? Bonnie raised an eyebrow, curious. Nothing. Misty quickly waved her hands, embarrassed. Whatever you say, Misty. Can't deny that Ash has the best girl for him, Dawn chimed in. Serena loves him selflessly. Yeah, I guess you're right, Misty said, looking down. And I'm happy for him. Did you know that Serena met Ash long before we did? Bonnie shared. Really, came the collective response. Yes. When Serena was young, she went to Kanto against her will and attended a Pokemon summer camp. One day, she got lost in the forest and hurt her knee. That's when she met Ash. He wrapped a handkerchief around her knee and shared his famous motto, "Don't give up till it's over." That's when she fell for him. As they reminisced, the atmosphere shifted when the main event of the party arrived. The spotlight turned to reveal Ash and Serena, arm in arm, dressed in elegant Alolan attire and smiling brightly. On Ash's shoulder sat Pikachu, sporting a royal bowtie, completing the charming scene. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the main attraction of today's evening, the champion and queen of Alola, Ash Ketchum and Serena Yvonne. The party announcer, Harry, exclaimed. As the paparazzi and fans rushed toward them, Ash and Serena prepared to face the cameras with poise. One by one, all the kahunas, champions, and queens approached them. You look so good in that traditional Alolan outfit, Serena, Arya complimented. Thanks, Arya, Serena replied with a smile. Tell me something, Serena. Did Ash try to run away from this party too? Arya asked playfully. Yeah. Serena admitted, looking a bit embarrassed. He did. But this time, I didn't let him. Please don't ever do that again, Serena. Miette and I faced a lot of questions last time, Arya said, shaking her head. Yeah. I'm sorry, Serena quietly apologized. Speaking of running away. Miette teased from the side. What did you do, Serena? Did you and Ash have some private sweet moments on that occasion? She asked, raising an eyebrow. We don't do that, Miette. Serena quickly replied, her voice a bit heated. Oh. Really? Miette challenged. Yes. At least I'm not like you and Gary. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and Miette looked startled. You know. Of course I know, Miette. Don't think everyone around you is clueless, Serena replied confidently. Wait a second. Miette likes someone? Arya chimed in. Aha. Meanwhile, Lance approached Ash. Feels good, doesn't it, Ash? This fame, these cameras. Not at all, Ash said, turning to the Kanto champion. I would rather battle you and defeat you, Lance. Right, buddy? Pika Pi. Pikachu cheered in agreement. So do I, Ash, Lance replied with a grin. And don't forget about our next official match either, Ash, Leon added as he joined them. I won't, Leon, Ash assured him. After some time, they finally escaped the cameras and made their way to their friends, with Pikachu hopping off Ash's shoulder. Well, look who it is. The champion and the queen together, Gary teased the couple. Guys, thank you so much for coming to this party, Ash said, trying to ignore Gary's comment. It's your party, brother. How could we miss it? Brock replied. Isn't that great? Bonnie suddenly spoke up. The girlfriend and the boyfriend are the queen and champion. Only one thing is missing here. What? Ash asked, curious. They should get married. Ash and Serena felt their faces flush, while everyone else burst into laughter, except for Clement and Misty. Will you stop it, Bonnie? Clement snapped. What? Isn't that obvious? Sooner or later, Ash is going to marry Serena. Why not now? Bonnie insisted. Stop it. Stop it, Bonnie. Ash exclaimed, his face still red. In other circumstances, Clement would have stopped Bonnie with his robotic arm, but he had to drag her away instead. Looks like Bonnie did the job for me, Gary said with a smirk, watching the siblings leave. Alright, everyone, enjoy yourselves. Let's leave the couple alone for now. As everyone dispersed, Brock remained behind. Do you need something, Brock? Ash asked. Yes. I need to ask you something, Ash, Brock said in a serious tone. What? I'll be glad to help you, buddy, Ash replied. The thing is. Brock began, looking very serious. Then, suddenly, his whole demeanor changed. How in the world did you manage to get this beautiful girlfriend? Ash spoke in a baffled tone, what? Look at me, Brock said, his voice trembling. I've been searching for a keeper for years, and still no luck. And you? A dense rockhead who didn't even know the word love a few years ago, still managed to have a beautiful girlfriend. Not only that, but all our female companions have crushes on you. How did you do that? He grabbed Ash's arms, desperation in his eyes. I don't know, Brock. I swear. Ash replied, his voice filled with urgency. Please tell me, buddy. Or I am going to die without any keeper. You won't, Brock, a calming voice chimed in from the side. It was Serena. Everyone is destined to be with someone, Brock. That is Ash's match, and you will find yours, sooner or later. Really? Brock's expression brightened with hope. Aha. Serena nodded. You see, Brock, you don't have to search for a keeper. People don't find life partners like that. Instead, they just end up with each other. It's their personalities that charm the most. Brock gazed at Serena with admiration as she continued, when I first met Ash, he didn't pursue me. It was his positive attitude and bravery that drew me in. Little by little, all his good qualities made me fall for him. She looked into Ash's eyes, and he smiled back. So you see, Brock, you don't have to chase after girls. Just be yourself, and your good nature will attract them. Now I get it. Brock exclaimed. To get a keeper, I have to show people how cool I am. He confidently placed his fist on his chest. From now on, I'm going to show girls how dashing I can be. Wait, Brock. That's not what I. Thank you so much, Serena. That means a lot. Brock said, rushing off after another girl while Ash and Serena exchanged glances. I think you made it worse, Serena, Ash muttered. Don't worry. He will find his keeper. How can you be so sure? Because deep down, I know he is a good person. Just like my dad, Serena said, smiling at Ash. At that moment, Harry called out, everyone, please get ready. Now begins the long-awaited dancing time. Enjoy yourselves with your dates. The champion and the queen exchanged glances, ready to participate in the final dance with their beloved ones. Ash offered his hand to Serena, who stretched her arm to accept it. Their hands were about to touch when chaos erupted. The scene shifted to a nightmare Ash had experienced before, a vision of the future. The familiar sight of Lumio City lay in ruins, with prairie fires and debris everywhere, yet the prism tower stood unscathed. The sundial glowed above, pulsating with strange lights. Determined not to give up, Ash watched, knowing what was coming but resolute. Suddenly, instead of the lifeless body of his beloved, he heard a voice. Do you seriously believe this is the end, Ash? Yeah. I do. Well, I'm afraid it's not the end. From the stormy sky, an evil presence emerged, and Ash felt unprepared. He knew he had to fight. For the first time, he gulped at the thought of facing this challenge. Just then, he felt a familiar touch at his hand. It was her, standing beside him and smiling. Remember, Ash. You have to fight it. You have to defeat it. Together. That was his final vision. Just as their hands were about to touch, the ship shook violently. Panic erupted among the crowd as Serena nearly fell, but Ash caught her. What just happened? Ash exclaimed. I don't know, let's go outside, he replied, leading the way. Once on the deck, they saw a massive submarine floating beside the ship, causing another jolt. What is this? Lance shouted. Remember me, Ash Ketchum, a familiar voice echoed. You. Ash replied, his voice trembling. Serena stood behind Ash, feeling a mix of fear and determination. She recognized the voice that sent chills down her spine, Lysandra, the one who had taken her to Galar. Her hands grasped Ash's fingers tightly, seeking comfort, and he returned the gesture. Before them stood their archenemy, Lysandra, confidently positioned at the peak of the submarine. Lysandra. You. But how? Diantha exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Miss Diva Diantha. Too bad I am not the Lysandra you know, the team leader replied with a cocky grin. What does he mean? Diantha asked, turning to Ash. He's. Right, Miss Diantha, Ash said, looking down. He is not the Lysandra we know from Kalos. Isn't this great? Everyone is having a party, but you forgot to invite me? Lysandra gestured to himself. That's why I came here. What do you want, Lysandra? Ash asked, his tone steady. What do I want? Let me guess, I want to own all the mega plates, rule the world, and most importantly, I want to defeat you, Ash Ketchum, Lysandra sneered. Serena tightened her grip on Ash's hand, but he stood resolute, showing no fear. So, how are you doing, Ash? Enjoying the party with your girlfriend? Lysandra smirked. It's sad you didn't join my side, I would have treated you well. But no matter, your blood will be the first spilled by my hand. You've lost, Lysandra. You have lost before, and you can do nothing against us champions. Just surrender. Ash shouted, but Lysandra only laughed. You think you've won, Ash? Soon the tables will turn, you will hand over the mega plates, and I will emerge victorious. Ash frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. Let's not forget who I have with me. Lysandra called out, and in moments, Silver appeared, dragging a girl forward who stumbled and fell to the ground. Ash's heart raced as he recognized her. Is that Serena? Diantha gasped. This is bad. Really bad, Ash thought, seeing the chained-up Serena lying on the ground, bruised and weak. The real Serena clutched Ash's hand tightly, fear evident in her eyes. Hand me over the plates, Ash, Lysandra demanded coldly. Why should I? Didn't she work for you? Ash replied. Don't fool yourself, Ash. We all know you are the Knight of Righteousness. You wouldn't let anyone get hurt. Would you? Ash clenched his teeth, knowing Lysandra was right. He could never let anyone die, even if it meant sacrificing something valuable. Especially someone who is the counterpart of your love, Lysandra added, pulling out a weapon and pointing it at the other Serena, causing gasps among the onlookers. You have 1 minute to decide. Ash felt trapped. If he gave up the plates, everything could turn disastrous. But if he didn't, he risked losing Serena. Would you give me the plates, or shall I end her? Lysandra threatened. Wait. Ash raised his hand. I will give you the plates. Really? Lysandra's smile widened. Yes, Ash whispered. Good. But Ash. Kahuna Hala interjected. Those ancient plates are invaluable. As a champion, you can't just give them away. Sorry, Mr. Hala, but nothing is more valuable than human life, Ash said, looking down. He then turned to Pikachu. Buddy, could you please get my bag from my room? Pika. Pikachu replied, confused. Just do it, buddy. We don't have time to waste. The yellow mouse dashed away and soon returned, dragging Ash's old backpack. Ash took it and glanced at Serena, his heart heavy. Here are all the plates. They are in this bag, Ash said, pointing to it. Really? Lysandra asked, intrigued. Yes, but first, let Serena go. Do I look like a fool to you? You give me the plates, and then I will hand over Serena. How can I trust you? Don't play games with me, boy. Just do as I say. Ash sighed, realizing he had no choice. He threw the bag toward Lysandra, who caught it and eagerly unzipped it. His expression turned to delight as he saw the plates inside. Well, well, well. Looks like we have all the plates. Now you can have your second chance, Lysandra said with a sinister grin. With that, he tossed Serena's body toward the ocean. Lysandra! Ash shouted in horror. Serena's motionless form fell into the water. Diantha! Quick! Use your Gardevoir's psychic to bring Serena up. Ash commanded. Diantha immediately called her Gardevoir, who swiftly rescued the other Serena from the ocean. Ash rushed to her side. Meanwhile, Lysandra was focused on his goal. He revealed an empty jewel from his sleeve and raised his arms. I finally obtained all the plates. Now, I shall behold the greatest power in the universe, the Arceus, he proclaimed, his voice echoing ominously. Behold! The jewel of Mega Evolution. Suddenly, the bag and the jewel began to float, swirling around. Abruptly, the bag tore apart, and the plates floated into the air, radiating an unexplainable aura. That's it. Become my jewel. Lysandra declared, a wicked smile on his face. The plates and the jewel circled each other before the jewel absorbed the plates, now securely contained within it. The jewel of Mega Evolution rested in Lysandra's hand as he turned his attention back to Ash. Do you know what comes next, Ash? He taunted. The destruction of your world. I shall replace your world with my world. The audience watched the show in awe until the evil lord's words struck them, causing chaos as they screamed and ran. But Ash and the champions remained steadfast. So tell me, Ash, what are you going to do now? The Skull leader taunted. Ash sensed the impending storm behind Lysandra, the sky darkening ominously. Thunder rumbled, and from the tempest, evil emerged. Tell me, Ash. What are you going to do now? Lysandra laughed wickedly as the dark form of Arceus appeared behind him. The wind howled, and even the champions looked uneasy. Taking a deep breath, Ash declared, I guess. I will fight you till the very end. With his words, a legendary Pokémon rose from the ocean, Giratina, the embodiment of the antimatter world. From the sky, Dialga and Palkia, the legendary Pokémon of time and space, joined him. Lugia and Kyogre emerged from the ocean, while Rayquaza descended from the clouds. Zygrade appeared in its complete form, followed by the guardian deities of Alola. This is the time, Ash, Hoopa said, appearing beside him. Yes, it is. Mew, Mew, echoed a familiar voice. Well, Lysandra remarked, raising an eyebrow. Looks like you took your share of precautions too, he said, brandishing his jewel. Very well, let's see who wins. The evil Arceus let out a fearsome cry. Eyeing his legendary allies, Ash said, "Let's see." Next chapter, the final battle. A great, sinister silence enveloped the battlefield. The sky was dark, and only gentle breezes could be felt. It was Arceus versus all the powerful legendaries, the god against creation. "Do you really think you can win against a god, boy?" the Dark Lord said in a steady tone. "We'll see about that." Ash replied confidently. Giratina charged first, his eyes glowing as he prepared a powerful attack aimed at Arceus. The god Pokémon remained unfazed. With a strong thought, Giratina launched his attack, creating a shadow-like version of himself that surged toward Arceus. Arceus flinched slightly as Giratina's mind collided with his own, but he was no ordinary Pokémon. With a low growl, Arceus resisted Giratina's assault. The legendary Pokémon pushed with all his might, but Arceus's defenses held strong. Giratina glimpsed into Arceus's mind, surprised by its vastness and power. It was unlike any other mind he had encountered. With a fierce roar, Arceus expelled Giratina's shadow from his psyche. "Gah!" Giratina cried out, feeling the impact of the rejection. Without giving Giratina a moment to recover, Arceus gathered energy for a powerful Hyper Beam attack. The orb of energy grew, surrounded by swirling energy, and he launched it toward Giratina. The attack struck true, sending the antimatter legendary crashing into the ocean. Dialga and Palkia stepped up to confront Arceus. Dialga unleashed a series of thunder shocks, but they were deflected by Arceus's strong defenses. In retaliation, Arceus fired a powerful judgment attack, hitting Dialga and causing him to wince in pain. Palkia then launched a Dragon Claw attack, but it was also stopped by Arceus's formidable defenses. Dialga attempted a Dragon Breath attack, but it too was repelled by Arceus's Hyper Beam. From behind, Palkia charged with a powerful move, releasing a crescent-shaped blade of energy toward Arceus. In response, Arceus unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, sending both legendaries flying as his voice echoed like an apocalyptic scream. The audience covered their ears in fear, except for Lysandra and Ash. Rayquaza, Zygrade, and Lugia joined the fray, but they too were caught in the powerful echo of Arceus's voice. The god Pokémon roared, unleashing powerful sound waves that sent the opponents flying. The ocean swayed, and the ship rocked as Serena grabbed Ash's shoulder in fear. Ash looked at her with deep concern. Lugia struggled to withstand the attack and fell into the ocean, while the other two managed to hold their ground. Zygarde quickly launched a powerful Dragon Pulse, forming a massive ball of multicolored energy. Moments later, a dragon-shaped beam of energy shot from the ball towards Arceus. Rayquaza followed suit, firing its own multicolored energy at the god. Both attacks struck Arceus simultaneously, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the arena. As the dust settled, Ash and Lysandra raised their hands to shield their eyes, only to see that Arceus remained unscathed. Without giving the legendaries a moment to react, Arceus appeared behind them in an instant, taking down Zygarde with a focused blast. Rayquaza soared into the stormy sky, conjuring a dark twister that spiraled toward the god Pokémon. Arceus lowered its head slightly, surrounding itself with an orange sphere of energy that soon transformed into a purple orb with swirling orange streaks. The god Pokémon launched itself at the twister with a powerful Giga Impact. The clash echoed through the sky, and Ash watched as Rayquaza fell into the ocean. Kyogre made a final attempt to stop Arceus, unleashing a series of Origin Pulses, but they were effortlessly reflected. Soon, Kyogre was pursued by a powerful Focus Blast, dodging underwater. Moments later, it struck back with a Hyper Beam, only to have it reflected once more. Kyogre dove underwater again, but this time Arceus was ready. Its eyes glowed fiercely as it gathered a powerful psychic attack, lifting the water legendary into the air. With no mercy, Arceus unleashed a Hyper Beam, and Kyogre's cries echoed as it fell unconscious into the ocean. Lysandra smirked, turning to Ash. "So you see, Ash, nothing can stand against my Arceus." "Nothing." Ash clenched his teeth. "Do you have anything left?" "Just bring it on," the Dark Leader taunted, his laughter interrupted by another battle cry. Giratina rose from the water, accompanied by the guardian deities of Alola and Mew. The god Pokémon and the remaining legendaries faced each other one last time before charging into battle. Serena grabbed Ash's arms again, her fear palpable, but Ash remained focused. He thought about the possibility of losing everyone and the need to protect Serena, even if it meant breaking a promise. He spoke softly, "Serena." "Yes, Ash," she replied, her eyes filled with fear yet trust. "Where is the other Serena?" he asked. "I took her to my room." "She is asleep," she answered. "Good." Ash gulped, then hesitated. Serena. Can I ask you for a favor?" "Sure, Ash. If I ask you to go to a safe place until I finish dealing with Team Skull. Would you do it?" he asked, almost looking away. Serena blinked, surprised by his protectiveness. "Ash. You promised." "Ash. I am not leaving you. I just want you to go to a safe place until it's all over," he said, gripping her shoulders. "You promised Miette you wouldn't leave me even if danger approached. Miette isn't here right now. You can easily find a safe place. Ash Ketchum." Serena's tone shifted. "I am not leaving you, even if you break up with me again. Do you hear me?" she said firmly. Ash clenched his teeth, feeling helpless. Love was complicated, he couldn't protect her without her wanting to be by his side. "Okay, fine," he sighed. "I will let you stay near me under one condition." "What?" she asked. He threw a pokeball. "Pidgeot. Now get on my Pidgeot's back," he instructed Serena. "But Ash." "Serena, don't push me further. At least I am letting you stay near me. You will circle the area on his back. If anything goes wrong, you will be my backup plan to escape. Got it?" Reluctantly, she nodded. Ash turned to his old friend. "Buddy, I need your help. Can you do this for me?" "Pidgeot," it responded. "Promise me you will do it. No matter what." "Pidgeot. Thanks, buddy." Ash gave his Pidgeot a light hug, which seemed odd to Serena but showed his affection for his Pokémon. After ensuring she was alright, Ash nodded to Pidgeot. "Alright, now go, buddy. Take the love of my life far away from here. Somewhere safe." "Wait, Ash. No. Don't do this to me." Serena's voice echoed as Pidgeot took off into the sky, catching her off guard. Ash looked down, feeling the weight of his decision as he pushed her away once again. "Silver." "Yes, sir." "Did you see that boy's girlfriend just took off?" "Yes, sir." "Follow that girl. And whenever you get a chance, eliminate her. It's time for my revenge." The battle continued. One by one, every legendary Pokémon fell before Arceus, the ultimate deity. No one could defend against him. Mew stood as the last line of resistance, but his Shadow Ball was deflected by Arceus's powerful psychic force. The legendary Pokémon was sent crashing back to the ship, landing beside Ash. "Mew." Ash rushed to him. "So you see, boy, nothing stands against my Arceus." "Nothing," the Dark Lord laughed sinisterly. Ash gritted his teeth. "No creation of Arceus stands a chance against him, do you realize that now?" Ash looked up, a realization dawning on him. "The hour for my revenge has finally arrived, so tell me, how do you want this to go?" "If you bow before me, I may show some mercy," Lysandra taunted. "It hasn't ended yet," Ash replied suddenly. "What?" "You are right, Lysandra, no creation of Arceus can touch him. Except one. Hoopa." Ash turned to the ghostly legendary Pokémon. "Quick, summon Mutwo." "What?" "Just do it." Hoopa threw his ring, and in moments, the genetic Pokémon appeared before Ash. "Mutwo. Quickly read my mind, serious things are happening here, the world is at stake." "I can see that," Mutwo replied telepathically, assessing Lysandra and Arceus. "Really?" Lysandra raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Mutwo," Ash said determinedly. "Unlike all other Pokémon, Mutwo isn't a creation of Arceus. It was created by humans." "Oh, really?" Lysandra's expression darkened. "Let's see who wins, your last defense, Mutwo, or my Arceus." "Let's see." Ash replied. Meanwhile, Serena silently wept as Pidgeot carried her away from the ship. She wasn't hurt by Ash keeping her away, they were inseparable, and she believed they would find their way back to each other. But the thought of something happening to Ash while she was away was unbearable. A world without him felt like a nightmare. She just wanted to return to him, no matter the danger. Pidgeot, please. Get me back to Ash. Serena pleaded. PID. You don't understand, Pidgeot. If anything happens to Ash, I won't be able to live with myself. Please let me go. The bird remained silent, looking down in shame. He had to fulfill his duty to protect his master's girlfriend, even if it meant defying her wishes. With teary eyes, Serena glanced back at the ship, now a distant speck. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure chasing them on the back of Latios Silver. Pidgeot, quick. Someone is approaching us, she urged. PID. Pidgeot flew faster. Do you really think you can escape? Pidgeot is a fast-flying Pokémon, and so is Latios, Silver taunted as Latios accelerated. Both Pokémon soared at incredible speeds, almost defying the wind. Serena tightened her grip on Pidgeot's neck, sensing the danger. Then, without warning, Pidgeot was jolted as a powerful beam shot past them. Silver was attacking. Another beam followed, and Pidgeot dodged it, but then came a third. Latios released Dark Energy Ball that struck Serena and Pidgeot directly. Ash. Serena murmured before plunging into the cold waters of Alola, struggling to stay afloat. She reached upward, hoping her dream boy would come to save her. He didn't come. Instead, a psychic force enveloped her, lifting her from the water. She coughed up seawater and looked around, realizing she was floating. Behind her stood another familiar figure, Mutwo. Back on the ship, Mutwo focused on Arceus and said telepathically, "My lord, if you hear this, I must inform you that I have to fight you to save the world." The possessed deity remained silent. All right then. Mutwo prepared for battle. Arceus charged first, unleashing a hyper beam. Mutwo extended his hand, his eyes glowing blue, and managed to dissipate the attack with immense effort. He noticed the shockwave approaching and quickly levitated upwards to avoid it. Suddenly, Arceus closed the distance with a burst of speed, preparing for another attack. Mutwo dodged just in time, altering his levitation to evade the strike. Gathering his psychic powers, Mutwo launched a powerful telekinetic blast into Arceus's chest, causing the deity to wince in pain. "Looks like we have a chance with Mutwo," Leon remarked. "I hope so," Ash replied quietly. 'Cause he knew the battle was far from over, Arceus transformed his natural reaction to pain into his next attack against Mutwo and charged with his signature move, Judgment. The wheel on Arceus's body glowed brightly, and an orange orb appeared on his forehead. Moments later, he launched the orb into the sky, leaving behind orange streaks as it fired. The orb exploded in the air, releasing multiple pink meteors that came crashing down toward Mutwo. Mutwo cursed as he witnessed Arceus's incredible reaction to his attack and quickly levitated backward, narrowly avoiding Arceus's crunch attack that would have surely caused significant damage. Again, Arceus showed no mercy, continuing to blast meteors at the genetic legendary as Mutwo dodged. Eventually, one meteor grazed Mutwo, but he evaded it just in time. Arceus halted and charged again with another judgment. Mutwo raised a bright psychic shield, which cracked visibly as Arceus's attack collided harshly against it. Arceus looked up, gathering power for another hyper beam. He fired a green orb of energy at Mutwo, followed by a pulsing shockwave of divine energy. Mutwo mentally cursed, his damaged shield wouldn't withstand the attack. Quickly devising a plan, he focused his psychic energy and seized Arceus's tail, using it as a shield against the incoming attack. The blast exploded against Arceus, but Mutwo remained unharmed. Mutwo tightened his telekinetic grip on Arceus's tail and pulled it downward with all his strength, sending Arceus plummeting toward the ocean. Mutwo's eyes glowed as he psychically compressed the water Arceus would hit, turning it into a solid wall. However, Arceus twisted in midair and halted his descent just above the water, sending a smaller wave across the surface. He roared, gathering an orb of volatile orange energy in seconds and released a tremendous hyper beam skyward with precise aim. Mutwo appeared unfazed, putting both hands together to generate an orb of compressed shadow energy. He flung the shadow ball downward with all his might. The shadow ball and hyper beam collided but passed through each other, neither hindering nor damaging the other due to their mutual ineffectiveness. Both attacks continued toward their respective targets, crashing against them. Mutwo managed to raise a powerful psychic shield just in time to withstand Arceus's attack, though it was severely dented and dissipated as soon as the hyper beam ended. To Mutwo's frustration, Arceus realized his hyper beam wasn't as effective against this man-made legendary. The Shadow Ball exploded against Arceus, sending him crashing into the solidified water and creating a large pillar of water from the force of the blast. Leon punched the air in excitement, while Ash smiled at the display. Lysandra looked taken aback, realizing Ash was right. Arceus's attacks wouldn't be as effective against a man-made legendary, or perhaps the god was losing on purpose. Arceus, the Dark Lord commanded, stretching forward with a jewel in hand. Destroy that annoying insect. That is my command. Mutwo narrowed his eyes, knowing it would take much more to take down Arceus. Seconds passed, feeling like hours as Arceus remained submerged, likely plotting something. Deep beneath the surface, Arceus analyzed Mutwo with enhanced vision, gathering insights from their earlier exchanges. Arceus turned forward, gathering an orb of freezing energy in front of his jaws, instantly freezing the water around him. He fired a massive ice beam upward toward Mutwo, freezing a significant portion of the ocean as it traveled. Mutwo calmly extended an arm, psychically tearing apart the incoming ice beam. Meanwhile, Arceus rounded the ice pillar formed by the ice beam and sped forward, shining brightly. With a powerful Giga impact, he smashed into the icy surface of the water, shattering the ice and sending shards flying into the air. Wasting no time, Arceus charged a powerful blizzard attack, creating a colossal twister that erupted from the water and flew toward Mutwo. The watery twister combined with the ice storm, forming a swirling mass filled with dangerous icicles. Mutwo's eyes widened at the sight and quickly levitated away from the twister's range, causing it to spiral upward and miss him. However, Arceus charged with another hyper beam, aiming for the center of the twister. It exploded violently from the ocean's surface and sped skyward, catching Mutwo off guard as he had expected the god to target him directly. The attack hit the twister at full power, causing it to explode outward in a powerful blast, sending ice shards flying in every direction. Mutwo stumbled back in shock, quickly raising a psychic shield to protect himself. Most of the shards shattered against his barrier, but he hadn't raised it quickly enough, and 3 shards struck him. Though minor, one left a small scratch on his leg, another on his chest, and the last left a long cut across his cheek. Glaring with renewed determination at Arceus, who was just emerging from the water, Mutwo landed on the ship, clutching his injured arm. Lysandra smirked, recognizing that while Mutwo had scored some hits, it wouldn't be enough to defeat the god. "This is the end," Ash said, but another voice interrupted him. "I don't think so." Serena exclaimed as she ran towards him, having just dismounted from Pidgeot. "Serena! You're here. Why do you look wet?" Ash started, but before he could finish, Serena slapped him on the cheek. "That was for pushing me away again," she said firmly. Sorry." Ash replied, taken aback. "Do you hear me, champion?" Serena grabbed his collar. "No matter how much you push me away, I'm going to come back to you. Do you hear me?" Yeah," Ash stammered. They shared a kiss, a moment filled with harmony and life, drawing the attention of everyone on deck. When they parted, Ash noticed another version of Serena. "Why are you here?" "To save your girlfriend. Because of your reckless move, she was going to get hurt by Silver." "What do you want?" Ash asked. "Isn't that obvious? To save the world." "Hey Mutwo, help the other Mutwo and defeat Lysandra once and for all," the other Serena commanded. The other Mutwo landed beside Ash's Mutwo, and they exchanged determined glances. Lysandra sneered at them. "I should have eliminated you. Arceus. Take them down," he shouted. With a tremendous roar, Arceus charged at them, and the 2 Mutwos prepared for battle. The ultimate quest was reaching its climax aboard the Alolan Queen Mary's ship, where the forces of good faced off against evil Ash against Lysandra. The 2 Mutwos ascended towards Arceus, creating a psychic sphere in the sea. Their combined power detonated a psychic chain reaction, reducing the surrounding area to rubble. Arceus narrowed his eyes at the incoming attack, recognizing the danger. The Mutwos moved their arms forward, launching a barrage of psychic spears at Arceus. Reacting swiftly, Arceus spun in place, generating a violent tornado that transformed into a storm of wind blades, which obliterated the psychic spears. As Arceus turned to face the Mutwoes, his form blurred. Alarmed, they realized he was preparing another attack. The first Mutwoe teleported just in time to avoid a devastating hyper beam that sliced through the air where he had been. However, the other Mutwoe was not as fortunate. The beam struck him directly, sending him crashing into the ocean. Arceus, sensing the first Mutwoe's reappearance, dove down, charging another hyper beam. The Mutwoe evaded the attack, but Arceus closed in, striking with a powerful Giga Impact. Mutwoe dodged just in time, but knew he had to retaliate. He unleashed a Psywave, hitting Arceus and cracking his scales. The battle intensified as the other Mutwoe emerged from the ocean, charging a large shadow ball. He hurled it at Arceus's eye, causing the deity to recoil. However, Arceus quickly countered, tackling the other Mutwoe with fierce force, sending him back into the water. Serena squeezed Ash's arm tightly, fear evident in her eyes. Ash. Aha, he replied, trying to reassure her. Will we win? We will, sweetie. We will, he said, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. He knew he had to maintain hope and fight until the very end. The first Mutwoe soared upward, evading another attack from Arceus. He unleashed a flurry of aura spheres, causing explosions that rocked the sea. Mutwoe knew he needed to inflict serious damage quickly, but exhaustion was setting in, and Arceus showed no signs of fatigue. As Mutwoe prepared a powerful psychic sword, the smoke from the explosions cleared. He charged in, slashing at Arceus's neck, but the deity had anticipated the move. Arceus countered with a rapid Giga Impact, forcing Mutwoe to evade narrowly. In the midst of the chaos, Mutwoe noticed a deep stab wound on Arceus's arm, a potential weakness. The other Mutwoe rose again from the water, nodding at his counterpart. Arceus charged once more, launching a series of relentless attacks. Mutwoe dodged and deflected, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. The tension mounted as the battle raged on, each side determined to emerge victorious. As Mutwoe engaged in battle, he quickly created a small shadow ball and launched it at Arceus, obscuring the deity's line of sight and momentarily disorienting him. Seizing the opportunity, Mutwoe executed an upward slash with his Psycho Cut, striking the underside of Arceus's arm and pushing it upward. He then deftly maneuvered to the space between Arceus's arms, using his psychic abilities to aim precisely and stab at the base of Arceus's left arm, where there was no armor to hinder movement. Arceus let out a grunt of pain, but before he could retaliate, Mutwoe pressed the blade deeper, causing it to emerge from the back of Arceus's shoulder. The god grimaced but focused on preparing his judgment attack. Mutwoe's eyes widened as he recognized the impending danger. He quickly shifted to the right, dodging the attack as it passed beneath him. With agility, he flew to Arceus's right side, pulling on the blade embedded in the base of the deity's left arm with all his psychic strength. A loud snap echoed as Arceus's arm dislocated. With a surge of power and a cry of determination, Mutwoe extracted the blade, resulting in a horrific sound as blood flowed from Arceus's left arm. The joint was completely severed, and the arm fell into the water below. Ash looked on, pained to witness the god in distress, even if he was under the influence of darkness. On the other side, Lysandra was in shock. Arceus, panting, attempted to ignore the pain and quickly retaliated by firing a potent hyper beam at Mutwoe. However, both Mutwoes charged forward with Shadow Ball, striking Arceus with tremendous force and sending him crashing into the ocean with a chaotic cry. Arceus! Lysandra gasped in disbelief. The sight of the fallen deity was unimaginable. It's over, Lysandra, Ash declared. The evil lord turned to him, filled with rage and disbelief. He could not accept defeat, especially not against Arceus. Not until I take everything from you, boy. Lysandra sneered, suddenly drawing a weapon from his sleeve. Before Ash could react, he fired a shot aimed at Serena. Serena! Ash shouted, realizing the danger too late. The bullet sped toward her, and in a moment of desperation, Ash reached out to protect her. But just as the bullet was about to reach its target, another figure intervened. The bullet struck her directly, and her body fell lifelessly to the ground. The other Serena. Serena. Both Ash and Serena ran toward her, but she stopped them, specifically Ash. Wait. He halted in his tracks. Finish the job, Ash. Finish your mission. Ash blinked in confusion. What? Finish all of it. Now. This time, Ash stared at Lysandra, who looked more serious than ever. Serena was right, he had to finish this. Once and for all. Quietly, Ash took steps toward the smirking Dark Lord, as all the champions stood behind him. Arceus rose from the seat once again. Champions. Ash brought his Z crystal out from his pocket and wore it on his wrist. Assemble, he commanded. In moments, Lance called forth his ace Pokemon, Dragonite. Dragonite. Hyper Beam. Dragonite's eyes glowed white as an orange ball formed in front of its mouth, turning into a beam that fired directly at Lysandra. Adler commanded his Druddigon. Druddigon. Dragon Pulse. Druddigon formed a ball of multicolored energy and fired a dragon-shaped beam. Wallace called on his Milotic. Milotic. Ice Beam. Multiple white beams with light blue outlines shot from Milotic. Cynthia commanded her Garchomp. Garchomp. Flamethrower. Garchomp released a spiraling stream of fire at the opponent. Drake called his Dragonite. Dragonite. Thunder. Dragonite charged electricity and fired a beam of yellow electricity. Diantha quickly mega-evolved her Gardevoir. Gardevoir. Psychic. Mega Gardevoir's eyes glowed light blue as she unleashed two huge waves of energy at Lysandra. Finally, Leon donned the Dynamax band and Gigantamaxed his Charizard, which covered the sky. Charizard. G-Max Wildfire now. Gigantamax Charizard's fiery wings turned bright red and yellow, firing a giant bird-shaped flame at the opponent. All legendary Pokemon and guardian deities rose up and charged together. Two Mutwoes created the largest Shadow Ball they could muster. And then there was Ash. His yellow buddy jumped from his shoulder. Pika. Pika. Let's finish this, buddy. Together. He threw his cap to Pikachu. Choo-oo. All attacks surged toward Lysandra. Arceus. Stop it. Save me, the evil lord called out desperately. No. The god replied with a smile, embracing the incoming attack. There was the biggest explosion anyone had ever seen. Everything went blank. Ash, Serena, and everyone else closed their eyes as the horizon faded. Slowly, everything returned to normal. When the dust settled, they looked for Lysandra's submarine. It was shattered into pieces, with no sign of him. We won. Lance exclaimed. Yeah, we won. Drake echoed. I can't believe it. We won. We finally won. Leon shouted, celebrating. With that, everyone on the deck erupted in cheers. They had finally won. But Ash looked back. Serena. The other Serena looked almost lifeless, with her head resting on Serena's lap as she silently cried. Ash quickly approached them, followed by the other Mutwoe. Hey Mutwoe, looks like you won, buddy. Serena said with a weak smile. And Ash, you finally won the war for us. Let me call the doctor. Ash started to run, but Serena stopped him, grabbing his arm. No. Let me embrace my destiny, she said in a soft voice. What? Ash asked, confused. Serena managed a weak smile. Wasn't that obvious? You will win the war, and one of us will die. If not your Serena, then the other one. That was the vision. Tears streamed down both their faces as the other Serena slowly took Serena's hand. Please forgive me for everything. I never meant any harm. Please don't say that. Serena replied, her voice trembling. You did everything for love. Yeah, I did. The other Serena looked momentarily distracted. But you were right. My way was wrong. That's why you have your beloved one, and I couldn't. Please don't say that. Serena looked down again, feeling the weight of the moment. Before I go, let me tell you something, the other Serena said, grabbing her arm once more. Serena looked up, listening intently. You represent me. You are my embodiment in this world. In my world, I was a failure. I couldn't achieve anything. I couldn't be a showcase queen, and most importantly, I couldn't be with my red. So in this world, you have to fulfill my dreams, Serena. Can you do this? Serena met her gaze. You already have your Ash. Now you need to become the greatest showcase queen of all time and build a wonderful family with him. That way, my wishes can finally come true in this reality. Can you do this for me? I will. Serena said quietly but with determination. And you, she turned to Ash. Take good care of the other me. Don't be dense like Red. You mean the world to her. Make her happy. I will, Ash replied, equally determined. And you, my friend, Serena turned to Mutwo with a smile. You have been with me from the beginning, always trying your best to save me. Thank you for everything. You are most welcome, Madam Serena, Mutwo said telepathically, and for the first time, Ash noticed tears in Mutwo's eyes. And now, my friends. My time has finally arrived. Thank you for everything. See you, Serena said happily as she closed her eyes, almost as if drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, her body began to disintegrate, vanishing into the wind. The debris of the ship followed suit, everything related to that world disintegrating. They had never truly belonged there. Mutwo began to disintegrate as well, making eye contact with the other Mutwo before fully vanishing. Ash and Serena watched in silence as the other Serena disappeared, relying on each other as they silently cried. Is this the end? Ash wondered aloud. This isn't the end, Ash, a voice spoke from behind them. They turned to see Arceus, back in his normal form, with 5 additional mega plates in his ring. What do you mean, Arceus? Ash asked. I said, this isn't the end. She will have her share of love. I promise. A smile slowly spread across Ash's face. Do you really mean that, Arceus? Yes. It's the least I can do for you. Thanks, Arceus. Thank you, Ash. After all, you saved me from great trouble. Is there anything else I can do for you? No. Ash said playfully, wrapping an arm around Serena. I just want to spend the rest of my life with my Serena. So be it, Arceus said with a smile before turning away, followed by the other legendaries as they vanished on the horizon. They watched until the legendaries disappeared, and Serena asked, what did Arceus mean, Ash? Nothing. Ash replied with a smile, standing up to look at the horizon. It was almost dawn, the sun approaching. With a hint of a smile, Ash offered his hand to Serena. My queen, would you like to dance with me? What? She asked, surprised. We didn't get to dance at the party, remember? After a moment of hesitation, she accepted his hand. He took her hand while his other moved to her waist. It felt like the first time, and although she seemed startled at first, she settled into his embrace as he began to lead, recalling their earlier dances. Without any music, Serena asked again, please tell me what Arceus meant. Okay, fine. Ash smiled. Remember Arceus said she will have her share of love? Aha. That means she will be with Red soon. She will have her Red back. Really? Yep. You can count on that, Serena. Now Serena smiled, her angelic smile lighting up her face. Ash loved seeing her like this, he always cherished her happiness. You know what, Serena? What? I always love to see you smile. Really? Absolutely. And you know what, Ash? I always love to kiss you. So they kissed, alone on the ship deck, not caring about anything else. They had each other, and that was all that mattered. They continued to dance as the dawn broke, marking a new chapter in their lives. When Serena opened her eyes again, she found herself on an escalator in an airport. Confused, she wondered how she ended up there after everything that had happened. There was no doubt, she was at Kalos Airport. But how? She had faced a life-threatening situation and should not be here. Memories flooded back to her, particularly the last beautiful moment she shared with him. It didn't make sense, but everything seemed to lead her back to that time. Could it mean she was given another chance? Serena took a deep breath and closed her eyes. What if this was an opportunity from Arceus to change things for the better? As the escalator descended, she felt certain that she had been granted this chance. Smiling softly, she opened her eyes and looked back. Hey Red. There is just one more thing, she called out. Really Ash? You really have to do this after becoming the champion. Gary exclaimed, shaking his head. I see no reason for you to start the journey all over again. You know me, Gary, Ash replied with a smile while packing his backpack. I can't stay in one place forever. I want to travel the world, see and learn new things with my buddy Pikachu. Right, buddy? Paika Paika, Pikachu agreed. I know that, Ashy boy. And that's why I still call you dumb. Gary teased. Hey. Don't call my boyfriend dumb, Serena interjected, also busy packing her things. Do you think you're any better, Serena? Why are you traveling with Ash? Miette chimed in. Isn't it obvious? Serena shot a glance at Ash, smiling. Wherever he goes, I go with him. We're bound to each other. Ash returned her gaze, smiling back and affirming her words. But both of you have duties as champion and queen, Miette pointed out. I don't think so, Miette, Ash replied. My only job is to take on the Alolan Pokemon League winner who defeated the Elite Four. If he wins, I hand over the position, if he loses, I keep it. But there's still plenty of time before the next league, so I think I can go on my journey. Same goes for me, Serena added. Our heroes had returned to the Kanto region after their grand battle. Things had finally cooled down, and they needed a break to catch their breath. But as expected, it wasn't long before Ash grew bored and decided to embark on a new journey to a different region, this time with the love of his life, Serena. When Ash asked her to join him, she was more than willing. Surprisingly, even Delia gave her consent without much hesitation. Perhaps she understood it was futile to stop them from their journey. They were meant to travel together, always. Delia entered the room while they were packing. There you go, Ash. This bag is full of snacks and food, it should last you a week. Thanks, Mom. And thank you so much for talking to Mrs. Grace to get Serena to travel with me, because of you, she finally agreed. You're welcome, son. I did that for a reason. To keep you safe, Ash. Wait, what? I don't understand, Mom. You're always so reckless, Ash. You put yourself in danger, and that worries me. I need someone to look after you, and Serena is the perfect choice for that. Right, Serena? You betcha, Mrs. Delia, Serena replied with a smile. Ash didn't know how to react, he just stared blankly while Gary and Miette chuckled quietly. Delia turned to Serena. Serena, I entrust my Ash to you. Can you please take good care of him? I will, Mrs. Delia, Serena said with determination. Make sure he always gets a proper meal. I will. Make sure he brushes his teeth and changes his underwear every day. I will, Mrs. Delia. And one more thing, Delia said with a smile. Give me good news as soon as possible. Mom. Ash exclaimed, flustered. Right now, they were walking along a quiet road into a coastal valley of Pallet Town. The town was the only thing that separated them from the sea. Farms and quaint houses dotted the landscape, painted in all the colors of the rainbow. Above them, on a high hill, a building larger than the others stood beneath the shadow of the windmill. Our friends walked hand in hand, smiling. They wore outfits reminiscent of their journey through the Kalos region, as if they were starting a new melodious adventure all over again. Pikachu was sleeping inside Ash's backpack. Suddenly, Serena stopped Ash and kissed him. Ash, smiling, asked, "What was that for?" "Nothing." Serena replied with a cute smile. "I just wanted to kiss my Ash." They shared another kiss, cherishing the moment of togetherness, just like soulmates. Hand in hand, they continued walking as the sun quietly approached the horizon. "So Ash, where do we head for?" Serena inquired. How about we head for?" And just like that, their saga goes on, forever. The end. So, this is it. It finally comes to an end. This is the conclusion of Pokemon, The Ultimate Quest, marking the definitive ending of many storylines. It's been a long 3 years for me, and I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for staying with the story. Your support has been invaluable, and this journey would not have been possible without you. As I say goodbye to everyone who has supported me, even during the toughest times of writing this series, I want to acknowledge my readers on Wattpad. You have been the lifeblood of this story. When I first published it on fanfiction, I didn't receive much attention, but your encouragement on Wattpad made all the difference. This story owes a great deal to you. Now, let's discuss the endings. When I began writing, I only planned for 20 to 30 chapters. I never imagined it would evolve into such an expansive saga. At times, the characters felt so real that they seemed to take on lives of their own. This story has become incredibly meaningful to me, as has its ending. This marks the end of my journey with Pokemon. Like many of you, Pokemon has been a significant part of my childhood. However, there comes a time when we must move on. I wrote this story to provide a fitting conclusion to my experiences with Pokemon. We, as longtime fans, grew up with it, yet we never received the perfect ending for Ash, a conclusion where he becomes a champion, finds a life partner, and continues his journey. My story picks up right after the conclusion of XYZ, as that version of Ash resonates most with us older fans. The newer versions of Ash and Alola and Galar feel more geared toward a younger audience. That's why I chose to bring back the older teen version of Ash to give a satisfying ending. But this doesn't mean Ash's journey ends here. I leave the future of Ash and Serena, as well as the fates of other characters, to your imagination. Will Ash participate in the World Championship? I'll let you ponder that. Throughout the story, I made adjustments based on your requests, such as references to popular culture. However, I chose not to include certain elements that would detract from the purity of Amore shipping. This love story is about two young characters, and I wanted to preserve that innocence. Lastly, I want to clarify that none of the characters from the Ultimate Quest universe are available for use by others. This is my creation, and I hold the rights to it. As I conclude this journey, I cannot predict where the road will take me next. We've come a long way together, and now it's time to say farewell. Please remember to embrace silliness and joy in your lives. Goodbye.